Good morning to everyone. Can you all hear me? Everyone is hearing me? Please wave if you can hear me or thumbs up. Good. Good morning again to you. It's very good to see you all, ladies and gentlemen with us. Very beautiful ladies, I must say. I'm loving what I'm seeing. Very beautiful and handsome gentlemen. I want to also acknowledge at this time our Chief of Protocol, Dr. Donald Ewers, and Bishop Comfort Atu. I also want to say good morning to all our class of SteelE youth who are welcome and here and joining us this morning. Today is Saturday, the 12th of February, 2022, and I warmly welcome you to the Class of SteelE Annual Women's Conference. This year's conference is titled World Without End, Working Today While Preparing for the Future. My name is Jeannie SteelE, and I will be your host and moderator. And with me is my husband and technical support, and the technical support class of SteelE CEO and Chief Mentor, His Excellency, Dr. Michael SteelE. During our conference, we will learn from 5 masters in their field, namely Miss Leela De Souza, Lady Margaret McNair, Ambassador Dr. Anita Davis Defoe, Dr. Vanny Rao, and Mr. Stevenson Calendar. Our teachers will take us on a journey towards achieving a forward-thinking mindset. Since our lives can be very busy and we face many daily demands on our time and our attention, the future can oftentimes become a future thought. Today, we will be inspired to focus on the future, learn how to prepare for our future, keep it in focus, and how to successfully manage the journey. At this point, I'll just go through some housekeeping matters or reminders for you. I trust that you have all been able to make sure that your cameras, microphones, and audio are working well, as this will enable your interaction during the conference and at the point in time when we're going to have our question and answer segment. So it's quite important. Please make sure that your cameras are on all times, which is preferable, so our speakers can engage with you while they're seeing you present. So we encourage you to have your cameras on throughout the sessions. Please also display your names throughout the conference so we can see who you are and identify you by name. Please be reminded that our sessions are in English only. It's only English speaking. We invite you to write in the chat, which will be monitored by myself, but this is particularly for our Q&A sessions. The Q&A session will follow each presentation. We will not have Q&A or comments or discussions when our presenters are making their delivery. The entirety of the conference will be video recorded and made available to the public via our YouTube link after, which we anticipate that at least on Monday or sometime next week, you'll be able to view today's proceedings at that point in time. Please, we encourage you, all ladies and gents alike, to be appropriately attired. As we said, you're being recorded so the world can see you. I also bring your attention to the chat where our technical support, my wonderful husband, he will put in the agenda for those who were not able to receive it in the email. You can go to the chat, he will put it in there for you, and then you can download it onto your phone or whatever device that you're using so you can follow. Our agenda today, we have the first half, which is from in the morning, which will be from 9:15 till we take a break at 12:30. 12:30 will be Miss Leela De Souza first, followed by Lady Margaret McNair, followed by Ambassador Dr. Anita Davis Defoe. We will have a lunch break for 45 minutes from 12:30, to 1:15. At that point in time, we wouldn't log out of the conference, but you are free to go and have your snack or take a break. We wouldn't log out. We will still be here for those who want to remain, and we'll just have a little chat. At that point, the conference will not be taking place. It will just be a little bit of downtime and a little bit of break for you. So if you want to, you have an option of logging out and logging back in at 1:15 when we recommence, or you can just stay logged in. It's up to you at that point. And that after lunchtime or lunch break, it will be followed by speakers, Dr. Vanny Rao, and then Mr. Stevenson Calendar. That's after the lunch break. And then my wonderful husband, Dr. SteelE, our mentor, will give the closing remarks and anything else that he would like to share with you at that point. So as we go on, I would now like to introduce our first speaker for this morning. Her name is Miss Leela De Souza. Miss Leela De Souza comes from the wonderful land of Dubai, the wonderful place of Dubai. Dubai is like a very futuristic place, and I love to see videos and learn about what they're doing there. Miss Leela De Souza, she's a multi-award winner, engineering business management professional with over 2 decades of corporate experience in multinational company ABB. She holistically works with partners around their work as a business consultant for the Royal Private Office of His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Faisal Al-Qassimi. Please forgive me if I pronounce it wrong. I've been practicing. In the space of enterprise-wide and custom-built software development. Passionate about CSR, participated in and hosted many campaigns, adding value to the community. She also supports her ethnic community as a core committee member. Leela is an Industry 5.0 ambassador to the UAE, championing the cause of truly being human and more resourceful by industrial upcycling. Join with me as I welcome Miss Leela De Souza, and her topic for today is preparing for the future. What does it mean? Welcome, Leela.
Thank you very, very much. Is it possible that I can share screen?
Yes.
Are you all right? You can see it?
Yes, we can.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, a very, very big thank you to His Excellency Dr. Michael SteelE and Her Excellency Jeannie SteelE. Thank you very much to the class of SteelE who have hosted this International Women's Conference. It's an absolute pleasure to be together with you this morning and to share some thoughts about what we think is women power, or how we could actually shape the future. And my name is Leela De Souza, and today we would talk about preparing for the future. What does it really mean? So Jeannie has already talked quite a lot already about me. Briefly, I hail from India, from the city of Bangalore, And I've been there for my childhood, very fond of being, fond of the girls around me, empowering as a school captain, and, basically encouraging people to grow right from my younger days. And I did my engineering there, and I came into Dubai after 3 years working in India once I finished my engineering. And from childhood, I've always been oriented towards empowering people. So even coming into Dubai, this was way back in the early 90s, I was the first lady engineer to join into a company here, predominantly male-dominated place for engineers. And I do feel very happy to have that initial foundation been laid, which helps me then today to be the business consultant, the Industry 5.0 ambassador. I'll talk about it a little bit during my presentation. And I guess all of you know about corporate social responsibility, which is CSR. That's something that's like in my blood. It's second nature to me. And it's really a pleasure to be with you this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, you can imagine that the period is an empty room. Every friend or referral person or a partner either lifts you up or gets you there, or they tell you that you cannot do it. The room has a one-way door, and every person in the room is therefore with you for life. Question is, who would you like to have in your room? Why are we here today? Are you a marketing manager, a founder, business partner, startupper, multidisciplinary entrepreneur, or somebody who's just trying to launch your own project? Or are you amongst the audience, somebody, the youth who's preparing for your future? What is your challenge? Where is the magic? The magic comes from combining marketing strategy with talent, resources, and technology. Marketing is about commitment. You need to know how to reach hard to find the audiences, to build relationships, to increase brand loyalty. And how are we able to generate more sales in this new age post-pandemic? So I want to share with you, I recently attended a course shared by Google. It's called I Am Remarkable. That was a very big awakening call for many people, including myself, because most of us, we tend to do a lot of things, but we tend to only keep it to ourselves. It's about sharing that you actually empower others. Race, gender, age, ability, and other identity-based stereotypes can impact our perception about a person's competence and ability. This leads to implicit biases we may not even be aware of. And particularly women. Women do not like to, when other women are talking about women or promoting even men, sometimes they do not like this. It is socially frowned upon, and that's the reason why many women today, they shirk to come forward. They find it a little difficult to express themselves because they are always wondering, what is the other person going to think about them? I'd like to emphasize that you are remarkable, and women particularly, 53% have greater performance in companies versus companies without women board directors. 35% greater financial returns with racial ethnic diversity. Women belong in all places where decisions are being made. It shouldn't be that women are the exemption. This is all some of the information that I got from McKinsey studies. So when you look at for yourself, for example, if you look at normal marketing, what do people traditionally do? You work hard, you keep spending money, and then you get some clients. How about this? Look today and the future of marketing. This is you. You have your little strategic network of contacts. They build it for you. You automatically get your ideal clients. And guess what? It all kind of comes to you for free. If you're looking at relationship marketing, how does the new clients breakdown look today? It's always been, I think, and will always be word of mouth. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say word of mouth is so powerful. We can either make it or we can break it. You'll be surprised to see that social media is a little bit over here. because actually the more powerful thing for relationship building and new clients building is the word of mouth and referrals. So what do some companies do today? Content marketing. Content is king. Content is everything. What about networking? Today we are here on this social platform. In the chat, we start by just a little bit of networking. Tomorrow, we do not know what it could come out to be. What about preparing databases? It's the class of SteelE who have got about 4 or 5 speakers this morning and so much of audience. They slowly and steadily build up their database of information, and it's a big opportunity to grow further. It's very important also, not just to offer your services just, in the traditional way. You need to give somebody a taste of it. You need to actually give them a test drive of your services if you want more success. And so on and so forth. And I see today that business to business meetings and consultancy days, particularly in Dubai, are growing. Every other person is throwing a conference or hosting some event where there is a B2B network meeting in order to build your business and your marketing strategies. So, but for me, because I also come from the Industry 5.0 background today, so I would say that the power is the power of touch today. Something that you do, something that you showcase is automatically copied. So we need to be careful about what we do. You can use a one-time, bottle, for example, one single-use bottle used again. You're actually helping society, you're helping yourself, and you're saving the planet too. So it's all about being sustainable as well. Secondly, I wanted to say that it's very important to be open to listening. Today, the world is so dynamic and changing that sometimes we forget that somebody else has got a better way to help us with, and we should be open to listening. Do you think that you can cope with this? The world that is much faster and much better than you think? 10 years ago, we never had any of this. And today, it's not just this, it's much more. Somebody springs with a small idea, and then the next person 2 meters away gets a brainwave to tweak it slightly, and there you have a new entrepreneur. So the question is, are you future ready? Would you like to embrace new technology? Would you like to be an entrepreneur? An entrepreneur is an innovator. He's very creative with ideas, services, and procedures. He is a person who creates new business. Entrepreneurship is actually a journey. I'd like to read this for you. So it's something that I felt and I went through as well. So it's a journey towards creating and developing an enterprise by nurturing an idea, evaluating it, developing it to meet the opportunity available, overcoming the forces that resist the creation, solve problems, manage effectively as per the market need, taking informed risks with a purpose, and to innovate and adapt to the change in the global scenario, proactively visualizing the change and embrace the challenge in the diversity that exists. Entrepreneurship is a journey. Believe in yourself is a message that I want to share today. And every single journey begins with a single step. Having said that, all that is really theoretical. I'd like to share with you what truly it means. What do you think are the phases in an entrepreneurship journey? What do you think is the life of an entrepreneur? I want to just share it with you in the form of GIFs. So you start your journey, you are super duper excited. I'm sure some of you will relate to this. And these are some moments that I want to share in the life as an entrepreneur. You reach a point where it's really, really hard, and then you want to give up. That's when the entrepreneurial spirit kicks in, and then it's all about you. Your mindset makes it want to change, work again, and then you work towards making it work. There are times when you feel messed up. There are times when You must prioritize and make hard choices. You enter a deeper self-doubt cycle. Once again, you bounce back and work on your own self-esteem. Oops, but then you fall again. You cry out, this sucks. Then you jump up once again. Once more, and you say, life is great. There's one thing, ladies and gentlemen, that we need to know if we want to survive in today's world and in the world of the future. Winners do not quit, and quitters do not win. So let's face it, the life of an entrepreneur is a roller coaster of raw emotions, sleepless nights, anxiety, exuberant celebrations, and self-validation. And I believe the class of SteelE is also quite a new company, and I'm sure that this must have been something in the life of the journey of Dr. SteelE and Jeannie as well. So let me look at it today. I'd like to give you that things are evolving. If someone's trying to say something, I can hear a ringing bell. Hi? Hello?
That is okay.
Could you hear me so far?
Yes, yes, we can hear you quite
All
clearly.
right.
Yes, we're
Okay.
with you.
I kept hearing the ringing bell, so I was wondering
Oh,
what
you're
it
probably
was.
hearing when persons enter into the meeting, you hear the ding dong.
Okay, we can
Yeah, all right.
We'll
all
turn
right.
we'll turn it off.
All right. All
Okay.
right. I was trying to understand. I wonder whether someone was,
No,
telling me that they
it's
couldn't
okay.
hear or something.
No, everything is fine. We're with you. Thank you.
Awesome, awesome. So things I was saying are evolving today, and the journey of an entrepreneur is taking a new dimension. Let's look at it this way. Businesses are born with great ideas, matriculating in action plans to solve a need in a market. For this, innovation in terms of product offering, logistics, or novelty drives a competitive edge. The next driver is competition in terms of getting customers and covering a wider market reach. Then it's the cost savings. You want to conserve the cash and you want to look for more cash flow. That's the point when the entrepreneurs look for collaboration. Forbes has published this idea of solving the innovation and the cost savings process by focusing on co-opetition. The idea of competition, ladies and gentlemen, is like symbiosis. It's natural to us. It's there. It comes very naturally to us. We just have to use it effectively. For example, look at this company. Let's call it Famous Socks. How about this company? Let's call it Move It Shoes. So both of them almost will have the same kind of market. They would have similar collaborators. They would have, similar competitors. And how about instead of each of them spending on their billboards and advertisements, if they can do it together, share the costs, they would have so much of a cost savings. So this is one step higher than the collaboration. It's a co-opetition that you have with each other. It's today the new age for the entrepreneurs. You would automatically get double the clicks because the same number of customers for both the shoes and the socks company. It's just a small example. So when you work alone, it's something, but working together, I'm not sure if you can hear the sound. Working together is, giving you further success. So coming back to who we are, I want to give you a little bit about Industry 5.0 as well. We are managers, we are presidents, we are chairmen, we are students, we are producers, we are teachers, we are fathers, we are mothers. At the end of the day, who are we? We are human, not just something like this. So at the end of the day, what I'm trying to give you is no matter what we do, if we do have this kind of analogy, we will be successful. Where do we live? We live in these beautiful cities, Paris, Louvre, Pilsen, Brussels, you name it, in absolute, and see the number of trash that we have everywhere. So we have factories that produce much more than we need. These are all true examples. And we have building warehouses for no reason, that keeping all these things. We fill trash in the production bins. This is the trash. If you look at this, this is like trash actually coming out of a carpet factory in one shift in Czech Republic. So ideally, we have food today, but we call it something like bio-waste, you know? And we look up at the red sky, and then we ask ourselves, where do we live? We live on a planet, we call it the Earth. We have been able to, in the last few decades, create a landfill of about 170 million pieces of space debris. We live on a planet in which we are hunting for more cars, more people, more money, more success, more of everything. We are living in a planet of almost 7.9 billion people. And almost 200 years ago, we were like 1 billion people. 100 years ago, it was 1.5 billion people. And now we have 5 times more, despite 2 world wars and pandemics. In 2050, it's predicted that we will have 11 billion population. So having a look at all of this, we really need to take care of what we are doing. Look at this, the cars. The production line takt time was roughly around 47 to 54 seconds. But look at the components and how they arrive. There's a long lead time. So what do? Still, we want to buy a car. Now we're not just happy with that one car. We want a bigger one. And then we say we want one for each of our family. The companies start to produce more. And then you see, you have a graveyard of new unused cars produced in the world. So the message I want to give you today is that we need to make sure that whatever we do as an entrepreneur or as in technology or wherever we are, we need to be conscious about how we save and protect our planet. That is the future. So what I mean by doing this, we should actually have advanced planning systems. 75% of global crop may not reach the second stage of production. 60% of the kitchen waste is generated by wrong planning. And 90% of the retailers and the producers do not use automatic planning systems. And your demand, you have to forecast and demand to communicate it in your global supply chain. So I can see there are some men in the audience as well, besides Dr. SteelE, but as a woman, since we are talking in a women's conference, my message to you ladies is, what are we doing? How do we empower people around us? We need to change the mindset of the people, and we need to live in a world free of waste and it keeps safe, and it begins with us. I also want to share that waste is a resource unless it is wasted. Every single thing can be used one way or the other and not sent to the landfill. And you can actually do industrial upcycling and make sure that you have a better economy. You could be a circular economy. So what is Industry 5.0? It's something that has been made by men. It's based on the principles of systematic waste prevention. It recognizes and prevents 4 types of waste: the physical, the social, the urban, and the process waste. Actually, the ambassador network started with the first ambassador in India in October 2020. And I am the 65th ambassador. I represent the UAE. And today, what we are trying to present to the world is Project 17. It took almost 17 months for COVID to break through, and we hope in the next 17 months, we would be able to, empower more people, give awareness to people that we need to be conscious, that we need to stay in a waste-free world, you will realize that it's almost 8 times the global GDP that we would be saving by doing this. So what exactly is this? Why is this different? You're familiar with this reduce, reuse, recycle. It's the 3R. You can see it's a pyramid and it's not very stable. But if you add an additional 3R, which is recognize, reconsider, and realize, you have a groundstone. You have something that you can build upon, reconsider, recognize, realize. We don't have to waste. You know, these are little, small little parts that are out of an aluminum factory. You can just think about it. What can I do? Reconsider, and then realize. This is just a small little thing that's keeping mobiles, for example. As simple as that. So when you look at really what is the future with industry, the volumes decrease, the profitability increase. Single use would be a sign of the failure. Delivered results will be the evaluation criteria. People will use and utilize machines wisely in harmony. Wasting would be prevented from the very beginning, and there will be transparency. And because of that, you will be able to plan better, and you'll have people adding more value and generating better net profit. If you look at this, these are actually vinyl records which have been converted in this beautiful clock. So the message I want to share, ladies and gentlemen, today, believe in yourself. Whatever you do, know that you are remarkable. There's absolutely no problem to kickstart your journey, because every single thing that you do, you have learnings. It's not about the failures, it's about the learnings that you will have. Don't place your mistakes on your head. Their weight may crush you. Instead, place them under your feet and use them as a platform to raise yourself. And to be the woman of success, we need to rise and thrive, transforming habits, resilience, independent, valuable, empowerment. We have Expo 2020 going on in Dubai today. We're connecting minds, creating the future. Networking, word of mouth, referrals is the key. So I thank you once again, the class of SteelE, Ambassador Anita Davis-Dikpo, Dr. Vani, Lady Margaret McNair, Mr. Stephenson Calendar, for Dr. Ambassador SteelE and Janie, for this opportunity to share my few thoughts. And I wish you all a very beautiful day. I would not be able to stay through the conference. I apologize because I have an event that we are hosting today. So I do hope that you have had a valuable experience in these few moments with me. And I wish you a wonderful day going forward.
Thank you very much. Can everyone hear me correct? Wave at me again. Let me be sure you're hearing me. Good. Yeah. Okay, so I want to thank Leela for your presentation. It has been wonderful. It's been very thought-provoking. You've given us some good take-home information to help us make some wise decisions on the future, for our future, and for the future of our generations that will follow. I will now open the floor to any ladies or gentlemen alike who have any questions for you. I see one hand is raised. Mary Boo, kindly unmute yourself and go ahead, please. Mary Abu.
Mary Abu is not unmuted. Yeah. I think you have probably unmuted her. You may need to unmute.
Press unmute. Mary, go ahead. Just press unmute on your. Go on. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, everyone. I appreciate your presentation. It was wonderful and well understood. I don't have much question. But just to add to what you said, that believing in yourself. If we can believe in ourselves as women, the sky will not always be our limit, but we are going up higher than the sky.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I appreciate.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much, Mary. Indeed, I mean, I sincerely feel that it's all about you. You know, it's all about me, what I can do differently that makes me stand out, something that can add value to somebody else. If I am able to help somebody else to become a success, you know, you've already automatically raised the bar higher for yourself. Because when you make somebody successful, you want to also go further, and you would automatically become successful too. And then it opens your avenues to even bigger ideas, bigger thoughts, and bigger implementations and executions of new opportunities. So thank you very much, Mary, for sharing.
Thank you also, Mary. Is there anyone else who would like to ask any questions or make any comments? To Minister Ewers? Go ahead, Your Excellency.
Present, good morning, Leela. Your presentation was spot on and fantastic. I like one of the slides, the expression that you put on the slides, opening the door.
Yeah.
How do we know, opening the door, what is the right person or the wrong person in being an entrepreneurial or anything in life? I mean, opening the door, it can go in so many different ways. Opening the door in business, opening the door with relationship, opening the door connection in network. How do you know the right person? How, you know, what is the gut feeling that when you open the door to the right person or the right business?
Yes. I apologize. There seems to be somebody using a drill machine somewhere close by, or maybe upstairs somewhere. I don't know. It's another. I hope it's not disturbing the audience. But thank you very much, His Excellency Dr. Donald Evans, for this question. Opening the door and how can you understand who the person is along with you is your question. For me, I very, very, very strongly believe in the law of attraction. Right. You know, yes. So you attract automatically the message that you bring out there to the universe is the law of attraction. You already, you know, they say that thoughts become actions, actions become habits, actions then, you know, becomes destiny kind of thing. If you notice that kind of flavor in life, if you already say, and things happen twice, once in thoughts and then in reality, right? So if you already have perceived a good thought and you've attracted and you've dreamt of, and you not just dreamt of, but you see it happening. Imagine that you want to become something, right? So you have to already claim it. You already have to believe it's there. And and when you work towards that vision, automatically the people and the whole universe around you just makes it happen for you. You will have the right people around you. It's automatic. It all begins with you.
Okay. Thank you for that.
You're welcome. Do we have anyone else?
Yes, go ahead, Irene.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Irene, and I'm the CEO and founder of Ebony Ambassador UK. Ebony is a company that is into empowering young people to acquire skills. As we all know that not every one of us will fit into a white-collar job. So we want them to gain a skill, and also looking at what happened during the pandemic, where a lot of people lose their jobs and some are made redundant and some their hours are reduced as well. So that's who we are, and we've been on since, I would say, 12 years now. My question today is to ask if you run any mentoring program for young people, because we would like to connect young people to role models and to pace setters, people that they can look up to help them grow in whatever field that they choose in life. So that's my question today.
Okay, so your question is about what do you want to share with?
I wanted to ask if you personally run any mentoring programs for young people.
All right. I personally do not have a company that runs it, but I'm a business consultant. So people hire me for purposes of speaking, and I have a relationship with the Toastmasters Association where you run the youth leadership camps. I have done that. And also, I'm particularly, work very closely with the blue collar and with the special needs. Most recently, in the month of November, I curated and hosted for an NGO an event in the Expo 2020, and it was 100% blue collar program, which was for 4 hours on the stage, where we actually showcased the blue collar in singing and dancing. And I recently got involved. It's basically been through my journey here in Dubai, right from the time my children were growing, to also have diversity. Today we call diversity and inclusion, right? But in terms of years ago, where the people of determination were not completely part of mainstream in society, I used to go together with a couple of mothers who had these kids, who were challenged, and we used to take them into parks. We used to play with them, both mainstream and physically challenged people. We have done small little workshops for them. We have gone and done, fashion shows on little shopping malls. We have, combined both sectors of society and given them complete inclusion. And today, my event, which I'm hosting, is a one-of-its-kind event in Dubai. It's for Valentine's Day. It's for families and not just for couples. And I have mothers with special need kids coming to my party today. So it's basically, at the end of the day, I don't have a company which runs all of this, but people use me because I have the skill to share and empower and make the world a better place.
Thank you for that answer. I would like to connect with you further after this program.
Thank you very much. Irene, pleasure to meet you.
Thank you for that, Irene. Masigo from South Africa, go ahead, please.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, all the honorables there. My name is Masigo from South Africa. I'm just a participant. Dr. Leela, thank you so much for your presentation. It was most insightful. But my take out from your presentation this morning, I picked up the environmental aspect, which you touched on. And it struck me as you spoke that indeed, environmental care, you spoke of the 3 R's, the recycling and what have you, how important it's going to be with business going forward, with anything going forward, because the environment touches on all that we are, from the very air we breathe, from the very water we drink, to the very food that we have to produce. So, it touches on food security. So that my takeout from your presentation was the environmental aspect of it. And that stood out loudly for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to hear that, Masigo. This is amazing, because I feel very, very happy when this message goes out there to ensure that waste prevention is the key. You don't even need to spend money on waste management. If you already take care of recognizing, realizing, and reconsidering before you can even think of reduce, reuse, and recycle. And at the end of the day, that's what the 6R is all about. And so you're from South Africa. We have a lot of ambassadors around the world already. We have about 95 ambassadors, I believe. And we're all trying to spread this message of Industry 5.0 to make sure that tomorrow we are all living in a sustainable planet, which our grandfathers have enjoyed and we want our grandchildren to enjoy. So that's the main message. I have Sarah who has raised her hand as well.
Yeah. Unmute yourself, Sarah, and go ahead with your question or comment.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Jean. Can you hear me? All right. Thank you, Ms. Thank you, Ms. Leela. My name is Sarah from Nigeria. I'm a participant, and I want to ask about the availability of the material used for this lecture. Is there any material, and will it be available after the lecture?
The material, this entire discussion is being recorded on YouTube, and Dr. SteelE and Jeannie SteelE will be sharing with you the recording. So I guess you will have it, Sarah.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. And Lady Margaret.
Good morning, and thank you very much. I really enjoyed your speech, Leela. I'm very excited about this conference and being able to share with you. What a wonderful speech. My question is that over the years, you see all these different countries that are trying to develop systems of handling their waste. Is there something that you have come across that you think is very exciting for the future in that area? In the different countries that you're obviously, involved with? Because
yes, plenty. I think today very, very deeply that women have a major role to play more than ever. Mm-hmm. It used to be companies, industries where they would want to consider some part of their as part of their business processes, where they look into the environment, and they that's one part of the key KPIs that they have to also measure. It was mostly happening on a larger scale in companies, business and enterprises, but it was actually missing from the root cause, which is beginning home. Women can be the first people to actually make it happen. How many countries of the world today actually have bins for picking up organic food waste? How many companies actually in the world are doing food, we're preparing the compost? It's just going into the landfill, directly, not even being separated or segregated. And we in Dubai ourselves have a very long way to go in that process. North America, I believe, is a little bit better, but there are very many countries of the world who still this very basic thing of even you can pick up your own clothes, your textiles that you don't use at home. You give it to people or where it can be reused. Why do you need to actually go and put it out there in the trash bin? It doesn't need to reach the landfill at all. And I also seen, because of the era that we are in today, and also talking about Industry 5.0, you would notice that there are a lot of, and that's the reason why I touched on entrepreneurship, because there are a lot of people who are coming out with very simple things of even making little creative decorative pieces out of scrap material and opening up very small and medium business enterprises. There are so many homemakers who are actually able to make a few art and craft, and they are making it a business today. So I think women have a major role to play in society going forward to actually, change things compared to what was there prior to today. This is my very strong message, because I feel it strongly here. And I've got involved most recently in so many women communities, and there are a lot of them in Dubai. And when I watch these communities actually picking up certain things and, building up ideas of converting material into reusable products and very pretty products that can be used effectively, it's amazing. I hope I've answered your question.
Thank you all for your questions. Next, I would like to call on Azuwara. Mrs. Pretty, kindly unmute yourself.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. My name is
Good
Pretty
morning.
from Nigeria. Mrs. Leela, I'm so inspired by your words and presentation today. I want to say a very big thank you.
Thank
Today from
you.
your presentation, I learned that I am remarkable and I shouldn't quit if I want to win. There are so many times we try to start up something and we have some ups and downs. And then we feel like this is not meant for us. We can't do this. We can't really do this. And we'll quit. But after hearing your presentation today, I'm gingered to do more. So I thank you so much. I'm happy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Azumara. I hope I got your name right. It's a pleasure to meet you online. We look forward to connecting.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to share?
We have a question from Uloma. My question is, how do you burst forth? You know I think she's saying, you know it's on you, but you're simply scared, and how to unleash it. I think she's referring to being afraid to go forward, and how do you do that?
How do you burst forward? You know it's possible, but you're simply scared how to unleash it. Okay. Okay, so you know you have the capability, and you're just a little bit afraid to come forward, and you do not know how to reach out to people to show them what your skills are. Is this something that you're asking?
Yes.
Uloma? Oh,
Yes.
oh yeah.
Yes,
Hello, Uloma. Yes. How do you unleash it? The biggest thing about unleashing is, start being around with people who motivate you. When you are in the presence, like they always say that the person's character is developed by the 7 people that you are around with. So start being around with happy people. Start being around with people who are motivating you. Start being around with people, even if like one person is able to say something nice to you, you will find a lot of critics. Okay, critics are very good for you. But when you are feeling this backstab, you should always be with the people who are happy with you. So automatically those juices come out from within you. And you want to, then you start, when you are actually associating with these kind of people who are saying that, Uloma, wow, you're talking to me, and when you say something and I start to encourage you to say, wow, then you automatically start to talk more, and then it suddenly goes beyond proportion and it exponentially grows. So at the end of the day, you know it's within you, but it's something there blocking you. So always stay around with happy people, somebody who can encourage you, motivate you, and give you those positive thoughts of energy. And it will automatically come out.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I hope that we could even take this offline, and as you talk to me, and we could actually engage with each other. There's so many things that's beautiful. Every single human being born in this planet is gifted. Every one of us, one way or the other, every single human being. That particular thing is, you discover that, and then you say, okay, this is it. This is my value that I can bring to the world. It will automatically come out there. It's just by nature that you will bring it out. There's nothing called fear. FEAR is forget everything and rise. FEAR, forget everything and rise.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Are there any more questions, any further hands being raised, or any comments from anyone else? So we can give you the opportunity. Okay, no more hands raised. Okay, well, with that, I want to give Leela our best regards. Thank you so much, Leela De Souza, for sharing. You've been an inspiration. You have definitely left us all feeling inspired and thinking about the future, thinking about how we can impact the future and how we can change it, how we can empower others and ourselves to create a better future. So I thank you from all of us here in the class of SteelE, as well as all of our audience. We thank you very, very much.
And also,
I am available on LinkedIn as well. So if you want me to share my link, I'm in Facebook and LinkedIn as well.
Yes,
so
you can go ahead and you can share it in the chat, and everyone can take it from there. Yes.
So Leela, I want to also wish you a fantastic day today. Have a fantastic event. I know you've been doing a lot of preparing, and thank you so very much for taking out the time of your busy schedule to be with us today. Such an honor to have you, Leela, as always.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I would like to definitely get access to the recording, because there are some amazing speakers today, and I would love to hear what their messages are as well. And I'm sure that the audience questions have been so encouraging, and I am very positive that we're going to have an amazing session.
Yeah. As soon as it's made public, which will be in the coming days, we'll make sure that yourself and everyone here receives a copy of the link. It will be uploaded to YouTube while it's actually being recorded live there now. So you receive the link to view it again, and it will be on our YouTube channel, the Class of SteelE YouTube channel. So it will be there after that and always. So at any point in time, you can always send persons there to our YouTube channel to watch it. And you can also share the link to others that they may also have the opportunity to watch the recording.
So I once again take this opportunity of thanking all you lovely ladies and gentlemen who are here in this class of SteelE, and I wish you a very warm, beautiful, and a successful day, and an amazing days ahead, free of waste, and stay safe.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. I wish you much success with your program this afternoon.
Bye-bye, and happy Valentine's Day, everybody.
Oh, yes.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Oh, that was a wonderful session. I'm sure you feel pumped and ready to continue. It's been amazing hearing Leela, and it has been amazing hearing you share your comments and your feedback on what it has meant to you. I heard you repeating the word remarkable that she said to us, and we are truly all very remarkable.
Diba, check what is on fire.
Yes.
I don't think anything dangerous is on fire. It's okay.
Yeah, those things happen when we are on Zoom, but we're used to those things happening anyway. So yes, it's been good, to know and be assured and be reminded of who we are, and who we are as individuals is remarkable. All of us unique, and we have wonderful gifts to share. At this time, I will turn over to His Excellency Dr. SteelE, as he will share some comments with you and some remarks with you before we move on to our next speaker, Lady Margaret McNair. So I'll hand over to His Excellency Dr. Michael SteelE.
Thank you so very much, my dear. It is a wonderful day today. Come on, let's see some life in it. Let's see some life. Come on, ladies. I think it is my duty to pump the ladies and get them all excited today. I think we just had a good start. It's been a good start to this morning. Just a bit of information about the class of SteelE briefly. and also a little bit of update on this women's conference that have one or two men present. I actually only noticed that amongst the brave is our Chief of Protocol, His Excellency Dr. Ewers, and one or two others that have braved it to come to a women's conference, not recognizing that we are just in the presence of so much beauty and so much power. And not only that, but so much potential for our future generations to come. Without you ladies, the future is not very bright. So come on, celebrate yourself. Celebrate yourself as a lady. So with that being said, Her Excellency Jeannie SteelE has put this together. I'm so proud of her with regards to the class of SteelE. We do mentoring and training and developing our global leaders, and it's such a blessing to be seated right next to the First Lady, who works tirelessly behind the scenes making this happen. As a matter of fact, I think I must be one of the most luckiest men to have my boss as my wife. So that's a nice thing to have behind the scenes. And the person that at 3 a.m. when I'm trying to figure out, I want to put a presentation, but how do I do this? And at 3 a.m. I can roll over and wake her, hon, are you awake? Are you awake, hon? And we could just get on with putting the classes together. The class of SteelE is actually designed to be a family, a community. The reason why we like individuals to have their video is so individuals can see you. COVID has caused us to be in such an environment of closed away from everybody else. But how many of you appreciate that this is becoming the acceptable norm? Flights and restrictions don't hinder us. Welcome to our front house. Welcome to our home. And that's what we have the opportunity to do with these conferences, seminars, and workshops together. Today is going to be an amazing day for you. We have carefully chosen from our repertoire of individuals that we believe over the years have made significant impacts in our personal lives and also as friends, but beyond that, persons who are making a significant difference in their world. The next speaker, Her Excellency, Her Excellency Lady Margaret McNair, is going to stimulate you. I really want you to be focused, and I want you to recognize that the world has so much to offer. There's so many individuals that are focusing on the well-being of humanity. They're focusing on areas of human rights, areas of drug support, areas on communication, areas on understanding who you are as an individual, and equally areas of finding your place on the earth. With that being said, I'm excited to, if Her Excellency Lady McNair is pleased to come on a little bit early, that we can wave at me, Lady McNair, if you're ready. Are you all ready to come on a little bit earlier because we are running early in our schedule? I think that's a good thing. I'm not sure if it's a good thing to be running early in the schedule, but Her Excellency Lady McNair, I want for you to make yourself available. You're now co-host.
All right.
And Jeannie is going to introduce you and bring you on with us for the next session. So
Ready?
Over to you, Jeannie, to introduce Lady McNair. Go on, bring her on. I'm excited about this one. I've got my notebook here waiting.
Lady Margaret McNair. Welcome, Lady McNair. She
Thank you.
hails from Ireland. She has worked with the Church of Scientology social reform and social betterment programs for over 37 years and all over the world. Currently, Lady McNair is the Executive Director for the Church of Scientology's National Affairs Office in Ireland, where she oversees the distribution and expansion of all 8 of the church's social reform and social betterment programs across the island of Ireland. She has spent 25 years working closely with the church-sponsored Citizen Commission on Human Rights and has been committed to human rights activities. Today, Lady Margaret McNair will present for us From Pain to Empowerment. You're welcome, Lady McNair.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. It's an absolute pleasure to meet you, Jenny. You have a wonderful husband, His Excellency, Dr. Michael SteelE, who I've known now for a considerable amount of time. And I'm delighted to see his new initiative with this class of SteelE. It's an amazing initiative and very well needed in society today. I love the idea of empowering women, of course, and I'm happy to have all the wonderful speakers to share a platform with, and all your wonderful guests. I do hope my presentation is going to give you some food for thought. I do hope that you're going to take away some very valuable tools that you can ensure that you can have a positive and exciting life and not be held down or pulled back by certain individuals. So without further ado, I'd like to proceed. Do I share my screen now, or is that, there we go, just one moment. You have to understand I'm of the old world. And therefore I'm very much a novice on this new technology. So if I get through this, this will be an accomplishment for me today, I can assure you. So do we have everything up on the screen? Can you tell me that? Is everything fine? Good. So that's the first part. Well done, Margaret. Okay. So without further ado, let me proceed on to this subject. I have to preempt it with the fact that some of the material that we're going to be talking about is going to be quite tough, in a way that we're going to be talking about suppression, what holds people back, what prevents people from succeeding. I'm going to be giving you certain traits and characteristics of individuals that would not want a person to succeed, and they have different motivations. So you will find very valuable information in the way that we have put this together. Most of what I'll be presenting you with today comes from a particular course on suppression. And there are a lot of quotes from Mr. Hubbard, who is the founder of Scientology. And I hope it will help you if you are going to go into an entrepreneur way of life. You're going to have to know that there will be people out there that will not want you to succeed. And so today we're going to be looking at that. My title of my particular speech is Maybe You're Not Depressed. Maybe you're just oppressed or suppressed. So first of all, we have to go through and see what oppression and suppression is all about. And that might, you know, be a little on the depressing side, but I can assure you it will come through to a very exciting end. All right, so stay with me. Okay, so just to give you a little bit of a word clearing, the definition of oppress is to crush or burden by abuse of power or authority. To burden a specific race with unjust or cruel restraints and impositions. I think we all have had that in one way or another, and we see that heavily around the world. To burden spiritually or mentally, weigh heavily upon, and to suppress. So this is obviously a very important subject, and how are we going to prevent you as you move forward in your different business developments, how to not be suppressed or oppressed. So what is the definition of suppressed? Well, it's to bring somebody down, to make them feel squashed, to invalidate them, to reduce you in size, and to make you feel smaller. And I'm sure there are days when you have felt like that, and you've experienced people that would tend to create a situation where they would be critical of you, critical of the way you address yourself, the way you present yourself, or they would just generally not want you to succeed. Now we look at the definition of depression. The definition of depression, of course, is feeling of being down, feeling small, tired, sad, unhappy, hopelessness, low self-esteem, and fatigue, apathy, and suicidal. So when we look at depression, depression is actually a symptom of some suppression that you are having in your life. There is something around you that in your environment that is causing you to be depressed. If we look at the global society ruins, we have illegal and prescription drug abuse. This is worldwide now. These are things that will suppress the individual, make the individual feel very small, reduce him in size so that he can't cope. And we're not just looking at illegal drug addiction, we're looking at prescription drug abuse as well. And I can go into that a little bit later. Global human rights violations, well, you have modern day slavery, you have human and sex trafficking. These are all horrible events that are occurring internationally. We have basically all sorts of reports coming out that these activities are on the increase. We have nations at war, the threat of war. We have nuclear talks going on again. This was happening way back in the 50s, and now we have it again in modern day, where people are talking about nuclear testing and nuclear bombs. Not the way to go, very suppressive. And then we have chemical biological warfare. Whether you believe that this COVID pandemic is something that is man-made or an accident, it is a suppression of the people. It is a suppression of cultures and communities. When we look at the burden of disease, this is recently published in The Lancet in October 2020. 10 to 49-year-olds, they suffer from road injuries, headaches, HIV, AIDS, low back pain, and depressive disorders. 50 years old and older, of course, is the heart disease, stroke, and diabetes. These are the major contributors of health loss or deaths. And it's getting younger. You know, I had the misfortune, I have a son who actually had to have a heart transplant in 2019. And the surgeon that was doing the operation, he was telling me that more younger men are having severe heart problems. So, and he was looking at the ages of 35 years. My son was 35 when he had his first heart attack. So disease is something that comes very much from being depressed or somebody putting you down. You tend to get sick, you don't feel well, you don't do well in society, you don't do well in your jobs, and this is what's causing a person to be depressed. So we come to the initial part of the speech. Maybe you're not depressed, you're suppressed. Maybe you are feeling down, feeling squashed, invalidated. If we look at the definition of suppressed earlier, you're reduced in size. I'm sure sitting here, you can all remember a time when somebody put you down. They made you feel bad. They didn't uplift you. And we have all these different depressions, mental health disorders that we are taking drugs for, which is also suppressing the symptoms. So let me just give you a little view on depression. I don't want to go into it too much because that's a whole nother subject. But when you look at depression, post-traumatic stress, anxiety, all these disorders that people are being labeled with, they're not actual diseases as often is reported. If you put depression under a microscope, you cannot see it. It's not there. It's not like a biomarker or where it's cancer, AIDS, you can put it under a microscope and you can see the actual virus or the bacteria. So when you are being labeled with all these disorders and being given sometimes very, very heavy drugs to suppress that symptom, we're never getting to the bottom of depression. And I find depression is a symptom of somebody being suppressed. When we look at man's inhumanity to man, well, I just want to give you a rundown of some of the things that we've seen over the years, and you can see these would definitely cause people to be suppressed or depressed, I should say. So the suppression of Africans from the slave trade and apartheid, suppression of Jews and others from Nazi Holocaust, the suppression of the Maoris in New Zealand, cultural assault on Aboriginal people in Australia, suppression of Indigenous Indians of Canada, suppression of Native American Indians, suppression of the African American people, and the many, many genocides around the world. There's an enormous amount of genocides that people really don't get told about or are not aware of. So these are suppressions of communities, whole countries, all different races. It doesn't always, it involves everyone from black to white to brown, just suppression. And of course, that causes an enormous amount of depression in people and their families and communities. So they have difficulty in that kind of environment to be able to rise up and feel free and be creative and be successful in their work or their environment. In order to be depressed, well, you have to have a suppressor. So the suppressor, and here we go now into the statistics of it. Mr. Hubbard stated, there are certain characteristics and mental attitudes which cause about 20% of a race to oppose violently any betterment activity or group. 20% of the population. 2.5% are truly dangerous. So you're living in a world where 80% of the people are social personalities, but 20% are actually antisocial. So I'm going to show you the 2 or 3 people that are truly dangerous in the 2.5% section. These are famous, well-known antisocial personalities. Oliver Cromwell. Here in Ireland, Oliver Cromwell is probably one of the most hated of all men for Ireland, the islanders. He killed over 1 million Irishmen way back in his reign. He sent people to slave labor in Barbados, and there was over a total, I think, over a total of about 1 million people who died from fighting or disease. Maximilian de Robespierre I'm sorry, I'm just going to go back there. Maximilian de Robespierre, he was the architect of the French Revolution, as many people have said. He was responsible for sending over 17,000 people to their deaths, mainly by guillotine. Very antisocial. And then we know about Hendrik Verwoerd. He was the architect of apartheid in South Africa. And I think many of you will know the harm and destruction and the antisocial actions that this man was responsible for. So these particular 2.5% of the 20% cause a lot of harm, a lot of havoc, a lot of death and non-survival for the people in their communities and countries. So they have these antisocial traits. So I'm just going to give you the definition of trait: a distinguishing quality or characteristic. There are 12 traits that you can know them by. I'm going to go through these with you, and then I will take you through the traits of the social personality so that you can see how they are the opposite of the antisocial personality. So the first trait is he or she speaks only in very broad generalities. It will be everyone knows. They're all crazy, mad, or terrible people. It's never a specific. People are, and you can put a derogatory comment there, or action. One of my favorite ones is spokesperson for the company said. You see this regularly in newspapers. They never give you the specific. It's always a spokesperson, and you're left wondering who that spokesperson actually is. And for the social personality, you can question that, but an antisocial personality will be very general and not give you any specific. Everybody thinks. We all know. Here you probably had comments made to you. Well, we all know that. I had a comment many, many years ago, which actually horrified me. And when I was starting out in this type of human rights work, I was actually told that we all know that Black people cannot be educated. And with that, I was horrified. I obviously, as a social personality, I didn't believe it. And I've quoted that many, many times to people. And these are the things that these type of people will promote. All right. Another quote, I was told that Blacks, again, a generality, are lazy. They don't want to work. These are common things that will be put out by the antisocial personality about cultures. As an English person in Ireland, you have many different cultures here, and people they don't like the British. Well, it's not all the British. The British did terrible things to the Irishmen. So we all know that the British are bad. That's kind of like one of the things that would be stated here, or the British were very bad or did very bad things to us. But there's not who are the specific people that did that. And then, another one would be, oh, the people. So when we're talking about this antisocial trait, it's very important to not use generalities, but to use specifics, all right? Number 2, this antisocial personality is such a person deals mainly in bad news, critical or hostile remarks, invalidation, and general suppression. All right. Have you ever wanted to be something and then somebody has come along and told you, well, maybe you're not suited for that. Maybe you should be something else. I know kids are often told, I want to be a footballer, or I want to be an artist or a musician. And families will say, no, you don't want to do that. You're not you know, you need to be something else. You need to be a wage earner and bring in a proper job. Always creating hostile remarks or invalidation of the person when they're trying to create and be inventive and very artistic, they will be put down. And the artist, by the way, is very, very subject to the antisocial personality. They are a magnet for pulling these type of people in. And I'll go into this a little bit more on one of the other slides. But the artist gets heavily criticized, and sometimes that will stop him from doing his art. And the artists, after all, I believe, are, you know, they put our future there. So they're very, very important people. And every single person has a talent and is an artist in their own way. So you may not be an icon or very popular, but you are artists. We are creators, and we create our own life, our own destiny. So we don't want to put you down. Number 3, the antisocial personality alters to worsen communication when he or she relays a message or news. All right. In this particular personality, we've all seen the news, the fake news that comes out. A spokesperson says, or they will alter, take out of context, or literally character assassinate people that they don't want you to know about. I know that Scientology has been very subject to press that is misquoted, outright lies, and a lot of untruths have been told about the religion, and myself even when I've been in the news many, many years ago. So fake news is something that is a particular way of altering or worsening communication. And this is very, very prominent in the antisocial personality. Number 4, a characteristic, and one of the sad things about an antisocial personality is that it does not respond to treatment or reform. You'll find they will promise to get well if you're trying to help an antisocial personality. They will do everything to assure that they are going to change, or if you're threatening to divorce them, or you're threatening to leave them or fire them if you employ them, they will do everything to tell you that they're going to reform or change, and then they do nothing. If they're sick, they don't get well fast. They tend to not respond to treatment. Surrounding such a personality, we find coward or ill associates or friends who, when not driven, actually insane, are yet behaving in a crippled manner in life. They're failing, not succeeding. All right. They tend to not do well. Drugs, alcohol is used as a replacement to get the highs in life that they need. So we see different family members, we see our associates not doing well. And this, if you have to look around into the different environment to see if somebody is actually suppressing the person or making them feel that they cannot succeed. So there will be antisocial personalities in that person's environment. Luckily, because they are only 20% of the population, they're not too many. You know, you may have one, or if you're unfortunate enough to have 2, then, you know, that person is not going to be doing well in life at all. They can be roller coastering. One day they're up and the next day they're down, or, you know, a few months up or a few months down, but they will roller coaster under such force or suppression. So number 6, the antisocial personality habitually selects the wrong target. This is very interesting. You had a very good day today. And if you are unfortunate to have an antisocial personality, either as your boss or a husband or a wife, he will come home and target you. You know, you make him a beautiful meal and he will be angry, you know, and attack you for the meal being cold, or you always make the same stuff. He will wrong target the person instead of being the cause of his upset. So you see him often kicking the cat rather than taking responsibility for his actions. You know, he will have done something during the day that may have not been very nice or whatever. He'll come home. Or if you have an unfortunate situation where you have an employee who is antisocial, he will habitually wrong target you or other members of the staff for economics. You know, if the business is not doing well, he won't be responsible for that. It'll be your fault or somebody else's fault. All right. So that's number 6. Okay. The antisocial cannot finish a cycle of action. Ladies, this is not a, this picture is not saying that women don't do their chores. It just gives you an example where an antisocial personality will start something but cannot finish it. We see this in all sorts of different ways. He will start a business, but it will never actually get anywhere or succeed. There will be projects that he will start, maybe building a house, painting a room. It never, ever gets finished. It will always lie in some disarray. So an antisocial personality cannot finish a cycle of action. And that's one of the traits that you see quite often. Number 8, many antisocial personalities freely confess to the most alarming crimes when forced to do so, but will have no faintest sense of responsibility for them. Yes, you know, I did beat the wife or hit the kids, or I did, you know, steal the company money, but there'll always be a justification and there will always be no sense of responsibility for the crimes or the actions that he takes, which are destructive. The antisocial personality supports only destructive groups and rages against and attacks any constructive or betterment group. And we see here a good example of that would be the Ku Klux Klan, a very destructive group. Antisocial personalities will support that type of group and have done so in the past. And I'm sure you can think of many examples of the different types of groups that are antisocial. Number 10, this type of personality approves only of destructive actions and fights against constructive actions or helpful actions or activities. We see the destruction of property. We see the destruction of any artistic people. We see burning of books. You know, there's a whole support now of getting, you know, the race theories into schools. Is that destructive? Well, you have to decide that or not. I feel it is destructive, and I think, you know, that's supporting destructive actions. Number 11, helping others is an activity which drives the antisocial personality berserk. But activities, however, which destroy in the name of help are closely supported. I have a picture here of a woman having ECT. I happen to believe that's a very, very destructive activity because it leaves the person with memory loss, brain damage. But this is all given funding, a lot of funding throughout the year by different governments, and it's supported. It clearly is not something that would help a person long-term if you're reducing her capabilities to not memorize or have her memories or be able to function well in society. Very often people under mental health need government support, taxpayer support, and it reduces a person to function well. So that would be an activity which would destroy in the name of help. And I'm sure you can think of many others. And number 12, the antisocial personality has a bad sense of property and conceives that the idea that anyone owns anything is a pretense made up to fool people. Nothing is ever really owned. A criminal believes you don't own anything, so it's okay to break into your house and rob you. It's okay to beat a person up, rape a woman, and they will own up to these things if you sit them down and isolate them and get them to tell you. They will own up. They're very overt about that. So the basic reason the antisocial personality behaves as he or she does lies in a hidden terror of others. They're terrified that other people, they theorize that survival itself, it depends on keeping others down or keeping people ignorant. You've all seen the bully in the school. These are things that would be the traits of an antisocial personality. The reason being that they have to be in very often very high places so that they control people, they can run havoc with people, and you will find them very often in governments or positions of power. All right. The bulk of such people exhibit no outward signs of insanity. As we know, Hitler, he took his country out of unemployment. He was very charismatic according to the German people. They appear quite rational. They can be very, very convincing. All right, so sometimes they are often hard to detect. A social personality, by the way, will instinctively know that there is something wrong with this person around them that's giving them trouble, but they haven't been able to pinpoint or isolate what their traits are or how to inspect or investigate to see what you're dealing with. So, but inherently, these people are not good. The people that I'm showing you today are of the 2.5%, but when you're dealing with the 20%, not all of them are dangerous or murderers or killers or anything like that. They can be just a husband. And intelligence has nothing to do with the antisocial personality either. They can be stupid, they can be intelligent, they can be mediocre. So intelligence has nothing to do with it. All right. Another antisocial activity was from Harry Truman, the then president of the United States in 1945, ordered the atomic bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in Japan. So just to give you examples of some of the insanity that antisocial people can cause, it well behooves us to know the traits of an antisocial personality. And if you think they're all men, because I've shown you most men, I'm going to show you some women. So Mary, Queen Mary, she died in 1558. She murdered all the Protestants in England and was nicknamed Bloody Mary. The Nazi wife, Ilse Koch, she killed Jewish inmates in the concentration camps and made lampshades and other household items out of their skin. Now, one might ask here, wow, And if you're sitting there right now and you're saying, I have some of these antisocial personality traits, oh my God, am I antisocial? I mean, that was the first thing that I thought about when I was reading these traits, and I was going through and I was getting really, 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 really concerned because, you know, I sometimes don't complete cycles of action. I often use the word they or them or whatever in speech. So it's important to know that the list above consists of things which such people cannot detect in themselves. They cannot detect at all. So they cannot have self-criticism. They cannot introspect on their own wrong deeds. Like I said earlier, they will own up to the most alarming crimes, but they will not take responsibility for them. They almost have to be right, because being wrong is something that they cannot own up to in their own mind. Like if you look at the social personality, they want to survive. Well, in their own mind, they want to survive also. Now, this is so true that if you thought you found yourself in one of the above, you most certainly are not antisocial. You are not. So you can all have relief now, as I'm sure you're sitting there going, oh, all right, am I antisocial or not? So that was a nice relief for me. When I read that, I thought, oh my God, maybe I'm not antisocial after all. And then I started really inspecting the people around me. And when I first learned about this, which was, you know, when I first got into Scientology 37 years ago, I was having a particular trouble with a person who was very suppressive towards me and my son. And I was not doing well. I was constantly down. I was feeling bad. I was getting sick. My son, he actually introduced my son to drugs. And I was, you know, as a mother, very concerned. So when I started looking at the different traits of this individual, I recognized that he had a number of these traits, right? So we're going to take that up in a little bit later. Things are not likely to get much better so long as the 20% of the population is permitted to dominate and injure the lives and enterprise of the remaining 80%. That's just a fact. People are not going to be, they're not going to get better. Depression is going to continue to go on the increase. We have all these suicide rates, self-harm, people really generally harming themselves, not doing well. You know, they're trying to survive. They're trying to start new businesses. They're trying to create their marriages, bring up their children. But if they have these particular personalities around them, they're going to have a difficult time. So are we asking the right question? When you see the pain and man's inhumanity to man, the question usually asked by a social personality or people with conscience is why? Why do men treat men and women treat men and women this way? What is it that causes that? Well, the question should be, ladies and gentlemen, who? We have to start asking who, not why. This will tell you why, but the question is who. So now I wanted to take you through the social personality, because he is the most important person we have to protect, all right? The social personality can be defined most easily by the comparison with his opposite, the antisocial personality, all right? So number one, the social personality, as said earlier, is specific in relating circumstances. Joan Joe said, the Star newspaper reported, Mary Jane, spokesperson for the company, says. Number two, the social personality is eager to relay good news and reluctant to relay bad. Again, we get the newspaper, spreading bad news. And you know, ladies and gentlemen, if you stop reading newspapers for about 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and don't listen to any news, any newspaper, I assure you, any depression or feeling down that you may have will be lifted. It will go. So if you look at newspapers, they relay nothing but a worsening condition of societies. They're not uplifting. Positive news is something I don't think they don't even know, have a definition for, and probably couldn't print. I mean, they try to print positive news, but there's always a twist or a bent to make negative news against it. So a social personality will relay good news and will be very reluctant to relay bad. Yeah, they will even try to change the way that the news is passed on. So number 3, a social personality passes communication without much alteration, and if deleting anything, tends to delete injurious matters. So they will want you not to be upset. They will want you to, they will be very careful in the words that they say to you. If they have to impart bad news, they will try to put it in a way that it would be less harmful or less hurtful to you. That would be a social personality. And I'm sure you can think of times that you've done that with somebody that you've had to partake bad news to, right? So number 4, the treatment and reform work well on a social personality. They tend to get well. They do well in life, and if they're sick, they will recover and respond to treatment. Whereas an antisocial personality, as I said before, will promise to change or reform or do better, and that will never happen. On the last slide, just to sort of go back there a minute, you know, you try to get help for this person and encourage them to get help because you see that they are miserable, they're not happy, they're always complaining or not doing well themselves in life. And if you try to give them treatment or get treatment for them, they'll just prolong it. They won't do well. So number 5, the friends and associates of a social personality tend to be well, happy, and of good morale. And this is so true. I'm sure you can remember times that when you were doing lots of good things, friends and associates were all encouraging you, doing well, helping to make sure that your survival and your activities were supported to the ultimate that you would succeed. And that would be the social personality. Whereas the antisocial would be the opposite. You would have ill, coward, and obviously failing people around them. The social personality tends to select correct targets for correction. He or she will take absolute full responsibility. Even when they do something wrong, they will be accountable. You know, have you ever had an accident in this with a car, or and the person hasn't been around that you could talk to or tell, look, I've bumped your car or I've scratched your car? A social personality will keep a note on the window or call the person if there's a phone number and let them know that they have, you know, dented a car. If you lose a purse or a handbag, a social personality will hand it in so that you can get it back, or will call you that they have it. What a relief that is. The social personality will complete cycles of action, and cycles of action begun are ordinarily completed by the social personality, if possible. So you look at, I love this particular photo. 18 big wins by age of 18. He can definitely complete cycles of action. When you're starting a business, you put on this conference today, a cycle of action, it goes completely well. You can complete cycles of action, all right? Very important. The social personality is ashamed of his misdeeds and reluctant to confess them. He takes responsibility for his errors, however, all right? If we do something wrong, we get ashamed. If an antisocial does something wrong, he boasts or is proud of it or has a covert hostility that he's not responsible for it anyway. So with a social personality, it's even difficult for you to confess because you're reluctant to be seen in a bad way. But you will take responsibility for your errors and you will own up. If you do something wrong, you will say sorry. If you criticize or hurt somebody's feelings, you will tell them that you're sorry to hurt their feelings. You will try to make amends in some way. This number 9 is the social personality supports constructive groups and tends to protest or resist destructive groups. Social personalities will be very involved in the community, in the areas that they work. They like to join groups that help others. We had Ebony, the Ebony group. The lady there was talking about her helping of the children. They will support constructive groups and help each other. And number 10, destructive actions are protested by the social personality. He assists constructive or helpful actions. So you have people who do harm, he will protest that. He will stand up and fight. But one thing that you have to know, with 80% of the population being social, they have a difficult time in confronting the evil that antisocial personalities partake in society. And that is one of the reasons why you will see antisocials always speaking up on, let's say, comments on websites and things like that. The social personality is so busy usually getting on with life and doing things that, you know, you don't often see them commenting or being involved with that kind of activity. But they will get involved in community work and things like that, all right? Destructive actions are protested by the social personality. He assists constructive or helpful actions. Well, we see that. This particular event today, well, this is a constructive or helpful event where it's giving people knowledge, education to empower them. It's not destructive in any way. Maybe my subject is destructive, but it's giving you knowledge on how to confront this evil, which in our society, if we don't confront it, we're going to have serious problems. And number 11, the social personality helps others. They like to help others and actively resist acts which harm others. It is inherent in all of us to want to help others. A social, and even with the antisocial personality, as I said and explained earlier, he in his own warped way believes what he is doing is survival to him and helping others. He just goes about it in the wrong way, in harming the person. Number 12, the social personality. Property is property of someone to the social personality, and its theft or misuse is prevented or frowned upon. So, like I said, if you've lost a purse or a bag or something belonging to you, a social personality will do everything possible to get that purse back to you An antisocial personality is most likely to see if there's money in it, take the money, and then throw the purse away and all your credit cards with it. So those are the different traits. So the basic motivation, and this is really, really important, and where we can start seeing the division of the two characteristics. The basic motivation, the social personality naturally operates on the basis of the greatest good of the individual. The basic clue to the social personality is not really his successes, but his motivation. You can't recognize these social personality often because he's successful. We have a lot of successful people that are antisocial, but it's his motivations, and this is a key thing. So the social personality, when successful, is often a target for the antisocial. And by this reason, he may fail. So we look at some of the wonderful artists we've had all over the years. We've had Marilyn Monroe, Elvis Presley, Michael Jackson. Then we had Amy Winehouse. And of course, let me see here, the wonderful Whitney Houston, all very talented, had wonderful voices, brought happiness to millions of people with their art, their music, and they unfortunately was a target of antisocial personalities. So it's very important for the artist to know and recognize these particular traits. Very important. And you can look at the different artists that I've just named there, and there are hundreds of them. I'm sure you can think of many of your favorite artists that have gone down through drugs or being very ill or plane crashes or something terrible has happened to them. If you look around them easily, you will see that there are people there that are of antisocial nature. Very important to recognize. The social personality wants to survive and wants others to survive, whereas the antisocial personality really and covertly wants others to succumb. And just because a man rises above his fellows or takes an important part does not make him an antisocial personality. It just doesn't. People will try to make him as one. The antisocial personality will. They will try to put him down. But a truly social personality, well, how do you recognize him? It is his motives in doing so and the consequences of his acts which distinguishes the antisocial from the social. It's the consequences of his acts and his motives. All right? That's very key when you're determining who's antisocial. We have to protect the social personality. Unless we can detect the social personality and hold him safe from undue restraint and detect also the antisocial and restrain him, our societies will go on suffering from insanity, criminality, and war. And man and civilization will not endure. These particular antisocial personalities, if they get in positions of power, become presidents, we've all seen them. We've seen leaders that have taken us down the wrong road, that have created genocide within their people. I mean, these are the people that are dangerous in positions of power, and they can actually wipe out whole cultures. We compare the opposite. Any investigation of a social personality or an antisocial personality, if you're just looking at the traits of the antisocial personality and not comparing them with the social personality, because the antisocial personality has a majority of antisocial characteristics, as we see here. And the social personality has a majority of the social characteristics. So you have to compare them both. And any test that only looks at the antisocial personality is itself a suppressive test. So you can't, just look at the traits on one section. You've got to look at both of them, because you'll find people tend to have, may have traits in both of them. And you have to look at the majority. It's very, very important. All right. So I want to, as I come to the end of the of my speech, I hope it's not too short, and I've given lots of data. I've tried to talk a lot there, Dr. Michael, I'm going to call you. I want to leave you with a quote from L. Ron Hubbard. He says, "There are those who try to do right and those who specialize in wrong. And upon these facts and characteristics, you can know them." So with that particular quote, we go back to the beginning of the subject. And I just want to say that knowing them well can really save your life. It can be whether you succeed in life or you fail in life. If you're not doing well, if you're having trouble with expanding, creating, and having people or someone come in and stop you or natter about you to somebody else, your employer, and then you get into trouble, you have to know these characteristics. And if you know them, you will succeed. You will not be depressed. You will not have failures in your life. You'll have more successes. Yes, you will have barriers to go through when you're doing anything. We all do. But those barriers will be much easier to confront and much easier to resolve if you know these characteristics. And so with that, I will just, in closing, there is a free online course you can do at volunteerministers.org, totally free, no obligation, and it'll give you a lot more data on the antisocial personality and the social personality. Remember, 80% of us are social. I'm sure we're all social personalities in this group today, because we wouldn't be here because this group is all about helping others. And if you're antisocial, you wouldn't want to be part of this group. So just remember that 80% of the population are social and want to get on in life. They want to survive. They want to help others. They want to be part of their communities. They are inherently good. And so, leaving you with that, I'm going to thank everybody for such an incredible speech. I hope you've enjoyed my talk. Some of it was probably a little hard to confront, but that is what you're going to have to do if you want to detect and really isolate those antisocial elements in your life and the communities. Even remember, your children can come across these antisocial personalities in schools. I had a teacher when I was younger who was very antisocial, took great joy in using the cane on her pupils. So these people can be everywhere. And you can think that they're doing the best because they're very convincing that what they're doing is right, but actually they're very suppressive. You would have to do the test. So thank you very much, Dr. Michael. Thank you, Jenny. I hope you got a lot out of it as well. And if you want to ask me questions, of course, I'm very open to that. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right.
Okay, you can stop it.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes,
try
we
to stop her
can.
screen
Can
share.
you stop your screen share, please?
Oh, yes,
Yes.
sorry, I forgot about that.
That's okay.
There we go.
Ah, good. I'm seeing your beautiful face in full view now. Thank you.
Well, I
Thank you.
almost got it right, 99.9%.
Well done.
Anyway,
Well done. Well done. You did it wonderfully. You did.
I wasn't born in the age of being a computer geek or an IT person.
But
Maybe
you were,
next lifetime, I will come back to that.
you were pretty flawless anyway, so no one knows any different than you
Thank you.
saying it.
Thank you. That was an absolute challenge for me to be able to do this because it's a long time since I've done it. And
Okay.
so I'm very happy. Thank you.
I'm glad you're happy. I'm glad you had the opportunity as well. It has been a wonderful presentation. You've done wonderfully at navigating the technology, and it has all been perfectly delivered. I have one question before I open the floor.
Yes.
In Barbados, if you're going to join the police force or the military, one of the things they do is they come to your community, they come to the individual who is interested in entering the forces community and asks about your behavior and so on, to see what if you're antisocial or what's your connection in your community. Looking at that, and then looking at a business now. You're starting a business or you're running a business and you're looking at hiring people. You know, you will always be hiring people. How can you detect that characteristic from earlier on, rather than having to, because I guess a lot of times people would learn about the character when the person is actually in the job, and then you have to either try to reprimand them, help them, or fire them. But how can you go about looking and seeing that this is the characteristic or the character of the person, and how can we spot it early on and deal with it, decide either to not go with the person or to go with the person, depending.
Right. So that's very good question, and very important one. You will find that the antisocial personality has a problem with the subject of help. He doesn't want to help. His motivation is to harm or destroy. A social personality's motivation is to help and uplift and help people to survive better. Very often during an interview, you can, talk about what are his views on, helping the organization and helping, touch on the subject of help in some way and ask some questions regarding help. And you will get very interesting answers, because they tend to openly speak of the truth in their viewpoint, right? So they will openly admit, well, do you think people can be helped? Do you think the company can grow? I mean, things like that would involve the subject of help. And you will find that they will have some very interesting views that may be in opposition to what yours are. So that's one way you can do that. You can also, I'm not really in favor of all these tick box assessments for people and stuff. I think two-way communication is probably one of the key things to finding out what people are all about. On the little course, there's a lot more data than I've given you in this particular subject. So you will be able to pick up, his lifestyle. What does he like to do? Things like that. So that's one way you can certainly know. Yeah.
Yes.
Does that answer the question?
Of course it has.
The biggest thing is that they do not like to help. They have an anti-button on helping. And so that would be one very key thing that I would be looking for.
Right. Thank you very much. That answer has certainly been helpful. Yes. Thank you so much. Okay, now I will open the floor to any questions and our comments. I see Adiola with her hand up. Adiola, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for today's presentation. Honestly, I'm really blessed. I have a question, but before my question, I just want to say something on what she just said, that someone who has who has an antisocial personality does not want to be helped. And it's true, because I used to have a staff, who I discovered late that she had antisocial personality. I try all my best to actually help her to change from it, but she didn't really want to be helped. She didn't want to be helped. And in the long run, I had to let her go. So I think, when we discover that kind of a thing in our environment or where we belong to, I think the best thing is to let the person go, so that he or she will not be influencing others. She was actually handling children. And, it took me a long time before I knew that she was actually doing a lot of damage in their midst. So, but in the long run, I had to let her go. Now, my question is, sometimes our children, just like you say, sometimes our children, come across those who have this anti-social personality, and, being that they maybe in the school or in their working place, and, sometimes they find themselves walking towards that kind of lifestyle. How do we do to help them? And I want to say this, before you respond, as you were showing the slide, I was screenshotting it and I was sending it to my children, so that I know they're not here, so that they can benefit from it, because I know that, it's something I need to pass across to them. And once the link is shared, I'm going to send it to them, because I want them to benefit, because I know that they meet a lot of people around them. So how do we help them? Not to walk in that line. As you were talking, I was just trying to identify one or two things in my son, trying to identify one or two things in my daughter, and I know that God is helping them. But how do we help them as parents? Not to fall victims, of that kind of personality. Thank you very much.
Very good. Excellent question. Children get very bullied at school. Parents, or, they come home and maybe say something about, they're getting a lot of problems from a teacher, or they're afraid to say things because they get threatened if they say things. Then, abusive teachers, or teachers that are involved in some sexual activity with children or something like that, they're afraid to say. Again, it's this, be able to see that these children specifically are just young adults in small bodies, that's all. And they have to be listened to, they have to be heard. This whole system of children should be heard and not seen, or should be seen and not heard, is foolish. We must listen to the children. If you find that your child wants to express something, believe them and get them to tell you more about it, obviously. And then you, as an adult, having this information, can yourself be able to distinguish maybe that, you can stand with your daughter and take somebody with you if you feel that you need to have some representative with you, somebody who's alike and understands the subject. And then again, you should always track or keep a list or something written to show, when your child comes home and the child is not happy, looking depressed, looking squashed, bent, falling over his studies and not wanting to go to school. These are all indicators that something is happening in that school that is not right. Whether it be a student, a teacher, you have to pull that out. You have to be aware and you have to ask them the question. But most of all, you have to be that person that's willing to go in and confront that particular situation. And sometimes, often, if you have a teacher or a headmistress who can be antisocial, then you have to be willing to confront them. You have to be very strong. And again, you confront them with the allegations of that child. And sometimes it can get to the point, unfortunately, where you may have to take that child out of that school to protect them. But your first duty as a mother must be to protect that child. That child is a social personality, and you don't want to make them into something that is failing in life and can't succeed. They become a burden to yourself, to society. And it's very quick to label children. We have about 20 million children worldwide that are labeled with all these different disorders, you know, ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Well, they're just behaviors. They're not, there's no medical basis for this at all. And I'm sorry, but I'm a firm believer that it's just a complete profit-driven activity that allows children to be drugged with very harmful drugs that can cause them to become more suppressed and more depressed. And they're drugged with drugs that have known links to suicide. So what are we doing with our young children here? So that I would be very careful of, and I wouldn't allow anybody to label them with any disorder except label me sane. I am sane. And what I say, I need to be listened to. A child is innocent. And unless, unfortunately, sometimes a child can be antisocial, the worst thing to do is to tell them negatively and invalidate them that they're stupid, they're bad, they're this, they're that. These are all labels that we don't like, we don't want, we don't need. It's an invalidation. But if you touch on their good points and enforce those good points, you are good, you are bright, you are talented, you have a creative ability. You know, we look at the artist just as an example. It's easy to show you. We have an ability to see the creativeness. They may be eccentric. That doesn't make them antisocial. You know, they may have wild ideas or wild dreams. It doesn't make them antisocial. You have to just understand that. So as a parent, as a mother, or as an employee, you can be that very sane person in that environment that can help that child. Does that answer your question? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Lady Margaret. I believe maybe you did answer the question. The next person we have is Bishop Dr. Comfort Adu. Dr. Comfort, kindly unmute yourself, please.
Can you hear you?
Are you hearing me? Are you hearing me, Bishop Comfort? Are you hearing me?
Turn it on mute. Turn it on mute. It's not switching on mute.
Unmute yourself, please. I think she's trying to unmute.
Oh, good morning, everyone.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for allowing me to make some comments. I also say thank you, Margaret, for a wonderful presentation you have made. In fact, this world is full of a whole lot of things. And sometimes I reckon or even think that, well, how can we make this world much better? But these are some of the ways that we can make it better. As you have brought up this topic, I was looking at how we can, or how it can be eradicated, but yet you answered it through Her Excellency's question. And I was saying that, you know, when we bring up a child, it is not an easy way. One has to be very concentrated on everything that the person does. We sometimes leave the children to the teachers, and teachers also, in some of the other times, do not have time for their children. All that they have time is to get the work done and then have their money. But one thing is that when you said something that I was very happy that when you say negative things to a person, it doesn't help, it doesn't encourage the person, doesn't motivate the person, doesn't help the person to do a better thing. So it's like unwinding the clock. If we see that a child is having some traits of antisocial, then what we have to do is to try to incorporate good things into the child. Like as you were saying, if the person is even bad, you look at the good things in him or her and say, oh, you are this good, or you can do this, you are getting better. And I think such things help. Now, to live with people of such nature, it is very, very unpleasant. I remember somewhere in school time, we had a teacher who is very interested in caning children. When even you get once a question wrong, you definitely fall in his prey. And sometimes he just walk into the school in white, meaning that that is his day. And such a person to cope with will be very, very difficult. And I was thinking that how can somebody who has grown so to that state, how can you change his mindset? How can you put him in the proper shape? Then who will say that if the Lord has not met him, then he will definitely go to his grave with such a character. And I am so much happy about the way you are treating this topic. I'm thinking that the best thing also for parents to do is and I started watching, looking at everything that the child does. We have to also to follow the children to wherever they go, especially to their schools. Regular visits in the school can help keep up a child. I didn't know that one of my children was going to be an antisocial if I have not gone to the school. The school was so packed at that time. The teacher does not have time for the pupils. And then as soon as I got into the room, I greeted the teacher. And then I pointed to my son. He said, oh, is that your son? Well, he's the worst student in my class. I don't like him at all. And so thank you so much. So the following day, we just removed the child from the school and placed him in another school, not knowing that because the place was so crowded, the child couldn't hear anything. And he was good at drawing. So as the teacher is teaching, then he is also drawing. And then when the teacher tells her back, then all the school children will be laughing at her. So that was what put her up. So I thank God that if I have not gone to the school, my child would have been an antisocial, because during that period, when he comes to me, he was very quiet. If you ask anything, he will not answer. And then he will continue to do whatever he's doing. So these traits can be kept up if we monitor our children and then try to follow them up wherever they go. I think it will be of better. Thank you so much, Madam Margaret.
Thank you. I think that's very, very true. I followed a lot of what you were saying, but there was a little bit of a I don't know what you call it, you know, when you can't hear properly some of the words. I don't know what the technical phrase for it is, but anyway, there was a lapse in the communication. But let me just say, from what I did hear, it's all about, I think, education. And if we start educating people rather on suppression, you know, rather than people are being depressed and then look for the who and instead of the why, all these labels, all these depressions will have a new meaning, and people will be educated on, well, let's look for who's suppressing this person, all these mental disorders will disappear. People will know they're suppressed, and they won't be labeled depression. They can absolutely come out of that depression knowing that somebody has recognized that there is a suppressor in this person's environment, and we find that and help the person. If teachers are educated on antisocial personalities, and they do have an antisocial personality in their class, the children have to be able to freely go to the teacher or go to the head of the school and talk about that, one of the school bullies or whatever. And if that bully will not reform or will not be treated properly, they should take him out of the school. If you eliminate these antisocial personalities out of our society, societies will endure. They will live and they will survive, and the culture will be completely lifted. We will be in a new state of beingness as cultures, and people will be happy. They will be creative. They will be talented. Everybody will be getting along with each other. I mean, it's an ideal scene, but it's something to work towards. But it all starts with educating. Get off all these labels of stress, anxiety, depression. I mean, trust me, I have a very stressful job. Nobody gets more attacked as a Scientologist than I do, by the antisocial personalities. Most people that I meet on a one-on-one, like today, like what I do. They see that I'm helping. I have a personal experience where, I was involved with a drug rehabilitation center a couple of years ago, and I was helping to get addicts through this particular program. And it was the most humbling experience that I'd ever experienced. I got 16 people through that program, and they were back in the communities with their families, with their children. And nobody can tell me that what I am as a Scientologist or whatever religion you are, that you are antisocial, whether you're a Muslim, a Baptist, or a Christian. All of these are just labels at the end of the day. They're all labels. What we are citizens of the world. And we are brothers and sisters, whatever culture, whatever creed, or whatever race. It is the antisocial that will spread the hostile, critical remarks and the negativity into the society. If people are educated against these two different characteristics, life will be a lot different on this planet. And that's where we're going with it. And I think children, if they get to learn very early that there will be people that will try to put them down, and when they get bullied, spot them immediately. When they have an antisocial teacher, spot them immediately, and then they can come home and they can freely discuss that. And then as a group, as a community group, they will make sure that that antisocial personality is detected and removed out of the vicinity of the social personality. And I think that's the way, I hope that that's the way it will go in the future. I really do. All right, thank you.
Thank you, thank you, Lady Margaret McNair, for that. I need to apologize. We're only going to take one more question or comment because we're running a bit behind time, and we have our next presenter waiting. So I will ask Agnes to give her question or comment. Ruth, I see you. My apologies to you. Kindly put your message. You can put it in the chat and we'll try to respond to you there. Dr. Ewers as well, please forgive us, but we have to keep on moving, so you can put your message in the chat. Thank you so much. Agnes, are you still there? Kindly unmute yourself, please. Thank you.
Hello, Agnes.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Please, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Your presentation has been very wonderful, but I have a question. Throughout the questions that were asked, I realized that most often with the antisocial person, you say to ignore the person or move out, like in the case of a child, if it becomes difficult, you take the child out of school. But assuming the person is very close, a close relation that you cannot ignore. Like for instance, you have a direct working relation with the person, or the person is a spouse. How would you deal with such an antisocial personality? And then I want to know whether if the antisocial traits, they are inherited. Probably you can take it from your parents, or it's just strictly the environment you come across with. Thank you.
Very good questions. Very good questions. Well, having been married to an antisocial personality, I can tell you it was very difficult. And this was obviously before I became a Scientologist. And I didn't know what I was dealing with. I just knew that the person was very destructive, had a very good job. He was a captain of a tugboat. So in the end, it just got to the point where I was becoming sick and unwell, and I was not doing well in life, and I had to make a decision, and my son wasn't doing well in life. So I made the decision that basically I was going to divorce or move away from that person, which I did. Not everybody can do that. Not everybody can do that. You'll find that if you tend to find that these people, even though they look to have a lot of courage, they don't have a lot of courage. If you actually can stand up to them and confront them with their deeds or whatever, or get a group of you around you to support you, then you stand a better chance. But knowing what they are, you can expect that your quality of life could be very, very difficult. So you have to make decisions on that at some point. One of the things, of course, is having these types of knowledge before you get involved in relationships as well would be very, very important, to be able to check the person out before you marry them or whatever. You can, during your courting stage, you can ask such questions. What are your views on children? What are your views on helping people? What are your views on this, that, and the other? And do a really good finding out before you get involved in the relationship. At the end of the day, the antisocial personality could possibly take you down a road you don't want to go. So, you can have depressions or become mentally ill, or you have to look a lot at, Mr. Hubbard even says, many of the people in the mental health institutions are there because of antisocial personalities. So you have to decide on the greatest good, whether being with that person is going to uplift you and keep you going, and build your survival, or is he going to put it down? And then you have to find a network of people. Like if you decide you're going to leave that person or move away, will the family be able to support you, or friends will be able to support you through that particular process? It's very difficult, very difficult. I understand that. I decided that I was going to move me and my son away from that particular environment, which I was very happy to do. What was your other question? Did that answer it? Yeah.
The other question, I believe she was asking about if it's inherited, if the traits are inherited by children.
No, I think it's not. I think you can just find that one child, for whatever reason, will tend to have antisocial attributes. There's it's hard to explain, but I think I'm a believer in the subject of past lives and things like that. And I think if you have sometimes, if you have an antisocial personality that's been doing bad things, he can be doing bad things in this lifetime as well. That might not be a reality for a lot of people, but I think for me, it answers a lot of questions. So if you're unfortunate to have or give birth to a child and those personality traits are there, then we can say that, you know, the good thing is, I do want to stress, they can change if you keep persisting and if you don't punish them. Punishment is not an issue here. I'm not advocating that we punish these people, but they need to be restrained from hurting others. That's what I think the key thing is. If you give them a lot of punishment, you will make them worse. You can even make them into antisocial personalities through the punishment. And I tend to think that, you know, young children that become antisocial sometimes have been punished or harmed in some way that they then become hostile or manifest those types of behaviors and will become antisocial if people keep harming them in some way. So it's a very interesting subject. A lot of, you know, and I still learn. I meet people all the time that are unfortunately antisocial and the different ways of handling them. But, you know, we are compassionate. We have a lot of love and affinity to give, and we can give that. But at the same time, we shouldn't be allowing them to destroy us or insult us or invalidate us or do us harm. Yeah.
Thank you so very much, Lady McNair, for such a wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
And you've really driven home some of the points that were really needed for us to understand clearly the dynamics between the social and the antisocial. But you've also given us food for thought. Added to the food for thought, you've also created an environment where I think we're going to need to schedule you for a special session specifically dealing with this area at your appointed time, sometime later in the year at your convenience. We would love to have you if you would so be privileged to say yes to that invitation to come and join us again.
How can I refuse?
Martin is witnessing. Martin is here with us. And I think we have a unanimous, how many of us say we want to have a session on this again with Margaret, Lady McNair? Yeah. Yes. One quick thing, Ruth said, she was just saying that she wanted to add that parents must be the best friends of their children in everything that is happening, because that adds value to the relationship. And as a matter of fact, it helps them in discovering themselves as they go forward.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, the family is the family is the entity that creates stability in communities, right? And if you can build solid foundations with families and children, you will have a wonderful community. The community spirit, the community engagement, people helping one another. If you weed out these type of personalities, or at least understand them or know them, then you can prevent a lot of harm or a lot of depressions or upsets in your environment. And it is having a community that's fully educated on understanding this. And rather than having all the different labels of racism and discrimination and all this kind of thing, you know, what about it's not depression, it is suppression. Racism is a form of suppression. And yes, we can be educated on how to not be racist, you know, and things like that. But how about, you know, pointing the finger at the person, the suppressor, and together, united, he either changes or he's not allowed to or prevented to harming that community. Yeah. So yes, and I would love to come back and do a little bit more on the subject. I've, left out quite a lot of subject matter. That's why I've put that free course. It's an introductory course. You can go on and do that if you wish to do that. And it just gives you a lot more insight to the mindset of the antisocial personality. Very, very, for me, it was the turning point that gave me sanity in my life at that time. And I needed that. So that was how it helped me personally. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you so very much, Lady McNair, for your submission, and we appreciate you. And I'll hand over to Jeannie so that we can introduce our next speaker as the day continues to be very stimulating and informative. Again, Lady McNair, thank you so very much. Come on, let's celebrate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, yes, we've been having such a wonderful time that we have even gone over time. But nonetheless, I want to introduce to you Ambassador Dr. Anita Davis Defoe. I'll tell you a bit about her. She's hailing from the United States of America. She is a global solutionist, business strategist, and leadership and organization development consultant. Dr. Anita is a multi-award winner, author, and United Nations Global Peace Ambassador who holds a PhD in management with a focus in organization and human development, and is a John C. Maxwell Executive Director. She has over 20 years experience motivating, equipping, inspiring, and transforming individuals and organizations. She competently serves as director and president to a number of successful organizations, as well as being the senior trainer and global partnership director here in the class of SteelE, as a London-based global leadership development mastermind learning circle comprised of leaders from around the world. So she's one of our own, and we are so proud to have her. Welcome, Dr. Anita Davis Defoe, and she will be speaking to us today on living your purpose.
Well, greetings, Your Excellency Jeannie SteelE, and to all of the ladies here in this learning circle. It's indeed an honor and privilege to be with you today. I am up in the early hours of the morning here from the US, and I see everybody here has had their afternoon tea, and I'm trying to catch up with you. I heard the last part of the previous presentation and the discussion about antisocial behaviors, some of the things that we have to contend with in organizations and families. And it leads me to what I want to share with you today about living your purpose. I want everybody to stop and think for a moment. And I want you to think about, what would you do? What would you accomplish if fear and finances were not an issue? What would you transform? Who would you serve? What would you do if fear and finances, because those are the two things that typically hold us back from really living a life of purpose and really accomplishing our dreams for a legacy during our time here on the planet. So I want everybody to keep that at the forefront while I'm discussing this food for thought with you. And I want you to think about whether from your work or from your organization, whatever drives you in the work that you're doing, I want you to think about what would you do if fear and finances were not an issue? What would you do? You know, we hear a lot of discussion in all circles about purpose and about being impactful, whether as an individual or whether as part of an organization. But getting to that point where you really are living a life that's purposeful, it really takes intentional focus. My mentor, John Maxwell, talks about all the time about intentional living. And so I ask everybody that's in the circle today, are you living by choice or are you living by chance? And you have to ask yourself that. Many times when we are not fully present in the moment, when we are not really assessing situations and our circumstances, many of us are just going with the flow. We're kind of swept up, almost in a current, and life is just taking us along for the ride, so to speak. But when you become intentional, when you become purposeful, when you decide and you understand that you do have choices, and that often when you don't make a choice, that's a choice in itself. And so you have to be fully engaged in your life, because in the end, nobody's going to stop you from living a purposeful life or achieving whatever the goals you want to in your life, but you. Yes, we all face challenges, we face obstacles, but in the end, you always have a choice. Now I'm sharing this quote from Buddha, which says, you know, as individuals, as spirits having this human experience, your job is to figure out, what is your life work? What is it that you want to share with the world? What do you and how do you want to impact the world? And then once you make that discovery, which for some people, they may spend a lifetime trying to figure this out. Some people, it comes very quickly. Some people through mentoring, they're able to discover it. But the second part of this quote is the hard part. You know, once you discover what that is, what your why is, then the choice is, do I give it my all? Do I give it my full heart, my full attention? Or do I, as I call it, put it in your back pocket and sit on it? Because many times people, once they even discover what their work should be, what their purpose is, either life circumstances or situations, the chatter from distractors, comments of other people, for a variety of reasons, people sometimes, even once they discover their purpose, their life work, they still opt not to fulfill it, because either it doesn't fit into the scheme of things or the plans that somebody else has for them, or it doesn't bring the prestige. There's a host of reasons why, even when people discover their purpose, and many times people fight their purpose for a long time. They feel it, they know it. In those quiet moments, it kind of nudges them, but it might not fit into the big scheme of things. And so they opt not to pursue it. But it keeps haunting them. It keeps coming back. And this is often why you see people at different stages of their lives, particularly when something traumatic has happened, that they may make just a huge pivot and do something different. You find them that they may change their careers, they may change their situations, and sometimes people they realize that, yeah, I do have a choice and enough is enough. And they walk away from situations and circumstances that are not helpful to them and they're harmful. So all of us in the circle right now should be thinking about, what is your purpose? What is it that you want to accomplish? Why were you given the gift of life? Because I believe we are all given the gift of life to impact others, to contribute something, to be a blessing to a community and others. Now, sometimes we can get sidetracked or lose sight of the purpose. Or when you see a lot of behaviors that are antisocial, or when you see people acting out, it's because they really are like a rudderless ship that is sailing about, that has no destination. And in the absence of purpose, then they get swept up into negative behaviors, negative activities. Some of you in the class of SteelE, you've heard me say that no child is born saying, let me be a menace to society. It's a response to circumstances, situations, behaviors, environments. And unfortunately, there's often those things that start in childhood for whatever reasons, you see them further manifest as people become adults. So when you're thinking about how you're going to live your life and be on purpose, as a woman, as a leader, as a businesswoman, you have to ask yourself, what are my core values? What's important to me? What in the end is my intention? Because the quicker you identify and understand your purpose and what group you are to impact, who you're to serve, because we are given also the gift of life to serve. And those of us that once you figure out, the more you give, the more inner peace that you really feel. That when you are more about serving other people, you will be filled with gratitude as well. And often we see this play out in organizations, whether faith-based or whether in the public or the private sector. When the leader is more about being served than serving others, you see that in terms of the culture and the climate of the organization and the impact. So everybody in the circle today should be thinking about, really, what is my purpose? Is it to help children, to help seniors, to help ex-offenders? Is it to help people that are substance abuse? What is it? Because the more you're able to live a purposeful life, the more you are able to grasp that and find what that thing is, what your why is, you will have more fulfillment in your life and your work. And once you do that, then it gets you into legacy building. How do you want to be remembered when you transition from this experience that we're having? Who do you want to impact? What message do you want to leave? Because John Maxwell also teaches us that everybody wants to feel significant, that people want to feel that they somehow have contributed something, that they were able to impact others. And many times when people haven't found their purpose, when they have somehow allowed either situations or circumstances to make them feel that they're not good enough, they're not smart enough, that they somehow don't fit in, then this is where learn hopelessness, where people just kind of get into a pattern where they feel that their possibilities and their opportunities are limited. So when you think about what are my talents, what am I uniquely designed to do? We all have a talent. Many of them come to us just because we have a knack for them. We have the things that we learn in academic settings, but there's some natural things that you may be just good at. Maybe you're good at speaking. Maybe you're good at convening people. Maybe you're good at organizing. We all have some talents that we are just good at with really no study required. And then there's the academic learning that you couple with those innate abilities. So if you really want to live a purposeful life, it is identifying what are my talents? How does that link to my purpose? What am I passionate about? What are those things that you feel that if someone doesn't address them, if the situation is not corrected, those things that make you weep, those things that make you sad, those are all clues to your purpose. And when you take your purpose and you couple that with your core values, with what is important to you, and you live that on a daily basis, because your purpose is not something you pull out of your back pocket or your purse when you step into certain rooms. Your purpose is something that is in your heart and spirit each and every day with you all day long. Many times, and you can tell when people are not being authentic by behaviors and attitudes, depending on who they're with and what room they step into. But when you're really living a purposeful life, your core values and the impact that you want to have, you do it on a daily basis. So when you are doing and living on purpose, you are very intentional about the work that you do, the people that are in your tribe, so to speak, your peer group. You become very intentional about where you go and what you do and the level of determination, because the more you are feeling purposeful and the more that you are living it, then the happier you really become. Now, all of us in some form or fashion have been involved with some kind of organization that has a mission statement. And you know, the mission statement for an organization is really kind of the marching orders. That is what that organization describes itself being about. And each of us should have our own personal mission station. We should have our own statement as to what we plan to do, how we want to leave a mark in this world. And you should really know what is my mission? What do I desire to achieve? What do I want to impact? Because the clearer you are about this, the more intentional you can be about your daily living. You become more intentional about your relationships. So you're not going to be in a toxic relationship. If something doesn't align with your core values, your purpose, you won't be able to stay in that situation and that relationship. It drives your decisions when you're living on purpose, and you are letting that purpose drive your behaviors and your attitudes each and every day. You can often tell the difference between somebody who is living a purposeful life or someone who's just going with the flow. Someone who has no purpose their focus can changes on a daily basis. Sometimes it can change from hour to hour. But when you are purposeful and you are really focused on impact, you're focused on whatever it is in your heart that drives your work, your action, it really changes your behavior. It changes your mindset. And so you have to think about what is it that is true my purpose. And sometimes over time, your purpose, it may expand, or sometimes your purpose, you may find that it may narrow and focus even more. You find that people who have multi-passions, often we find ourselves wanting to do everything and help everybody, which is not realistic, because many times you don't have the time or the resources to do that. So you have to really be focused on what is it at the end of the day, at the end of my life, what do I want to have accomplished? Who do I want to have served? What kind of legacy do I want to leave? So ask yourself, the first thing, what's heartfelt? What am I passionate about? Is it youth? Is it seniors? Is it veterans? Is it what is it that really drives you and it excites you? That gives you glimmers into, you know, your purpose and how you can focus on that purpose to really create your legacy. You want to think about what are my intrinsic strengths? What are those things that I'm just naturally good at? You know, am I, you know, good at leading people? Am I good at solving problems? Do I organize, you know, well? Do I help to build consensus? Whatever it is, know yourself. Because many times as women, we don't put ourselves on the agenda. We know the likes and dislikes of everybody else. We focus on making sure that things are harmonious for them. But many times as women, the self-care, to focus on us, we don't often do that. Or we do it, and it might be in our top 10, it might be number 11. So it doesn't even make the list. So you have to focus on self-care and self-awareness. Excuse me, because when you do that, it enables you to help others even better. You want to think about, what am I interested in? What are my key interests? Excuse me, all of us should know, what are we interested in? What are those things that excite you? That gives you clue to purpose. And then what are your motivations? Excuse me, what motivates you to continue, to press on, to serve? Because many times we don't have a clear sense of who we are and what we want to do. And when we do that, it makes us really uncomfortable when it comes to purposeful living, because we don't have that self-awareness. And the more you know and understand yourself, and the more that you choose to start living right now, because many times as women, we say we're going to start living when a certain thing happens. So we act as though we're not living right now. We're not in active mode. We are waiting for whatever this thing is that we say when that happens, that's when our life begins. But you don't have any time to waste. You are in the now. And we all have opportunities for improvement, but you got to embrace yourself, embrace your life, love your life right now, not when this thing happens. And too often women say, when I get a mate, or when I get a better job, or when I get this car, or when I get this thing. And then when you get the thing, you find that you really have no sense of inner peace any greater than before getting that thing. So you got to embrace your life right now. And the more that you find purpose, the more you are able to get and develop a personal fulfillment. You also got to know what your values are. And just as your DNA is unique, and you all have heard me say that, your core values are. So what is important to me may not be important to you, and that's okay. Too often we feel as though we have to emulate the core values of someone else. We have to replicate their behaviors, but your interest, your purpose may be something different. Now, I'm not discounting the power that a mentor can have while you are developing what it is that you want to improve about yourself. But part of living purposeful is also having the courage to be YOU, and knowing that people may not always understand or accept it, but that's okay. Being yourself, being your divine self takes courage. And many times, and particularly as women, we want people to like us. And so we sometimes put our true selves, our true aspirations, put them on the back burner because we don't know how people will feel about it. And then you find yourself not feeling happy, not feeling whole because you're not being authentic. And so you got to know what is important to me. Is it honesty? Is it integrity? Is it communication? Whatever it is that you value, you have to walk with your values each and every day. Purpose and legacy links to flow. When you get in the flow, you know it. If you are working on a certain project, if there's a certain activity that you do and you lose track of time and you find yourself so immersed in it that you could do it for hours, you could do it even if you weren't paid for it. Those are all indicators that you're living on purpose and that you're living your purpose. You can feel it when you're working on something and you're working on it in the wee hours of the night into the morning. That's all a state of flow. You are divinely working at or doing what you should be doing. And then when you think about how you want to contribute, how do you want your contributions to show up? That's very, very important. You know, many times, particularly when you're challenged financially, people always say, oh, you know, if I could get the money, once I get money, if I just had, you know, this financial wholeness, then my life would be better. Well, if that was the case, those people with lots of money, they shouldn't have any problems. But we know that that's far from the truth. And so we come to a state of happiness by being whole in our work, being purposeful in our work, doing something that we enjoy, impacting the lives of others and communities. And so it really becomes important for you to chase the dream and not the things, because things will not bring wholeness to you. Things will not make you feel that you are complete. It's only when you decide to pursue purpose and you chase your dream, when you live it on purpose, this brings a wholeness to you. Things will come and go, and you will find that those people that are really suffering a lot from internalized depression and these feelings of limited self-worth, they feel that if I carry the right purse, if I have the designer clothes, if I have the right car, if I have the jewelry, if I have these things, these trinkets, that I will feel better. In the end, things will not do it. It's being purposeful and being intentional about your life, your work, and whatever are your heartfelt dreams that speak to you in those quiet moments. Things will not do it. And then we have to remember, and many of you have heard me say this, that success, the only place it comes before work is in the dictionary. And that's a joke that you often hear speakers say. So you're gonna have to do the work. And anybody that you define as a success, if you look over their life, if you look at their journey to get to a level of success, it didn't happen overnight. They had to put in effort. They had to be determined. They had to overcome setbacks and disappointments. And so whatever you find is your purpose, know that once you find it, it is going to take some effort on your part to make it happen. It will not just happen. So if you want to really live on purpose, you should have a set of goals. Everybody should have a goal book, and you should be thinking about the results, not making a resolution on January 1st. And then maybe usually 30 days later, it's gone by the wayside. Think about the results that you want, not just making resolutions. Have a goal book and put your goals down and review them. Whether you look at them weekly, if you look at your progress monthly, but have your goals, because once you commit them to paper and you review them, that helps you become more intentional as well. Be authentic. People can really tell when you're not being authentic. And many times we become so not a person of authenticity, we confuse ourselves. We can't even remember who we are, what we said, and it varies from room to room. When you're not authentic, it takes a lot of work to keep that going. So make it easy on yourself. Be you. You will find those people who like you and respect you. They will. There's some people that are not going to like you, even if you try to be who they want you to be. So the best advice I could give is to be you. Decide you're going to be your unique self. You also want to swim upstream. You know, many times when you live in purposeful, you can't really be with the crowd, the masses, because many times people have given up on dreaming. They have given up on purpose. They have just saying, you know, hey, I'm just going with wherever life takes me. I'm just, you know, going with the flow. You want to make sure that true north, that becomes your compass, and that you don't feel a need to fit in with the crowd, that you have a confidence in yourself that you can be you. People may not understand, that's okay. Whatever your divine assignment, because we all have an assignment and you feel it in your heart. You know what it is. And I've shared with many of you that I thought really what was my purpose for some years. And I listened to friends and family who said, you know, you're vice president, you in this cushy job, you're making great money. What are you talking about purpose? What are you talking about? There's other things for you to do. But then I decided what was more important to me and what and how I wanted to live my life. So you have to be courageous if you want to live on purpose, because you will have other people really trying to guide you and tell you what to do. And many times the people that are telling you that, they aren't doing anything with their lives themselves, but they got lots of advice for you and telling you how you should live, what you should do. It takes courage for you to choose that you're going to walk your own way, your own journey. You want to be solution focused. So many times we spend far too much time really what I call rear view mirror living, that you keep rehashing something that happened in the past. Who wronged you? What happened? The bad situation. The past, we learn from the past, and that gives us wisdom to learn and to be present and to prepare for the future. Yes, you need to analyze what the situation is, but always have a solution, a mindset. We learn and we grow our greatest in the valley. And when you talk to anybody that tells you that they live it on purpose or that they have achieved a level of success, they will tell you our greatest learning comes from our struggles, from our strife. Not when you're at the photo op and not, when things are smooth and they went smooth. We learn from the challenges. That's where our greatest learning. And so when you are finding yourself challenged, say, okay, what do I need to do here? Don't look at it as a failure. Look at it as how do I need to change the process? What do I need to do? What are my possible approaches to achieving this end? Stay focused on the solution. You want to think about the greater good. Too often I see, and I know all of you have seen leaders who all their focus they're on themselves and being served, and that they are only thinking about how is this situation going to benefit me? They're not thinking about the greater good. And part of purposeful living is looking at the greater good, because when you help others accomplish what they need, what they want, you will accomplish what you want. When you go into the room and you don't always go in there with the attitude, what's in it this for me? When you're looking to serve others, when you are looking to be a blessing to others, you will find that it becomes a blessing to you. Now, once you live it on purpose and you're trying to uplift and encourage other people, you will find that sometimes you just got to unplug with all the social media, all of the hoopla that is surrounding us. Even if I talk to people sometimes in conversations and they're saying, as we're facing COVID, and they feel inundated with news stories, social media, all of the different reports, that sometimes you just have to unplug from social media, unplug from your phones. Many of us act as though we have never lived without a mobile phone, that it has been with us forever. And you go to places, people not having conversations with each other because they are so intensely focused on their phone. They're bumping into you. They're trying to drive and text. And so you find often that you need to take that time and unplug, just for your own personal balance. So you found your purpose and you want to leave a legacy. When you're thinking about, legacy is really meaningful information. It is what you have sown in the lives of other people, how you have impacted their lives. Sometimes you see this impact right away, but sometimes, the benefit and the goodness and the seeds that you sown, they come time after you perhaps don't see the person anymore. You haven't spoken to them anymore. I had something fantastic happen to me this week. Someone that I had worked with, one of the last jobs that I had before doing consulting, and the person had nominated me for a legacy award and talked about how it impacted his lives and the lives of a lot of people. We did a lot of work around workforce development and preparing people for jobs and careers. And so you don't know who you're impacting, and you don't know how that will play out. If you've ever seen Martin Luther King's speech about a blueprint for life, and he talked about whatever you do, give it your all. Whatever you choose, let your work speak for you. And so whatever you decide to do, whatever your purpose is, do it with a spirit of excellence. Do it as though your life depended on it, because it does, or the life of somebody else does. But he talked about in this speech that everybody has a brand, that everybody has a legacy, and that when you approach your work with purpose, when you strive to work with a spirit of excellence, you don't know who you're encouraging. You don't know who's watching you. You don't know how those seeds of goodness can really uplift somebody else. So when you think about your legacy, when you think about how you're going to take that purpose and how that's really going to impact the lives of others or an organization or whatever the work that you're doing, think about how your divine purpose, your gifts, your talents, your skills, what you're pouring into someone else, how that could really ignite them. Because a lot of the research says that everybody needs just one person to pour goodness into their lives. That ideally you would hope that it is a family member, a parent, but sometimes that's not the case. And this is really the power of the mentorship, that all it takes is one person to encourage, to sow those seeds of goodness in the mind and the heart for someone, that you can really, really transform that person's life. So when you want to think about legacy, how do you want it? We now hear so much about influencers. Well, everybody has the power and the possibility of being an influencer. And no matter what walk of life that you are taking each and every day, whether it's in your family, whether it's in your church, whether it's in your business, whether it's in that NGO that you volunteer, you can transform people and places more than you know. Because a lot of times people are watching you, they're watching how you act, they are watching how you respond, and you don't know who you are inspiring to perhaps make a change. And so how you carry yourself, how you really safeguard your purpose, I can't stress how important that is. So when you're thinking about, your legacy, you are thinking about really not only your today's, but tomorrow's, and then the reality of the life cycle after you're gone. And it may not be when you transition to eternal life, but even if you're not working with an organization anymore, or you don't see people, you don't know what kinds of seeds that you are sowing by just giving people an encouraging word, or listening to them and sharing advice. When you're thinking about legacy and purpose, it really motivates you to work and act very differently. I think about how I worked maybe 10 or 15 years ago to how I work now as I became more and more purposeful in my journey. And each of you, when you think about your life work, when you think about your family, when you think about your organization, maybe you're leading NGO, or maybe you have a business. When you're really thinking about being purposeful and impacting, it really motivates you to work and act differently. So you to think about what is it that is near and dear to my heart that I want to fix? How do I want to be remembered when I leave the room? What message, what motivation, what spirit do you want to leave whenever you leave rooms or you leave places? This is all about your legacy. When you think about, you know, what you want to shift in what areas, that impacts your work. You may want to help young people. You might want to help senior citizens, maybe ex-offenders, maybe it's in the faith community. Whatever that thing is that, as I say, gets you into flow, that makes you excited to do, that helps you to just feel just invigorated inside. That's all about your purpose. That's all about your legacy. And when you're living your purpose and you're doing it very intentional, you really work and you act very differently. So when you're thinking about, you know, your legacy, these are some of the questions to ask yourself. You know, is there a problem? Is there something in my community that I want to solve? You to ask yourself, is it something I could do to make life easier for people who are facing this problem or this challenge? What can I do? What can I contribute? What gifting do I have? What talents do I have that can help me in this thing that I'm passionate about seeing a change? Is this something, you know, meaningful that could somehow impact your children or your grandchildren? Because you should be thinking for generations. How can you shift, you know, the behaviors and the outcomes for not just the current generation, but for generations to come? You know, do you have the resources to make this happen? Is it an organization you want to build, or do you want to sow seeds of goodness into another organization? Maybe there's a charitable organization you want to support. When you're thinking about legacy, these are some of the questions for you to consider and to ask yourself. When you think about your legacy, you're going to think about how can you influence this? Can you impact the process? Can you change a program? Maybe you can create something that can be replicated. Those things are all part of things for you to consider that could be in your creative space. You know, who do you want to help the most? Who needs your help? Who needs your wisdom? Who needs your goodness? The seeds of goodness that you have within inside you. Is there an injustice that you just feel like this has got to be addressed. Who can address it? YOU. You may think about what really motivates you. What are those things that are near and dear to your heart? Maybe it's youth. Maybe it's seniors. Maybe it's medical research. You know what is near and dear to your heart, and that's aligned with your purposeful living and leaving legacy. You want to know what could you build that will sustain itself for generations. These are all the questions to ask yourself when you're thinking about living on purpose. When you think about leaving your legacy, you want to live it. And as I said, you want to live it every day. You don't want to pull it out your purse from time to time. When you're doing purposeful living and you think about legacy, that really guides and orders your step each and every day. You live it because it's important to you, and you live it like it means it. So, people know that one of my things that I'm very purposeful about is designing programs. They know that teaching people how to write successful grant proposals is something that I'm passionate about. Uplifting women, leadership. People know when people hear my name, if they've read any of my books, they know the things that are near and dear to my heart. Each of you, whatever you're passionate about, people should know it. That becomes your brand. That becomes your calling card. That when they hear that name, they immediately associate you with a specific activity, with a specific group or community. They know that you somehow are creating and sowing goodness into that area. You are loving your purpose, and you are letting it guide all your decisions, your choices, the rooms that you go into, the people that you associate with, the partnerships that you form. Those are things that guide your purpose and your legacy building. You want to keep a journal. More and more people, as they're shaping their legacy, they write journals and they capture their movements of the day, their activities. They commit their thoughts, their aspirations, their impact to journal. And they may share with family or friends. They let people know what they're doing. Certainly you want to be honest about what you're doing. You might give others insight as to how you traveled a certain path and you achieved a level of success. You certainly want to give people time, the gift of time. Often, and parents in this day and age, and they're finding that this couldn't be further from the truth, that they shower their kids with all kinds of trinkets because they didn't have them growing up. And they feel that, and I hear parents, especially when I was running programs, they would say, I want my child to have all the things that I didn't have growing up. When what a child wants most is your time and your attention and your interest, not necessarily another toy, another electronic device. Time is a precious, precious commodity. And then you want to think about how you can use your purpose really to live for others, because the more you give, the more you get. And often when people have that confused, people are holding on to it and not sharing, not giving. I have a colleague there in London who has taken a Jamaican proverb which has kind of led her to name her business. And then she's also taken these Jamaican sayings, and she has created a box of affirmation cards that really talk about leadership. But the name of her company is One Hand Can't Clap. And if any of you try to clap with one hand, and there's a powerful message in there that you can. We need other people. Now, of course, we have to make sure that the other people are people who treat us well and respect us, because sometimes, you know, that person is not someone to be in your space. But those people that are bringing goodness and wholeness to us, those certainly are people for us to align ourselves and partner with. And then you may think about the legacy letter. The legacy letter is becoming more and more prevalent, that people are leaving legacy letters. They may write them all along, and certainly some people leave them after they've transitioned to eternal life, and they write the legacy letter. And the legacy letter talks about things that they did, their hopes, their aspirations. These are all ways that you can live on purpose and to take your purpose to another level. If you're going to think about some specific actions that you can take to take your purpose and your legacy even further, you might create a trust for your children, or you might create a trust that is focused on your passion project, that issue that is near and dear to your heart. You might restore a historic building, or sponsor a park bench or a playground. You might create a park, maybe a scholarship. You might support medical research or create a family archive. These are all ways to take your purpose and make it into a long-lasting legacy. Maybe it's through art. There's tree planting programs. You constantly, you're doing good deeds each and every day. Maybe you want to start an NGO. Excuse me. There's volunteering, there's mentoring. Maybe you organize family reunions, and this is a time, to explore your legacy, the historical impact that your family and your ancestors have had on a place. People do it through their journals and their books, or they may combat injustice. Those are ways that you may live a legacy and leave it and really impact the lives of others. I'm going to close with what I call the ABCs of living on purpose. And as I share these are things that drive my life, my work each and every day. And so A is for aspire. What do you aspire to in your life, in your work? We all should have aspirations. What do you aspire to? What drives you to and ignites you each and every day? B is for belief. What do you believe? And the first belief starts with what you believe about yourself, because we manifest what we believe. And many times if we don't believe we're deserving, we don't believe that we are worth it, that becomes something that plays over and over in our minds, and we start to act it out. Believe in your possibilities. Know that if with effort that you can accomplish what it is that you aspire to. I found that when I decided to become more purposeful and I left my cushy job, that the resources, the people, the opportunities, they came my way. It was like the universe said, okay, she's on purpose, and the goodness and the things that I need to accomplish my purpose, they came my way. So believe in you. Consciousness. What is your level of consciousness? Are you conscious about yourself, your possibilities? What is it, and how do you navigate through life? Well, of course, you need determination. We don't accomplish anything in this life without a level of determination. Being empathetic, E is for empathy, having empathy for others. You know, often we don't know the experiences, we don't know the journey. In this world that we live in, we're really quick to come to judgment, but we don't know, we haven't walked in the shoes of someone else. We don't know their journey. We don't know what they had to contend with. We don't know what has shaped them. So first, try to understand before we make our judgment, and be empathetic. But you got to have some level of faith, because as I say, it is following that an invisible trail home. That's what faith is about. You don't see it, you don't know, but your heart is and your spirit is telling you this can happen. I can manifest this, that this is right. And you got to have a level of faith and believe. Even when you don't see it, you don't know the outcome, you can't figure out how it may be, walk in divine faith. G stands for goals. Well, you got to have goals. Goals really focus us, but I'm not saying have goals and just have them, you know, swirling around in your mind, or you have your goals, but then you put them on the back burner. And as I said, between December 31st and January 1st, there's more goals being written around the world than you can imagine. But usually by January 31st, I bet if I would do a poll and see where people are with the goals that they wrote on the 31st and the 1st, a lot of them have kind of floated off into the sunset. So make sure that you stay goal focused, that you track them, and that remember, if you take one step towards your goal each and every day, you are making progress. One step, if you do something each and every day. Well, you got to have hope. Hope is having an optimistic perspective every day. That's what I call hope. And that's it. You have to believe, because when you lose hope and you become hopeless, without hope, we have nothing. So yes, we all gonna face challenges in this life, but we have to cling, you know, to hope for a better tomorrow, hope for another opportunity. Hope must always be our companion. Integrity. You have to be a person, be a woman of integrity. Know what's important to you. Don't, as I say, don't shift focus when you go into a room. Don't let, because someone decides to act a certain way, that you feel that you have to mirror that behavior and act as they do. You should be your divine self each and every day. Have integrity. You got to have joy in your life. You should find joy in the goodness of each and every day. Find something each and every day to be grateful for and to be joyful for, because you have a choice from the time you greet the day what your attitude is going to be. You can decide to be joyful or joyless. That's you. You have a choice. People are going to behave as they may, but you have a choice as to how you respond to it. So you can always choose joy. Knowledge, always seek knowledge. We're in a world, we're in a society where lifelong learning, it's not about getting certificates and degrees and hanging them on the wall and feel you're done. Just as I'm speaking to you, some new information is coming out. We are in a knowledge economy. So it's not only just your academic, but looking for knowledge and seeking it, and knowing that learning is lifelong, and that you can learn something. Your teachers will come to you in all forms of fashion. You have to be open to it. You can learn from the homeless person on the street. as to maybe not what to do, and you can learn from the CEO that's leading an NGO. Knowledge is your power. Look for knowledge. L is for learning. Do you know how to learn? There's a big difference between seeking knowledge and knowing how to learn, how to embrace. We learn by doing. We learn by practicing. L is for learning. M is for mindset. Mindset is a powerful thing. If you have a growth mindset or you have a fixed mindset, our mindset really informs how we maneuver, how we walk through life. And our mindset can either propel us or either it can diminish us. So you have to think, is your mindset really opening doors for you, or is it keeping you paralyzed on the side of the road because you are so stuck in feeling that something should be a certain way that you're not open to possibilities? You don't want your mindset to limit you. N is nimble. Well, we're in a world where you have to be nimble. We always hear about organizations being nimble. Well, us as doers, builders, conveners, strategizers, inspirers, we have to be nimble too. You may in a given day face 10 different kinds of situations, and you can't be so stuck. So nimble, you have to be able to be flexible and adapt to situations and adapt to change. So many of us fight change. Change is coming. Change is happening whether you embrace it or not. And if you look from an organizational standpoint, you can see so many organizations that weren't nimble. They didn't embrace change, and change just rolled over them like a Mack truck. And they found that because they didn't respond to change, even when they saw it, that it really impacted which is opportunity. So be nimble. Open up for opportunity. Be prepared. Opportunity comes to us each and every day. You have to be ready for it, and you have to observe it. Well, I hope my whole conversation with you has been about purpose. Passion really will lead to purpose. Live a purpose. Choose to live a purposeful life. You will feel so much more fulfillment. You will find more gratitude in your work when you are living and being on purpose. Q is for quest. Be on a daily quest to live your purpose, and also to find and seek new information, new partners. Be on a daily quest to be authentic and purposeful in your work. R is for resiliency. Resiliency is an important in our lives and our work. There's so much research that talks about resiliency is far more important than raw intelligence, because far too many people get paralyzed and they're really not able to move forward in their lives because they are so reliving something that happened. People that are able to bounce back, people that are resilient, they even when they face a setback, they know that doesn't mean that they're totally derailed from the goal or the dream. Raw intelligence, and we all know somebody who is probably brilliant, but that person does little or nothing. And when you talk to them, you will find that they are replaying something that happened. Resiliency, and you don't have to believe Dr. Defoe, you can research it and you Google it, and there's so many reports that talk about when you compare raw intelligence to resiliency, the resiliency is the factor, because when you are able to overcome, when you're able to bounce back, and when you're able to do that with wholeness, not as a wounded bird, because sometimes when people bounce back, they are so filled with malice and hate, and they're still clinging to what happened or who did them wrong, that they're not able to move forward. That's like carrying a 600-pound bag of coconuts and mangoes on your back. You don't want to carry that around. And remember, when you forgive others, that's really empowering to you, because it takes a lot of energy to keep that hate, to keep that malice, to keep it going. Forgive the person, even the people that have done you wrong. You know, maybe they were doing the best they could at that time. They were functioning as best they could, but you don't want them to hold you hostage, because many times when we're not resilient, we're repeating and we're thinking about what they did. That person, they going on, they having a great time enjoying their life, and you still sitting somewhere, you know, thinking about and rehashing in your mind what happened. Don't let anybody hold you hostage. S is for solve. Be about solving issues, solving challenges. Don't stay at the pity party table. Come up with solutions about how to make your life and your work meaningful for you. T is for time. Those of you in the class, and still you've heard me talk about the 86,400 seconds that everybody gets each and every day. Once it's gone, it's gone. You can't roll it over like you roll your minutes on your phone. Once that day is gone, it's done. So how are you using your 86,400 seconds each and every day? U is for unique. Know that as unique is your DNA, your purpose, your vision, your journey is going to be different from the next person, and that's okay. And it's okay for them not to understand, but it's not okay for them to manipulate you or try to have you to do what they want you to do. You have to live your life, leave your legacy and your purpose. V is for values. What do you value? What's important to you? You got to know, W, your worth. Many times as women, we don't know and appreciate our own self-worth. We often feel that we're not good enough, or we compare ourselves to another woman that we may think is smarter or prettier, or she may have this or that, or whatever we have decided to evaluate. The only person that you should evaluate yourself against is that face that you saw in the mirror yesterday. Who were you yesterday, and how have you transformed yourself today? That's the only comparison that you should know your worth. You are valuable, and you have the gifts and talents and an impact to share with the world. X is for X-ray, introspection. Know who you are, do some self-reflection, know what your strengths are, but also know what your opportunities for improvement are. And know that there is no state of perfection. Too many times as women, we feel that things are going to be perfect, or that we, oh, she's perfect. You don't know the journey of the other person. There is no state of perfection. There's always something, some way, somehow that you could make something better. So get off of this saying, I'm a star in my life, I'm a star in my business, I'm a star at something, when the stars all align and things are perfect. The perfect moment is not coming. So the big thing is for you to take that first step and get started. Y is for yearn. Yearn for enjoying your life. Yearn for enjoyment, fulfillment, maximizing every moment, and being intentional about your life and your work. And then have a zeal for life. Have that zeal, that zest for whatever your purpose should have you excited to get up and start your day. It should be and have you excited to work on that next project. That is what living on purpose is. It's taking your intentions, it's taking your aim, it's taking whatever place or people that you want to impact and using your divine goodness, your unique gifts and talents, and using that in service. Because the more you serve others, the happier you are in your own life. It's been my honor and privilege to share with you some thoughts about living on purpose. And if you have any questions or comments for me, I'm open to responding to them. Peace and blessings to you all, and walk in divine goodness each and every day, and live out your purpose and accept your divine assignment, because you certainly have one. Thank you, Your Excellency, Jeannie Steele.
Oh,
She has?
No, that's not stop the script. Stop screen share. Good.
She has? So saying. Thank you very much as well, Your Excellency, Dr. Anita Davis Defoe. As inspirational as always a blessing to listen to you. Always very inspiring, always give us a broad perspective on what we are doing and how to do it. So I'm very grateful. I'm sure all the ladies here present today is also grateful for what you have imparted. I thank you again. Thank you very much. What I would like to do at this time, I'm going to open the floor for comments and questions, but because we are a bit behind time, as I alluded to earlier, I would like to ask you to be as brief as possible with your comments or questions so we can have a bit of a break. We wouldn't take a long 45-minute break this time. I'll tell you after we finish shared how much time we will take a break so we can get back on to our next speaker, because we don't want to push the speakers too far back in time, because they as well have their own other schedules to deal with. So we want to accommodate everyone and be as respectful of their time too as well. So I'll open the floor. You can put your hands up, anyone who wants to make comments or questions to Her Excellency Dr. Anita Davis Defoe. Okay, I see one hand up. Onyechi, forgive me if I pronounced your name incorrectly. Please unmute yourself.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm so excited. This presentation is one of its kind, as a matter of fact. I'm really blessed here. I just want to make a comment. I just picked one thing from this that I won't ever throw away. That is, she mentioned that my dream should drive me to continue, should give me the zeal to continue. And that's so wonderful. I've not had it like that before. I'm so blessed, Dr. Anita. God bless you. I'm really blessed to be here. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you for your comment. Your Excellency, Donald Yours. Go ahead, please, sir. Unmute yourself.
Thanks. A pleasant good evening. Good afternoon, Dr. Defoe. It's always a pleasure hearing you. Mine is just a quick one. I would just like for you to emphasize you have a fountain of knowledge. And I would like you to just tell us, participants, where in your journey, when you reach your spaghetti junction, your crossroads in life, how did you manage? Give us some pointers. How did you, with that journey, with your knowledge and where you're coming from and fountain, when you reach your crossroads, your spaghetti junctions, how did you manage to cross over? What are the tools you use?
Well, one of the things, and I say this to people, is don't let stress and strife or tragedy make you start to live on purpose. For me, as I was saying, I sat in my cushy vice president job and listened to other people. And it was after the loss of my parents that I started to think about life and legacy. My mother died 1 year, and then my father died a year later, the same week, a year later. And I started to really look at life and say, was I more afraid that I would never find another job, or was I afraid that I didn't and work toward my divine assignment? One of the things I always was driven by a purpose and a greater good, and many of us know that pushing papers at a job is not really working for us. And I knew that probably from when I finished undergrad, but I, did what was expected. But one thing I tell people, if you know that you have other aspirations and you have a dream, one of the things that you can do is start dream building while you have a job. Because your job can serve, the resources from your job can be seeds for your purpose and your dream. So I started business and dream building while I had a job. I changed my attitude, and I tell people there's some reason that your steps have been ordered to where you are. And so you have to look at it at a different way, that it's not only the money that you're making where you are, but it may be to meet somebody, it may be information that you're learning. And what has been interesting to me is I'd always worked in universities. And when I left the Virgin Islands, after some 10 years, when I went back, I worked at a university for a while, but I loved the job, but didn't like the place. And so when I went to Florida, the job that I had arranged for, the person, her heart and spirit and how she treated people didn't align with mine. So I knew, I was like, oh, I've relocated here. This isn't going to work. So I took a job, which at that point I thought was a mistake in my career. And it was from colleges to workforce development. And I met people, and my mother was still alive at the time. And she said, well, Anita, you're so used to being in charge that you also always said you wanted to run your own business, and that, maybe God is putting you in a different setting. And long story short, I would say that I left for my job, and I've been in business for myself 15 years now. And I would say that 95% of the work that I've done over these 15 years has been aligned, not with my university work, but with the work from what I thought was the mishap in my career. So the other thing I say to people, besides building your dream while you have a job, use the resources for your job, not only for your day-to-day living, but to invest in your dream. But also you will make connections, people, and information at what you think might be a mistake. There's some reason that you're there. And when you change your mindset and you recognize it, it may be to make partnership, it may be tools. And so those are three key things that I have learned in my journey. There's no mistake. It's not always even about the place or the people. That is somehow in your divine journey. So anybody on here today that is dream chasing, so to speak, know that where you are, there's some reason. All that you can learn there, people that you can know, because it has some benefit. And those are three things that I would share. And that was how I was able to make a pivot. And the last thing I'll share is for the first couple of years of my business, it was like a magic carpet ride. And a colleague of mine said to me, you're getting large contracts, you're getting things that are really kind of unusual. Know that this is not how it is and how it's going to stay. And I remember it was like a magic carpet ride for 2 years. And then if some of you remember 2009 when the Great Recession hit and contracts dried up, things were really frightening. And I was like, oh my goodness, what am I going to do? And this is another thing, you got to listen to spirit, listen to your gut. Yes, you want to analyze data and what, but spirit said to me at that time, go back to the Virgin Islands. I didn't want to leave the Virgin Islands when I left, but I was married at the time and my husband wanted to leave because a hurricane had hit. So I go back to the Virgin Islands. Within a week or two there, where there was no contracts to get in the US, I had 2 contracts that were there in the Virgin Islands. Even still, contracts were slow to pay. And I'll never forget this. And I share this in closing. I was supposed to appear at the Baltimore Book Festival. I'll never forget this, 2010 of my first book. And clients hadn't paid, credit cards maxed out. And I was like, oh God, what am I going to do? And I was like, God, if I'm go there, you're going to have to make this happen because I'm cash strapped. And I just threw it out there in the universe. 2 or 3 days later, Spirit said, check your voicemail in Florida. I called and there's a message there. The Maryland Food Bank, I'll never forget this. They wanted to engage me to come and do a training. Me and the person missed each other 3 or 4 days and I was about to give up. And I said, well, this isn't going to happen. And a sermon that Bishop T.D. Jakes preached called It's at the Door came into my spirit. And in that message, he said that so many of us miss purpose and miss legacy. And he even talked about how he ended up on TBN, that somebody just happened to see him. But in this message, it said, if we take one more step when we're about to give up, that it's at the door, your purpose, your opportunity. So I said, okay, I'm gonna try one last time. I pick up the phone and I call her. The person said, oh, Dr. Fo, I'm so sorry, we've been missing each other, that we want to engage you to come and do training. And this is just when America's food bank was starting to consolidate. That's now all over the US. She says, we want you to, to come and do this training. I get on the plane with faith, my briefcase full of books, and $20 US. And I go there and they sent a driver, they provided the airline ticket, the hotel, and they paid me, after, and I went to the book festival. But what was always magical about this is it was the weekend I needed to be there for this book festival. I still to this day, and I said it was divine. And so this is what I was saying, when you get on purpose, things will chase you down, opportunities, because I don't know how they found me. I don't ever remember seeing them any marketing material. So I encourage everybody on here, whatever your dream, whatever your aspirations, know that with faith, hope that it will follow you. Stay the journey, stay the path. It may not always be clear, but if you prepare yourself, if you use the opportunities, if you use the seed of your seed money, your job has a purpose, and that job is for information and for seeds. You will divinely achieve purpose. I hope I answered your question, but those are some of the things that helped me.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so very much for that very, very stimulating session, Your Excellency Dr. Anita Davis Defoe. And again, if you join us in the class of SteelE, or you can communicate with Her Excellency Dr. Anita Davis Defoe, who is always available to add value to your organizations, your companies, or personal value. And equally, as a John Maxwell trainer, she has a very close and long-standing relationship with the John Maxwell courses and training, and John Maxwell himself. So I believe that Dr. Anita Davis Defoe will add continued value to our ecosystem of enlightenment as we go forward. With that being said, please let us celebrate Her Excellency Dr. Defoe for a very good session. And by the way, we do this as a way of everybody seeing that we're actually here. So Dr. Defoe, thank you so very much. And equally, you can see Dr. Defoe or hear Dr. Defoe if you're a member of the class of SteelE on Fridays. Dr. Defoe is our Friday speaker. She gives a brand new end to a wonderful weekend. Imagine that, a brand new end to a weekend. Dr. Defoe, she does a great job on Fridays in the class of SteelE as well. So again, thank you so very much. With that being said, we want to appreciate all of you who have stayed the time, who have not moved. My wife, I had to bring her cup of tea and I had to go and make my own tea. But those of you who've been with us for such a while, thank you so very much. We're going to return at 1:30 p.m. sharp. We're going to try to be sharp at 1:30 p.m. and we will have Dr. Vani out of India, and Dr. Vani will be our next speaker. So we're going to have a couple of minutes break. I think it's about 20 minutes break. And then we will return at 1:30 p.m. I'm going to stay open and stay here. And those of you who will remain, it is fine. If you want to just chit chat, we'll be fine with that. But we will be here in the open. And then you will just come back in at 1:30, where we will pick up the next sessions for the evening. So again, thank you so very much. Lady McNair, again, we really thank you so very much for such a wonderful presentation as well. Yeah. The morning has gone well. We appreciate you guys very, very much. So let me allow persons.
If you wish to sign out and sign back in at 5:30, you are free to do so.
The microphones, if you want to speak, we've allowed the microphones to be able to be unmuted so that you can, if you want to say anything. Lady McNair, if you want to say anything, or anyone, the microphones can be unmuted.
Yes, just to say thank you. A wonderful speech, Anita. That was absolutely fantastic. And even I learned something, so that tells you age is no limit to knowledge, and knowledge is empowerment. Yeah. I absolutely have to agree with that. Yeah, it's a wonderful conference. I'm enjoying it. I'm going to go off for about 10 minutes and have a cup of tea and re-energize myself, and I'll be right back. All right. Thank you.
Hello, I'm not too sure if I can say something because there's a question I want to ask the last speaker. Hello, can you hear me, please?
Yes, ma'am, of course.
Yes, please. I think I have a question for the last speaker. I'm coming from the point of a very bad marriage. I'm not the kind of person that it's easy, come up with things from a very bad marriage, which I decided to walk away from, and which leaves me with walking away from wealth, acquisitions, and materials, recognition, and what followed was a stigmatization of not among the top row calls, the top names, they dropped down. So I was terrified, find myself in a loop, and kind of depressed, even though I don't show it, away from the paparazzi publicity and everything. So to re-strategize, I became an introvert. I was introverted. And it was a kind of a tension. I was fighting a lot of battle within myself. I'm a very purposeful person, very driven, very focused. But at that point in my life, I am very terrified. So, but the bull in me will not give up. I'm being a charitable person, very reaching out. I find a kind of a peace in myself, even though there was a bit of a tussle within myself. Can I still do it? People come around, with the accolade of what I have done in the past, achievements and the rest, which actually drive me, you understand, to push forward. I started rebuilding, reorganizing, but still, there's still this thing pulling me back. And I can see I am not performing or achieving as much as I have done in the past, even though people are still, comment, appreciate my present. But still, it's still a bit of a tussle. And moreover, I mentioned I walk away from everything. I mean, everything. So to start again was really a very big job. And the situation, coupled with the economic situation and everything, is not really very friendly. And having been dropped down from the height as well, industrialists, connections, entrepreneur, everybody is going through their own battle. So you can't get many help. I'm feeling a kind of being restrained. Even though outside people are appreciating what I'm doing, people are commending, but I'm feeling a kind of a fall within myself. It's as if I don't know how to explain this. I'm in a loop. And I think I need help. I disseminate help to people. I'm a very good public speaker. I tell people I create solution, but I myself, I can't find a solution for myself. You understand? To go further, to go to the next step, to evolve, to be where I really want to be, to fulfill my destiny, to do what I really want to do, to become what I started to become in life. So I felt like I have a kind of a chain around me. How do you pass these challenges? How do you evolve? How do you move forward? How do you leave this loop that is actually, you understand, repressive to your growth and development?
Well, part of it, you combating you have to deal with two things. You're dealing with stereotypical thinking and mindset. You're dealing with that within yourself and that in the community. But you got to stop and reflect and know that, first of all, you're a courageous person, because first of all, a lot of people would have just stayed and grinned and bared it and took the misery, but you didn't do that. So you're stronger than you even imagined. And then you got to look at your range of your skills and talents, and then know that you can use them to create a good life. Because if you were in an abusive or a negative relationships are one thing that really can derail a woman. And when you are staying in a relationship that is so negative and abusive, you start over time believing what the person is saying to you. And you get to a point where you feel like, and some women do that, they stay in bad marriages and stay in bad situations, even though it's hurting their heart and spirit. So you have to look at look at your gifting and your talents and see how can you monetize them so that you can make, you know, the money that you need to support yourself. Know that you are courageous, because a lot of people would have stayed in the misery and the mistreatment and the stress and strife of that literally kills them when they let somebody mistreat them. So while, you know, society and depending upon the culture, they may look down on it.
I went through everything. I went through everything.
But you are stronger than you realize. And you have got to look at, what is my gifts? What are the talent? What can I do so that I can monetize this, so I can make money, so that you can get through this rough patch? And then you need, you know, do you have a close circle of friends? Because many times we have people, we think that we're the only one experiencing this, we don't have anybody, you know, to talk to. And this is where a mentor or someone that, you know, can help you work through it, because it's scary as well. You know, don't get me wrong, I understand if you've had a certain level. I understand, you know, it wasn't from my marriage, but I had some similar fears when I left my job, as I said, and things were great for a minute, but then things, excuse me, things got really bad when there were no contracts. It was very frightening.
Yes, absolutely.
And so, and I understand, and then you second guess yourself and you say, oh, I made a mistake. Maybe I should have stayed. Maybe I shouldn't. I was saying to myself, maybe I shouldn't have left my job. I had a similar, you know, when I got divorced, my ex-husband was a womanizer, but he came from a culture where it was accepted. But I knew that I couldn't live that way. And yeah, there were some moments where, you know, I questioned it. So I'm not saying it won't pose challenges, but I assure you, if you keep pushing and persist, that you'll end up with a better life than you had, even though with all the material goods, you will figure out a way, and the life that you will create will be better than the life that you had in that bad situation.
Thank you so much. You actually touched the point that I was driving at, and it's very hard for me to talk about it, because when people look at you in the society, they know what you've been able to do. You are like a doctor treating the others, whereas you are yourself, you are aching in the art. So
you from an African country?
Yes, yes. I'm from Nigeria.
Oh yeah.
But I think I live the better part of my life in Ireland here, in this Western world. So I'm trying, and I'm pushing with my business and everything, but you know, the way I run in the past, you know, like the Midas touch, you know, is not actually falling in place the way I really want. So it creates all what you've talked about, and it bothers me, but I don't talk easily, you understand? Mm-hmm. You know, you can understand where I'm coming from. You know,
I do. I've done work in Nigeria. I have another colleague and she had, her situation was even worse, because she was from America and had married a Nigerian and had some mistreatment, and she ended up leaving. And so her situation was very similar to yours, where she left, she had status and a lot there, but she walked away because of mistreatment. She did leave Nigeria. I think she still has a business there, but she got a job. She's creating her own thing, and she's happier. She's happier than she was, you know, in the bad situation. So it will get better. You just have to stay the course and don't lose hope and faith. and follow your heart and your spirit, because in the end, when you stay in a situation where someone is mistreating you, that's really is not healthy, and it makes you very sad over time.
I know. Thank you very much. Really appreciate the discussion.
You're welcome.
Dr. SteelE.
Hello, Dr. Janice Steele. Are you there?
Hello, ma'am. Yes, I am here.
Very much for coming back. I'm just wondering, sorry, you lost me for a second. A call came in that I had to attend to. It's just a suggestion that is it possible for you to create a kind of a platform? I don't know whether you have such a thing in existence, at least for the attendees of today or probable, where we could come together and a kind of a platform for us to communicate in case you wanted to disseminate an idea, or you need a support on an assistant, that we can always connect together and avail of such possibilities or help whenever it is needed.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so very much for your suggestion. Before we finish this evening, we put something in place. We had actually spoken about creating a WhatsApp group where we can
brilliant, fantastic.
Those persons who are here into send you the link so you can enter the chat and we can stay together and share information. So yes, we'll put that in place. Thank you so much for your suggestion as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And thanks for what you do. Appreciate coming here and being part of this conference. Thank you.
You're welcome. It's our
pleasure.
pleasure.
What time are we supposed to be back here, please?
Now, actually.
Oh, it's now?
Yes, we're actually 1 minute behind the time we are scheduled to begin.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Welcome back, everyone. I hope that you had a lovely break, a wonderful cup of tea. I've had mine. I've had a lovely cup of green tea. I don't know if anyone likes green tea too. I had a cup of green tea and I've been to the loo.
That's too much info.
So we can
we all need you needed that more than anybody else.
Yes. So we can continue on our second half of our conference. It's a phenomenal time that we are having. The information that is being shared is definitely I'll forgive His Excellency. That's his.
I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
Yes, we're definitely having a very enlightened time. This morning we had Miss Leela De Souza, and she spoke to us on preparing for the future and what does it really mean, what does it really entail, and she spoke about encouraging us to recognize our remarkable self, who we are, and we're all remarkable. She encouraged us, in learning how to upcycle and to reduce our waste and how to recycle our waste so we can also take care of our environment, because it's quite important for the generations to come, not only in our doing as in business and stuff like that, education and those things, but as well as taking care of the environment. She reminded us that that's one of the very important things that we also need to be concerned with when we speak about the future. Then we were followed by Lady Margaret McNair. Oh, it was a wonderful presentation. She spoke to us about the antisocial behavior and the social behavior and how to recognize the two and how to deal with them, how they respond to their environment, how to recognize them and where they fit in society, which is very important for us to know how to go forward in dealing with such behaviors, how to recognize the harm that they cause and remove them from environments when it's necessary as we move forward in the future. And it was followed by, that presentation was followed by Ambassador Dr. Anita Davis Defoe, who spoke about living your purpose. And she gave us a wonderful presentation on how to do that. She spoke a bit about showing us how to live the purpose, how to carry on a legacy, gave us some wonderful A to Z's about living the purpose, aspire, believe, being conscious, and so on. So that presentation as well has also wonderfully gelled with the two previous presentations that we had in the morning half. And I thank the three ladies for those presentations. We had our break and now we're on to our second half. So I will start by introducing Dr. Vani Rao for her presentation, which will be on women working with women and leaving a legacy. Now, Dr. Vani Rao, she hails from India, and you can see her there. If anyone can see her there, she's in her cultural attire, looking all beautiful. Thank you very much for doing that. She is a multi-award winner who has a multifaceted image. As a wellness coach, she guides children, women, and senior citizens to balance their energies, excuse me, on the body, mind, and emotions through therapeutic healing practices like yoga, meditation, personal training, dance, and music therapy. As an enthused philanthropist, her heart spontaneously opens up to the needs of orphan children, underprivileged children of the slums, and BPL children of government schools, inviting them to summer camps to share their many life skills that will empower them in future life. As a successful social entrepreneur, Dr. Vani associates herself with Skills India campaign. She has an MOU with Bangalore Central University, which helps budding students to pick up life skills at Euphoria, which is an organization founded and led by her. And it also helps her to reach out to less privileged children as well. So without any further ado, I want to welcome Dr. Vani Rao.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much, Dr. SteelE, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much, Mrs. Jeannie, Your Excellency, for giving me this chance, for giving me this opportunity again to be part of this organization, and congratulations for taking this forward. And I remember when we used to have the discussion about how to start this women's conference, and when you invited me for this, and I was very, very, very glad, and I'm very privileged and honored to be part of this whole event today. Thank you so much. So to start with, we are talking about women working with women. The main thing we always look at is women, how we are looked upon, how we have been modified from the generations behind. To start off with, I think we are very lucky to be living or not living in the generations of where our mothers and our grandmothers lived. We are here Today, we have career choices where they did not have any career choices. We have career choices. We have everything that we can want. With the basic civil rights we have, and amazingly, we have still a very long time. We have yet to discover a lot of things that women are supposed to do. To begin with, what do we accomplish? Why are we here to accomplish? Why women? Why is that we are here to improve? Why is that we are here to create new values? Why is that we have to become the main source of doing the future, or to change the future, or to improve the future, or to make it secure? It's a women, because we are the nurturing creatures created by the universe, not by human beings. We are the ones who were given the power to create a lot of things. So even today, if we start off with, if we think about investing our time, effort, everything in the younger generations for their well-being, for their health, for their opportunities, for their careers, towards nature and towards anything mindfulness has got to do, I think we are looking at a better future for in the next 20 to 30 years. We also are here. Can we just change the slide, Dr. Steve? So we are here. Oh, we can start off with, for me, women with power was something that I always loved about. I moved to the United States in my early 20s. And that was the time I was introduced, or first time I ever saw Oprah Winfrey. When Oprah Winfrey's show started, that became an addiction. That was the time when my children used to take naps, and they would have, the house used to be silent. And that is where I used to start looking at what she's got to offer. And she became one of the most influential person for me. And then in my late 20s and early 30s, started with our former First Lady, Michelle Obama. I've always remembered her saying, when they go low, you go high. This is something that we all have remembered during her campaign for Barack Obama, our former president. So here are these women who have always inspired, and here are the women who have always created a lot of massive impact, massive improvements, massive messages that they've given to the country, to the world, of what women can do, how women can be powerful, how women can contribute to the world. Look at Malala, how she came up, what happened. It was a situation that she was in. And she was given, she has been given, she was at that moment given the capacity to react and to take a quick decision, and what impact it gave to the entire world. So these are the women that I have been looking for, I have been inspired with, I've been motivated with, and we want to make sure that we have to see how women can empower anybody. The next one will be talking about truth and authenticity. Never compare yourselves. Never compare yourself to anybody. Every time there is something that we waste our time looking at other people, what they are doing and why they are doing it, we lose our energy. We turn that into the comparison or the competition, or we are there for wishing that if we could be them. We're looking at their talent. We're missing out on what we have. Our priority has to be that we should look after, or we should start looking what we are within ourselves. The first priority is you become the true self. You find out who you are. There are several different diverse talents. There's several different ways to focus on your energies. There's several different of way to be comparative to anybody else. The main thing that I would always like to talk about is how we are so afraid of changes. The change is something that we can always work towards. Change is something that we should look at, the paradigm shift of what we are doing as a job. Instead of that, if we convert that into the service, if we convert that into becoming or doing something for the world, or doing something for what we want to do for everybody, that becomes something that we always will see, will find the transformation. Change can be several things. You know, if you see change as a necessity, if you see change as a wisdom, see change as a power. These are the things that we are looking at transforming ourselves. As long as we know that we can change, as long as we know that change is painless, we are always afraid. We have the fear of changing because we're so already engrossed and we're so already influenced, or we are already so much prepared for whatever is being told or said or done for us from the past, or our parents or our seniors, whatever. These people are always there. These are the things that have influenced us for different ways of life. But when you decide to change, make those changes, as change is an inevitable, change is critical, change is evolution, change is a must, or change is something that you have to do to start moving towards the betterment of your future, is where the transformation happens. The next topic that I'd like to discuss is the women are the nurturing specialists. Women are the ones who are having the multiple capacity, who can do everything. They can multiply anything that you give. For example, if you give a woman, she will first receive it, she will multiply it, and she gives it back to you in a different form. For example, if you give her a house, she'll multiply it and she'll give you a home. If you bring her groceries, she will multiply it and she'll bring the food to the table. Very funny. If you give a woman a sperm, she'll not give back the sperm to you. She will always give you back a baby. This is what the power of a woman is. The woman is, and also if you give a woman a frustration, so you can imagine what is coming back to you. If the frustration is there, you have to be prepared what you have to, you know how to deal with that one. I think we have all been there. You know, every man, every household knows what happens if a woman gets frustration, right? But nevertheless, it is high time we all come to terms with the best choices of taking advantage of what the woman has got. And that's the way she's been built. That's the way she's been made. It's a universe created. Something that we all have to appreciate and we all have to come to.
Hello.
For example, how many of us have homemakers?
Dr. Vani, can I interrupt you just briefly, please? Dr. Vani, it appears as if your microphone is one directional, and when you move to the left or to the right, we're not hearing you properly. Could you kindly stay focused on where your microphone is? Because we're losing you in between. So we're hearing some of what you're saying, and then we're losing it. So when you're in the center of your microphone, we can hear you very, very clearly. But when you move to your left, or is that your right, we're not hearing you properly.
Is it better now?
Right there, yeah.
Yes, right there is good, very good.
Is this okay? All right.
Yes, if you're using a laptop, I think that right by the center of your laptop is where your microphone would be, that you can see. Yes, so that's where you focus your voice on.
Okay, all right.
All right, well then, sorry for interrupting. Okay. Go on.
I think I'm right there. Yeah.
Yes.
So talking about homemakers, we're talking about homemakers. You know, how many of us have actually appreciated homemakers? What would it happen if we did not really, how many of us have actually connected? How many of us have actually, can you hear me?
Yes, we're hearing you. We're definitely hearing you.
It said something that the voice is disabled. Something popped up, it says noise is disabled.
Is everyone else hearing? Please show
Is
your
everybody
hand.
hearing?
Everybody
else
hearing?
Okay. Perfect. So we are, so about homemakers, you know, I don't think we have to, I don't think we have to discuss too much about it, but then I would love to bring this topic because I always feel that, you know, homemakers have never been recognized, and homemakers' job is the best and the toughest job ever, if everybody agrees with that. They do it without regardless of anything. They do it selflessly. They don't get paid. They don't even get asked, how was your day? They don't even get asked, like, you know, what is that you want? Everything is put up, everything is taken care of, everything is done right for all the right reasons. If we took a homemaker out of the house for just an hour, just imagine the shape of the house and just imagine the entire situation. So we have to appreciate more about how important homemakers are. And they are the ones who are putting all the effort in molding the future. Whatever they're doing, whatever they're contributing, even preparing a meal, even getting their laundries done, getting their household works done, getting everything ready for them to be up and running for whatever reasons they have been doing and whatever chances they have that they have to take care of, they have to be prepared. It's happening because the homemakers are there to do something. How difficult is that one? So now this has become the most essential topic these days because I have realized there is too much of the dual income family happening these days, where the concentration is on the income, where the concentration is on the career, the concentration is living up to the standards of that we have picked in our life. So the concentration of raising the children, the concentration of being there at home, that is being taken away from us because of what we have created. That is the scene that we have created. That is the creation of the humans. We are the human beings who are becoming to do certain things. So we are here to see like how we can enhance the capacities, the capacity of what we could do to ourselves. Why I would like to emphasize on this is it's about we have to explore. We have to explore ourselves first. Why do we pray? Why do we meditate? Why are we asking, what are prayers? Prayers are something that we are asking God. We are asking the universe. We are asking the creator. We are asking somebody who has done all this whole nature and created all of us, something that we want, something that we desire, something that we have an ambition for, something that we are aspiring. So we are looking at these kind of things, and we are looking at something that we always want to self-fulfillment ourselves. The priority is to fulfill. Why do we have to fulfill ourselves? Is it just for ourselves or is it for somebody else? Who are we doing this fulfillment for? If we shift that energy, if we concentrate on the energies of taking that as a service towards the future, the service towards the world, the service to the next generations, is when we are going to feel that, yes, this is what we all are for. That becomes a purpose, that becomes a passion. You know, as we have seen, you know, in several several conditions and several situations where you feel that there is a calling for you. There's a calling for you to do something different. There's a calling for you to do something that you want to give an impact. There's a calling for you to see the change that is needed. There are a lot of seekers out there. There are a lot of people who need a lot of help. And women are here. Women have been created. Women have been given the capacity to nurture. Women have been given the capacity to enhance these so-called emotions or nature for what we are doing and how we are doing all of these. So coming to this, I have something that I would like to really prioritize on is your growth, your self-growth, your self-awareness. You need to know what you are doing. You need to know the power. You need to find out where the base is coming from. You need to know that where is this energy. You have to become so aware of yourself. You have to become so skilled. You have to become so vigilant. You have to become so fabulous in your entire life that you are ready. The universe knows that you are ready to contribute. The universe knows that you are ready to give to the seekers. The universe knows that you are there, well prepared to contribute to the people who are seeking or who are in need. When you become so strong in your talent will never be dismissed. Somewhere or the other, your talent is recognized. Somewhere or the other, your talent is appreciated. Somewhere or the other, your talent is taken for consideration, and it is always looking for something that you have to give back, something that you have to improve, something that you have to help somebody who is in need of this kind of, any kind of seeking or any kind of influence. The next slide, if you can move to the power of unlearning the learning. There are certain things in life. Pain is the same everywhere. For example, a mother's pain is same in one part of the world, and the pain of a mother is the same on the other side of the world if she loses a child. Certain emotions are inevitable. Certain emotions cannot be changed. Certain emotions cannot be replaced or recovered. It is the moment. It is the moment that we have to accept it, whatever it is coming to us. We've been taught, we've been influenced, we've been practicing certain things that our ancestors did, then our parents did, then we did, and now we are moving those on to the next generations. Why should we teach the next generation to unlearn the learning? For example, we were as we were growing up, we were forced to do certain things in life. For example, education. If your parent thought that you were good at doing a certain, or if you had to carry on whatever they were doing, like a doctor or a singer or a dancer or an engineer, they are taking that. They want to move that to the next generation. They want them to take over that. So now what has happened? Now the children, this generation have learned how to voice their opinions. They have learned how to voice their opinions on saying that what they are interested in and how they are going to do what they are, how they're going to perform, how they're going to incorporate, how they're going to learn, and how they're going to improve themselves as well as the society or the future. So now we have to learn, we have to start teaching our children. We as parents have to start unlearning whatever we've been learned is not the way that we all have to lead our life with. So these are the things that we are looking to make sure that we have something that we are the power, we have the power, or we are the power ourselves to see that we can make sure that we are we have to make sure that we are going to improve. We are going to change. We are going to learn. We have to unlearn the learning. Sometimes there are no stories that anybody ever has heard, or an experience that anybody has told or has said. Most of the time, most of the stories, I think we all have been through. We all know that certain situations, most of us know it. How many of us are here to admit that we know something? We have gone through this. Your story, your knowledge, your experience becomes the lesson, not only for you, for the people whom all you're going to share, and for the people whom all you're going to touch the lives. When you have sharing your story, nobody is going to tell you, nobody is going to ask you, why are you telling me your story? They're going to listen, they're going to understand, they're going to see what experience that you have gone through and what has changed in your life, what has improved in your life. And that is the story. That is something that we are looking to make sure that, we have the power, we have the, we have the capacity to show that to them. Now the empowerment. Empowerment is an authority. It is a signed permission slip to actually seize the day. It's a process of getting stronger, more confident, more engaged, and to be empowered is to move through the world without any kind of fear or any kind of apology. I like this.
Dr. Bani, sorry to stop you again, but when you looked away just now, we weren't hearing what you were saying. When you're more direct, we can hear you better than when you look away. We're not hearing.
Okay, all right. Okay, now is it better?
It's better now. So just please kindly repeat what you said before.
Yes.
From empowerment.
From empowerment. Yes.
Okay. Empowerment is an authority. Empowerment is. It is a signed permission slip to actually seize the day. It is the process of getting stronger, more confident, more engaged, and to be more empowered to move through the world without any kind of fear or any kind of apology. With these gifts comes the even more deeper privileges. I believe that in this is the ability to take charge of your own life and your own self and claim your rights. And here's what I know for sure is that when you give much, when you give more, you're expected much more. This happens. This always is, that is how you end up being called that, yes, you earned it, or I earned it. I have done this. I have learned this from my experience and everything. I've been blessed and I've given a lot. And this is why I have chosen, why I am here, why I've been chosen to make any difference in anybody else's life or lift other people's life. Nobody's journey is seamless or smooth. We all are subtle. We are all a succumb. We are all a succumb. We all have setbacks. We all have things that go wrong. We hit the dead end most of the time. When we are in the process of learning, we are going to hit the dead end. As you will know, it's the life's way of saying to you, okay, this far, it's not working out, then change your course. Move forward or change your direction, change whatever you're doing. Every failure, every crisis, every difficult times, I say, what is this here that I have to learn? What is this situation that has put me through? Is what did I learn? What can I teach somebody else from whatever I've learned in this process? So this is what the lessons that we can pass on. This is the lessons that we can move on to the next generations. When we talk about the generations is when we talk about the legacies. The legacy is something, how we can, create a legacy, what are we going to do? How are we going to contribute on living a legacy? How do we leave a legacy behind? And why? Why is a question. Every time there is a question that says why me? Or why should we, what is that I have to do? What is that I can contribute? How much can I give? You know, is certain things is something that you have to have answers for when it comes to a why. So for some time, I started realizing that it's just not about me. The why is not for me alone. The why is for everybody else that we allow to carry on to the future. Everybody else that is looking upon us, everybody else that is watching us. It becomes a responsibility. It is a responsibility for us to leave something behind, to teach something for everybody, to be part of anything that we are doing, then that is carried on to the future. We have no idea how limitless we are. When you don't care about what other people think or say about you, keep it very simple. Be you. Be the uniquely you. Concentrate on what you want to do. If at all you're there, leave this world stand by itself. Let them talk, let them judge, let them criticize, let them do anything. Well, if they're doing all that, then they must be watching something that they must be thinking something that you're doing is good. That is why they're judging. That is why they're talking. That is why they're looking to point out what is right and what is wrong. As long as you know that every single time, whatever you do is going to make you happy, it's going to make you comfortable, it's going to make you feel your best, is when you know that you're doing the right stuff. The minute you know that you're doing the right things is when your value increases. The value of who you are. What do you want to achieve? What is that you want? What is your purpose? We may not know who we are yet, but we know who we are not. We are not all that. We are not yet the human beings. We are the human becoming. And that is what we have to teach our future. We are always becoming. We are always learning. We are always teaching. We are always improving. We are always changing for the betterment. Not only for an individual, but you doing this. We are putting this effort. We are putting the energies. We are putting all the effort for the future, not just one individual. It becomes a responsibility to do things, to perform, to act upon everything that is going to impact for the future, especially for people who are in and around you. How much it's going to change, how much it's going to improve. That is what we are looking at. The part is the legacy. Brands are legacy. How many of us know that last names became brands? For McDonald's was a last name. Abercrombie was a last name. Procter & Gamble last name. Rolls-Royce last name. Wells Fargo last name. These are all the last names. How did they become a legacy? What are we doing? What have we done in the process of seeing the last names? They became the legacy. We are thinking we're buying their product. But what are we indirectly doing is we're thinking about that family. We're thinking about what they have done as a family. We are giving them all the opportunities to make more money. Who are we spending? We are spending on somebody else's legacy. Why not we become the legacy? Always we are looking at something that we would like to create, we would like to do, we would like to improve, or we would like to make sure that people are going to remember and think about us for whatever we are. So that is when your name becomes a legacy. That is how this has happened. This is what we have seen as examples. This is what we have seen, that we are into something that we would like to see our name as something which is being watched or which is being looked upon for any number of people or any generations and anywhere around the world. The strongest desires, especially when we become responsible to give back or leave something as a legacy, is again, we're looking at our ambition. What is ambition? The dictionary, the Oxford Dictionary says, a strong desire to do or to achieve something typically requiring determination and hard work is ambition. Once we start having ambitions is when we start creating something that we want to leave behind, something that we want to give back, something that we want to contribute. There's no passion to be found playing small in settling for a life that is less than the one you are capable of living. This was told by Nelson Mandela. I love this because we are so used to watching upon what our ancestors or our parents have done, and we have carried on those things. We have seen that, we have watched that, and we want to continue to do that. And this is where we are looking at something that we always have been prepared. We have always been programmed to do certain things, and we have always been seen upon that we have to do only these kind of things. But now, if we start taking the responsibility of creating a lot of these actions, creating a lot of these responsibilities, creating a lot of these activities that we would like to create for the future, is when we start leaving a legacy. It's sometimes the wisdom. How much have you learned? What is your experience? The stories, the information, how much we are going to carry on, how much we are going to work towards. All of these important changes that we are going to look for is something that we will be changing. So the legacy is something that I would be looking for, is something that not only our family members, not only our friends, not only our colleagues, it is for every individual out there. You never know who is looking at you, who is watching you, who's doing, or who needs this kind of a change, who is seeking for something different, and how is it that they're all going to impact for them. So these are the things that we create as legacy. This is from my point of view, and these are the things that I would really like to see how we can program these things and how we can move this towards the next generations. By saying all this, I think I can finish my presentation here. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, for giving me the chance to speak today and express my views. Thank you, Dr. SteelE. Thank you, Jeannie, for giving me this chance. Thanks, everybody.
You're very welcome, Dr. Vani. Very, very welcome. And thank you also for sharing of your knowledge and enlightening us even further than we have been being enlightened the entire day. You have added some more icing on top of this cake that we're putting together. And the future is looking more beautiful and more, hopeful as we look forward to what we're going to be doing, what we have done, and what we need to add on, and how we need to go forward for the future. Thank you so much again. So I want to open the floor now to anyone who has comments or questions for Dr. Vani. Please raise your hands and you can be unmuted. Anyone, any questions, any comments for Dr. Vani? No comments or questions. Your Excellency, Dr. SteelE, would you like to speak?
I think one of the things, first I want to say thank you so very much, Dr. Vani, for a good presentation. It was very informative, and I think one of the things that we are appreciating right now that is happening globally, why and what stimulated this conference as well, is we look at the UAE, we look at India, we look at different parts of the world in different cultures and communities, and we see that women are being given opportunities greater, doors are opening, and it is environment for some of us in some regions and cultures, it is normal for us to have our mothers from the time we were younger being the breadwinners. But there are those from other areas and other regions of the world where women stepping up and having these opportunities are a new thing that is growing in popularity, but it's also growing in a way where persons like yourself, Dr. Bani, and many mentors around the world are adding significant value. If I should ask one question, where do you see generational bondage in light of women stepping out and breaking the barriers of the status quo? How do you see those generational ties and expectations, especially from the fathers and the grandfathers within the cultures? How do you see the liberties and the freedoms, and what is the fight like for women to get in the stream of the leadership roles?
I love the question. I love the question. Thank you very much for asking that. It narrows down to the upbringing. It narrows down to the exposure the family can give. It narrows down to how much opportunities you believe in as a parent, an opportunity that you believe in what your child can do. Doesn't matter the gender. We have to practice, we have to start practicing to learn to give that opportunity to the next generations. It's a stereotype. It's a stereotype not only back home here in India, but I have seen it, I've heard that in several different countries it is there. It's already there, that it is only that you have to be pushed, you have to be guided, you have to be encouraged, you have to show that an opportunity is there available for them. And we have to break those barriers. We have to teach our children, our next generations, especially the women, especially the countries where women are still not being given the privilege of any civil rights or even the liberty of any career options. So we need to help that set of seekers who are there, who are willing. There are several stories. We can come up with several different stories where the women were kept in a home. I remember there are certain stories where they were not even allowed to step out, where the girls were doing the homework of the boys. The girls were sitting at home who didn't even step out to go to the school. They were doing the homework of the boy, and the kid, when he passed the test, the principal came home and asked that, how did he do this? And when the sister was introduced and said that she's the one who is teaching him, she's the one who is encouraging him to do that, that is when there were people who took steps and they started practicing to let the girls go out and let the girls start. So it is basically a practice. When you talk about where can we break the barriers, you have to start practicing. We have to bring the courage to start encouraging the women to start. And the age is not there. You're not an age, you're an energy. Mm-hmm. You know, it is not you're growing old. It's your energy, how much ever energy that you're going to put to yourself is what you're going to give back or what you're going to provide wherever the seeking is. So these are the barriers we have to work. These are the barriers we have to fight out. These are the barriers that we have to see that we can always come out of.
Thank you so very much for that comment and that submission. As a matter of fact, I'm looking forward to what the class of SteelE and Euphoria are doing and are going to continue to do as we build and foster stronger ties together globally and look at our expansion into the African region and definitely India.
Absolutely.
And for sure, you're going to be seeing us in India. We'll be coming to India in September, and I have a surprise for you. So in September.
Oh, really? I'll be more than happy. My excitement starts now. There's a long way to go, but I can imagine only my excitement to what we can. You will be thrilled to see how much we have contributed, how much we have done to the underprivileged. You know, I have tapped from children who were tested as HIV positive. We have worked on their nutrition, and I have made them run the marathon in 23 minutes, the 3K marathon. Wow. This is what we are here to give. I have put all 200 slum kids for soccer practices every single day for 40 days, got in the best of the best coaches, and we handpicked those slum kids. We prepared their passports. They did not have an identity card. The parents didn't have. We had to take them for a physical to a local hospital. After the physical, they gave an expected age of the child. And of course, I'm telling this on national conference, that what are the things that I have done? What are the barriers that I have crossed to make sure this kid was given an opportunity to participate in the Children's Olympics? Mm-hmm. So we pulled in CSR funds. We brought in funds to make sure that we funded these children to go and represent India in the Children's Olympics in Jerusalem. So we began with the scratch. From scratch, we started where we had to create even a birth certificate for their parents. Then comes their identity card. Then comes a child's birth certificate. Then we created, then we applied for their passports. Then they came back with the bronze. Wow. That is the satisfaction. That is the satisfaction. It's not something that we are using any platform. We created what was needed there, at that moment, what was there, what was the seeking. And we have done this for badminton champions. We have made them. I have made a couple of badminton players go and, participate, represent the country. So it is there wherever the need is. We have picked artists, we have picked singers, we have picked dancers from the slum areas, and we have placed them to organizations who are providing them free education in their field of talent. When I talked about talent, when you put in your effort, when you teach your child, when you teach your peers, or when you teach your next future generations. Why did I say, when I told, the statement I made was, let's start concentrating on the 15-year-olds, the young generations. If we start teaching them about nature, if we start teaching them about taking care of themselves, if we start teaching them to pray, if we start teaching them to meditate, we start teaching them to do certain practices and disciplinary activities that we start incorporating to them on a regular basis, I think we are going to see a better future 15 years down the road.
Definitely.
This is the contribution. There is a lot. So I'm very excited for you to come down, Dr. SteelE. Jeannie, I'm excited. So we'll be doing a lot of stuff, and everybody is welcome. We are here to host you. We are going to take care. We are going to see what we could do or how much we can give to implement and execute whatever action plans that
definitely the class of SteelE will be visiting you.
Yes. And I'm looking forward for the expansion in UK as well. So
of course.
So Youthforia is there now.
Of course. Next person we're going to ask to unmute is Adiola. Adiola, can you unmute yourself, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Doctor, for today's presentation. Honestly, I am blessed with that presentation. And, I really want to commend this first before I ask my question. The second part we're talking about, when you were talking about change, that there is need for us to see change as necessity, as wisdom, as power, strength, inevitable, critical, evolution, must, and transformation. Honestly, change can be painful. Exactly. Change is not something that can be done immediately. Change takes process. Yes. And is what most people don't want to go through. When they think about what they've gone through or what they faced in life, Honestly, I really want to appreciate what you're doing among those people you're ministering to. Honestly, in this part of the country, I'm from Nigeria. In this part of the country where I live with my family, there have been a lot of violations, crises, a lot of children, women, girls, being raped, and they've gone through pain in life. And you discover that, many of them are finding it very difficult to fit into the society or to change, or to let go what they've gone through and, being ministered to, and then going through the process, for them to be whom God wants them to be in life. So, my question now go this way. By God's grace and mercy, I run a school, and in the course of the year, we've been able to pick some of those children, and we've given them scholarships. Some of them are graduated, although our school is still elementary and primary school. So they've graduated from the school, and we've seen, great things happening in their life. But there are some of them that we can't even get to. Some of them have lost their parents. They witness their parents being killed right in their presence. They witness so many things. And, getting to them, can be challenging. So what do we do? In this society, there are a lot of girls, women out there that are hurting. They are really hurting. So how do we get to them? How do we really help them? For them to be able to know that life continues. They don't have to remain in that state.
Yes,
thank you very
absolutely. We have it. That is another paradigm shift. I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I speak?
Please. Yes, please.
Yes. So this is again a paradigm shift that has to happen. So where do we use? What are the tools? What are the channels that we are going to use to get these children out of that brain space of we are only so much? Because they have been told that they're only so much. They've been watched to be only so much. So how do we help them? So we have in this process, Adola, we have a lot of healing processes that we take up. There's a lot of healing that you have to do. You have to give your energies out there. You have to talk to them. You have to spend time with them. We have to communicate with them. We have to tell them. We have to tell them stories. We have to show them there are people who have come from the worst, even worse than what they have been through. Yes, there's no comparison. We are not judging. We are not, trying to place somebody's situation in different levels here. We are just here to help them come out of whatever situations they are in. In order for us to do that, there are certain healing processes that we have to take up on. For example, there is something called EFT, Emotional Freedom Tapping Technique. It is nothing but we tap on the meridian points of your body, where the traumas are stuck, where the traumas of what a child or an individual has gone through. I have treated people who are in their late 60s, who are in their 70s, who have been stuck with certain traumas and not able to come out of those. So these are the techniques that we could always do. I would love to share a lot of those. I don't know if in the future you can take my contact, you can take my email, we'll share all the healing processes, we can share all the tools and how we can help these children. I would be more than happy to do that. I would be, privileged. I will be honored to help these children at any given time. So whatever it is, Dr. SteelE has, the way of how to connect to all of us. Thanks to him, thanks to, Mrs. SteelE for what you have created today, how you have brought these, all the people to this one platform where we could contribute to the needies, the seekers. Who are this? So in Nigeria, if there is a set of people, these are the children that she's having, she's struggling to bring them out of certain situations. Let's tap one at a time. Let me see how we can help. Let me see how we can program. So we will start putting things together and we'll have the discussions and we can exchange emails and we'll take this. I'll be honored to do that.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your submission, Adiola. I ask Agnes, can you kindly unmute yourself and make your submission, please? Agnes, are you there? Agnes, unmute yourself, please. Make your submission. She dropped off. Okay. Irene, go ahead, make your submission. Unmute yourself, Irene, go ahead.
I just want to say thank you to the last speaker, and it's a contribution, not a question. For everyone on the platform today, I know we're all doing something in one way or the other to better the community, but I'll add to saying that we should all be the change that we want to see. A lot of people, maybe we are entrepreneur or we are into community activities like what we do at Ebony Ambassadors. But I just want to encourage everyone that we should keep being the change that we want to see, and we shouldn't give up in terms of helping the less privileged. That's it from me. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Irene. Agnes, I see that you're back. Would you like to unmute yourself and give your submission?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Steele. Doug, your presentation was very good, but I have a question for you. I want to know how, as a woman, like you already said, it's not easy juggling with family, children, and home. And there are already a lot of opportunities that you are assigned. So in a working environment, or a person that feels that cannot work with a woman, or working with a woman is not helpful, how are there ways, or which possible way can you by yourself, like in your own way, be able to handle such a person?
Again, it is, you have to start channelizing your requirements. Start channelizing what your ambitions are. Start channelizing what you would like to see yourself as. So we can start channelizing. You have to start channelizing, and then we have to start moving, take one step at a time. And we are here to help you again, how to channelize these, or how to channelize as well as how to break the barriers. I understand where you're coming from. I understand that there will be a lot of influence that will hold you back. You have to let other people help you. You have to let other people help you channelize. You have to make sure that, you not only having the opportunity, but how to get to that opportunity, how to use the steps, how to use the tools to get to the opportunity. So we are there to help you. We can probably start again having the communication. We can start talking, we can have discussions. And which part, where are you from? Which part of the world are you from?
In Ghana.
Oh, you're from Ghana. Dr. Steele, are you there? Looks like Africa is calling. Africa is calling me, so maybe we should start doing activities there. Nigeria, then Ghana.
We have Nigeria, Ghana, Uganda, Sierra Leone, all of Africa. That's
yes.
why we
looks like our next calling is Africa. So I'm here wherever it's needed.
We look forward to doing the work.
Yes, absolutely.
On a wonderful journey of changing, making wonderful changes on lives of people, in the lives of people. I have another hand up.
Okay.
Get you. Oh, sorry. Apologies. I'm terrible with pronouncing your name.
You don't want to pronounce the name wrong.
No. Highly unmute yourself.
All right, thank you. No, it's okay. I want to thank you, Dr. Vani, for the presentation.
Thank you.
It's a good one indeed. But I just wanted to clarify something. Just a relationship between empowerment and legacy. Did you get the question, ma'am? Please, can you do that for me?
Okay. Empowerment is something that we always will have to practice. As I said, nobody is ever going to question you when you share your story, your lifetime story, what the experience that you have had in your life. When you exchange, when you say, or when you talk about that story, or you will talk about your own experience, that is when another person will be empowered. Because as I said, there's no story unheard, there's no situation not being gone through. Maybe most of us would have gone through the situations and the same stories and everything. But how well each different individual has chosen to change that, has chosen to make that difference. When the differences happen, when the changes happen, when I say that, why should you consider change as painless? Because that is the fear we have. We are so used to being in one setup all the time. We don't want to shift. We don't want to change. We don't want to do anything. We're so used to that thing. So we have to build that courage. We have to bring that courage within ourselves to make that change. Once the change is done, and once your life is improved, once that becomes a beautiful story, and that story starts moving on from one person to another person as a word of mouth, that becomes empowerment by itself. So once the empowerment has reached out to another person from your name, you are the person. You're the person who did the changes, who had the changes, who made the changes, who has improved something in your life. You're sharing those experiences. You're taking that forward. And once the people who are listening to those stories is again your name that is coming there. So your name becomes the legacy. Whichever part of the world we are, your experience, whatever information you have exchanged on what you're experienced, what you have changed the story, how it has changed your life, becomes not only an empowerment, but becomes a legacy that you are leaving behind for somebody else to follow. Because you gave the courage, you took the courage, you made those changes. Some other person who has been probably to the same situation now knows, oh, if she has done it, I can do it. It's sometimes somebody has to just hear it out that, oh, if somebody else has gone through that, I think I can go through this too. I can make this change, I can do this. So that is the improvement that will be, that will actually help. So this is the synchronizing. The empowerment and the legacy will be synchronized here. Automatically, you're not putting any effort. You're not putting any effort, but automatically it has happened because that is how it is created. Certain things are done inevitably, it happens. So this is how the empowerment and the legacy is created. Like that is a combination, that it becomes a combination. Have I answered the question for you?
All right, thank you so much, ma'am.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it, yeah.
We have a question from Sarah. She typed it in the chat and she directed it to you're being a wellness coach, and she wants to know what is the importance of yoga to women generally, not just health-wise.
People think yoga is some kind of exercise. That is the wrong information. Yoga is nothing but you have to, it is aligning the body, aligning the organs, aligning your mind, body, soul, and spirit together. There are energy forces in your bodies. There are different energy forces in your bodies. There are different colors to those energy forces. There are different activities for each energy forces in your body. There are several different energy forces in your body that has to be aligned on a regular basis. That is why the yoga practice is for. The yoga practice is for you to align all those in your body. Your mind, your body, your soul, your spirit, everything, and the energy forces have to be aligned. Not only for women, but it's for everybody. Everybody practices yoga. What they have to do or why they have to practice yoga is just to align all of these things together. That is what yoga is for. that is extremely, I feel, you know, in my opinion, I feel everybody who practices that, once the alignment happens, once all your energy forces in your body is activated, once they're unblocked, once they're programmed to do the certain things, is when everything in your system falls in place. Have I answered the question?
Definitely, definitely. Thank you so very much. We had a comment from Lady McNair, and Lady McNair so beautifully shared with us, human rights education is an important key. And the Universal Declaration, the 30 Articles, educates people on the right to life, the right to education, and this would be a wonderful starting point. As a matter of fact, when we considered bringing on board Lady McNair, there are a number of initiatives that the class of SteelE Youth and also our adult class will be bringing on stream and sharing with us as we put the details and the structure together to make it something that's not just a short term, but a long-term part of our foundation that we are going to be establishing. Equally with yourself, Dr. Vanny, how we are working with you and the youth, we are putting all of the right things in place, that we're not establishing a quick fix, a hello, let's do an event or something, but we are establishing a relationship where our impact on Africa is going to be a unanimous effort on all of us playing our part to make that happen. And I think equally, all of our speakers today are key people that we want to showcase to you in the class of SteelE. So don't think that you're seeing Dr. Vanny or Lady McNair, this is the first and the last. That is definitely not the case.
Absolutely not.
We are establishing a very long-term relationship. Lady McNair and myself know each other now well over 10 years. I don't want to add more to the numbers because then so I will just say for our sakes, Lady McNair, we will just say over 10 years. I think that is good enough. What do you think, Lady McNair? just unmute. Click the unmute.
There we go. I think honestly, we can say that I'm probably one of the most senior members of your group today, and have had a lot of experience. I've been to India, which is one of the most interesting and exciting times that I had. I saw life from the top and also from the bottom, and I saw that you know, there has been a lot of changes and a lot of good things coming out of India. And I love, more than anything, I have to say, the Ayurvedic medicine. I'm a great supporter of that. Wonderful stuff.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, and just to sort of reiterate on that, you know, it's, again, education, knowing about that. It's not something that is promoted. It's, you know, people will say there's not a lot of money in it, so why are you going to promote it? However, you know, using alternative medicines like Ayurvedic and things like that, I've only seen a doctor once in 37 years. Wow. So that gives you a little bit of an idea how old I'm getting. So, but
as I said, Dr. McNair, you're not the age, you're the energy.
Exactly.
There's no numbers to the age. There's
totally
no numbers
agree.
to the age. You are energy.
Yes. And I certainly have a lot of that. Anyway,
yes, we see that.
No matter what age I am.
You should just keep passing on that and multiply that to everybody everywhere around. Now with Dr. SteelE and, you know, Mrs. SteelE here, I think we should just push it forward.
Very important. It's the mindset, it's the energy, it's the spirit of, you know, it is what's going to change the world. And we have to increase that, I think, globally to, you know, turn things around and have a more positive outcome. I feel very strongly. So Dr. Steele, whatever you're doing, keep doing it.
Yeah.
And Jenny.
One thing, with Dr. Steele's permission, if I can make an announcement here today, especially when Dr. McNair brought up the Ayurveda thing, was recently, Dr. Steele, when I was in the US, just a week ago, not a week, maybe 2 weeks ago, I get a letter from the Ministry of Ayush. Ministry of Ayush, I'm sure Dr. McNair, you've heard about that. This is where Ayurveda, yoga, naturopathy, and all kind of alternative medicines are becoming the course of any kind of therapies or any kind of channels to the universities. So from the Ministry of Ayush, they made me the international coordinator to bring in students from different countries to India, and from India to we can send faculties to the other countries to teach these programs. So I think I can definitely vouch for anything that Ireland is looking forward to. We are here to contribute that one for you. So we actually got a letter from the Ministry of Health from Western Australia that they want us to do the program for all these activities and tie up with the universities there in Australia.
Oh, congratulations on
Thank
that.
you.
And you notice that I'm not going to say any more on our collaboration and what we're doing, because I'm very secretive about some things. We don't want to put anything out there because this is very public, but I can assure you that we're going to have a fantastic journey. Dr. Vanny, I want to appreciate you for being here. Our next speaker, Stevenson, all the way from Barbados, is going to be joining us. Ladies, I'm gonna treat you ladies to a gentleman who is going to be speaking, one of our best friends from Barbados. As a matter of fact, I dare to say that, but let me leave that for Jeannie to say for herself. But one of our very great friends from Barbados is going to come. Dr. Vanny, come on, let's celebrate Dr. Vanny. Well done. Well done. Wow, you guys are making us proud. And thank you so very much, Dr. Vanny, for a wonderful presentation. You did us proud.
Wonderful.
Well done.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
It's certainly been wonderful. We are having a great time today. I am just, my mind is expanding and I'm feeling it all through my body. I think Lady Margaret is sending some of that energy from Ireland over here. Thank you, Lady Margaret. We're having a wonderful, wonderful time. Thank you all. It's been amazing. So next up, we have our next speaker, Mr. Stevenson Calendar, all the way from the beautiful island of Barbados, the gem of the Caribbean, they call it. Now the Republic of Barbados. Stevenson I've known as one of my work colleagues when I was working in the insurance company, in the insurance industry for quite a few years, and I have had the privilege of getting to know him and his work ethic and his drive and the kind of person that he is and how he is very impactful on others. So without any further ado, let me read a bit of his bio for you. Mr. Stevenson Calendar is an engaging sales strategist and business manager. His prolific successes have landed him to be a recognized specialist in the insurance, financial, pharmaceutical, and sports sectors across the island of the Republic of Barbados. Stevenson has been in the finance and insurance business for almost 20 years, successfully earning himself a number of prestigious titles, including Insurance Guru, and winning multiple awards. He has also worked with new startups and existing companies, but what makes him successful isn't only his mastery in business management, but how well he can make a connection with the general public and how well he tries to help others find solutions and investment opportunities. So without any further ado, I welcome Mr. Stevenson Callender, and his topic today is the value of building generational wealth.
Good morning, all. How are you? First, I want to thank, am I on mute or good? Can everyone hear me? Yes. All right, I want to thank Dr. SteelE and Mrs. SteelE for inviting me here today this morning. We kind of got mixed up with the time zones and so on, but we got it corrected in the end. All right, so I want to take this opportunity to thank you for welcoming me. And Barbados is quite beautiful. We're sunny here today. I know some of you will like the warm nature of the climate. But without further ado, let's get right into our topic. You know, most people have been going around talking about generational wealth. It has been a topic that has been jumping all around for a little while. Some of us concentrate on it a bit, but some of us get a little, you know, offset and don't know exactly what is generational wealth and how we can go toward generational wealth. Some of us, well, in our territory here in Barbados, we always say, let the children get their own. And for a long time, we have been battling with that kind of phrase, but we help them down the road, whether it be our children or our grandchildren, then it'd be easier to maneuver and have a better standard of living for the future years. So for me personally, I take my time and I look at my family, and most of the things that I would have done in the last couple of years, that's most for 20 years, is leading towards generational wealth for my family and the family that I have created. So let's go to the first slide so that we can get a basic definition of what generational wealth is. Now, a lot of people may see generational wealth as many things. For me, I see it as an asset that you pass down to your children and your grandchildren. And I have broken it down into a few segments, which is financial wealth, which in my estimate is the money. One of the most important ones that I have seen for generational wealth is health, because a lot of us want to do things in the future, but we do not have good health. So that is one of the things that we should really concentrate on and pass down to our kids and our grandchildren to make sure that they keep themselves healthy for longevity. And prior to me coming on, I've just heard a lady spoke about that she hasn't been to the doctor for the last 37 years, and she's running healthy, which means she has taken a priority to look at her health and make sure that she runs good programs as it relates to eating, as it relates to exercise, and so on and so forth. Our lifestyle habits as well, we can also pass down, because if we continue to show our family a good lifestyle habit, then they were born into that, and therefore they will continue that lifestyle habit to make them successful down the road. And a lot of people don't add this last element to it, but I like it because spirituality kind of gives the peace. And if we pass that down to our family, that is what will help us to be calm, and that will help us a bit to be make sure that we organize with things and to get off some of the stress and to focus on the things that we need to focus going forward. All right, let's go to the next slide, daughter. Now, there are a few do's and don'ts as it relates to generational wealth. Now, we tend to hear a lot of stuff knocking about the ground, and people take risks when they don't need to take risks. But generational wealth is a positive attribute, which means you take steps and you do the right thing, concentrating on the correct things that you need to do. So I can list some basic do's and some don'ts as it relates to building your generational wealth for you and your family. Right. Let's start with the do's, because I let's start with positive before I give you negatives. Invest in secure instruments for good return. Now, some of us decide that we may want to risk money here or risk money there without actually looking at the return, and we're looking at the security of that investment. For me, I like to look at investments which will yield positivity as opposed to me not knowing what it will give me at the end of the day. Later on, you'll see I will make a statement to tell you only risk what you can afford to lose, meaning that wherever you invest your money or invest your time, make sure that it is something that you can actually still succeed without. A lot of people invest without knowing the return, and then they end up on the scale of bankruptcy. That is something that I really don't want to get into. So I make sure that when I make an investment, I look at the investment and see what it will yield me down the future. All right. Now, generational wealth is something that you can do periodically, but to me, it's better when you build a business. Okay, for example, if you open a business, it's easier to bring your family into the business, and the business is continuing a longevity with your family being built. You can build generational wealth working for someone, but I think it's easier and it is more control when it's within your own business structure. And also, you got to take advantage of the financial markets. Now, the last couple of years, we've had a lot of ups and downs as relates to the market. We had the recession, then we had the pandemic, which had thrown us in a little whack. So I always tell people, you got to change with the market because this is the only market that we have. So you got to make sure that as the times change, you also change with the times. All right. Another small aspect that I look at as well too, when you haven't born rich, is invest in the correct life insurance policy. So a lot of people don't have life insurance policies, and then when they die, all their bills pass on to their generation. Life insurance helps with clearing the debt that you have before, or it can give your family a good start of cash to start their business and so on and so forth. And last but not least, on the do's, you can't go nowhere if you're not educated. So you have to continue to educate yourself every day, every time you get opportunity to build your knowledge. That is what I mean as relates to education. I like a lot of reading and I like a lot of finding stuff. So I'm always constantly educating myself so that as the markets change and as the environment change, I can always, balance myself to make sure that I still survive in the market, no matter how it changed. All right, do not invest in more than you can afford to lose. As I said earlier, you don't want to take your money or your last cent I invested and not sure what the yield is going to give you. And do not be an employee forever. But I always tell my employees that they can start with me, but look to do something better for themselves, because building a business, you have the opportunity to earn more, and you also have the opportunity to be a good leader. When you're an employee, it limits you to a point where you can expand your mind or understand what needs to be as it relates to building wealth. You have a set salary, you also have set time, and people get all the 8 to 4:30 job. And for me, as I read, 8 to 4:30 job does not build the kind of revenue that you need. And you need to make sure that you have the opportunity that you can put in extra hours, because the people who are successful don't only work 8 hours, they work 15 and 20 hours a day. So when you have your own business, you realize that you end up working 15 and 20 hours a day to get your goal, because everything stops at you. All right. Now, as we spoke about education on the left side, it helps not to be clueless as it relates to finance. You got to know the value of the dollar. You got to know how much your money is going to worth in the next couple of years. So don't be clueless to these things. So pick up a book, go to sessions such as this to learn stuff on how you can be better for the future. All right. And of course, don't be a stranger to education. Always read, always come to seminars, always ask questions for people that know better than you, that have been there already. So that is what you need to do to make sure that you stay abreast, because you only have one set of time to do all of this. We also have one economy. So don't think that I have 24 hours and you have 22 hours. We all have the same time and we all have the same things to work with. All right, let's move on to the next slide. There are many benefits that I personally have experienced looking at generational wealth. Now, once you focus on building a business and building finance and building money for yourself, a lot of the things that the other people have to worry about, you will not have to worry about in the future. Now, money and building wealth creates a safety net for your investments. It creates capital for your family going forward. It creates so much business opportunities. And I like this term when I found it, it's recession proof. Because if you have a whole set of savings and business and so on, the recession is not going to hit you as hard as it hit a person who does not. Because many people have been laid off and so on due to recession and due to the pandemic and so on and so forth. But if you own a business, chances are that you would have invested some money and to get to that level. So therefore, you have some resources that other people don't have. And it would kind of protect you against the recession. A lot of people want a better standard of living, but they do not have the money. Generational wealth also gives you that standard of living. And we look at not being able to pay our bills and so on, but it plays a serious part in our mental stress. You'll see that I have spiritual peace as one of the benefits I listed. When you're able to pay your bills, and when you're able to, buy what you want, then you have a lot of peace inside of you. A lot of people get additional stress, which cause a lot of unhealthy things within your body. But once you have a spiritual peace and that you're able to pay your bills and take care of your family, a lot of things are off your shoulder. And then it gives you significant financial advances. Buy what you want, go where you like, take care of who you like. And it takes a lot off your shoulders as you continue to build generational wealth. We got to make sure that all of us look at it more seriously, that when we pass on, because as you know, all of us we can't live forever, but we continue to have people who we leave behind. And if we can make it easier for our human people that we have come up with to be easier on their lifestyle going forward, that is something that I have really looked at, and it gives me a lot of peace when I lie down at night and when I get up on mornings. That is what gives me peace, because I'm creating something for my children and my children's children going forward. So that's basically a nutshell. I don't want to take up too much of your time in terms of speaking about that, but I have a very high passion for that. I love to take care of my family, and I love to make sure that when I do pass on to the next road, then my family has something wonderful. Like I say that daddy, granddaddy has really worked and gave us something for our generations to come. All right, so next slide. Now, as I was researching and so on, I found out a few types of generational wealth that if you pay attention to, we can actually create a good set of money and a few things for ourselves. I have been working on these four for a little while in my life, and it's take time to master, or it takes time to take these steps forward to these types. So I have come across financial wealth, which is the money. We need money, most of us. The social wealth, which is status. Then we also have the time wealth, which is freedom. I term it as freedom because time gives you the freedom to do what you want. You can either be at work, you can be at home with your family, or you can be at sports or like leisure. So once we manage the time, then we split it up in those things to make sure we maximize it. The freedom, we have the freedom to do what we want. Again, I came across health, which is without health, you can't do anything for yourself. So that's why you see I like to exercise every day. I'm about 4:30 every morning. I go to the gym, I go for a run, and I look at what I eat every day to make sure that I have longevity so that I can achieve most of my goals. And when you're healthy, your mental state is different. You see a lot, you are able to focus a lot, and you're able to generate more when your body and so on is healthy. Next slide. Now, as I continue to build my generational wealth for my family, you realize that I'm using me personally because I have really sat down and looked at it. And this is something that is not customary within my society, that we look with that. Most of my people don't look and make sure that we build generational wealth for our families. And if we do that, then our lives and our family lives will be a lot easy. So I came across what was considered some of the best forms of generational wealth. Now, if you build good relationships for our family and we pass that on to our generation, so there'll be less fighting, there'll be less quarreling, there'll be a lot of balance as it relates to our relationship. I also realized that once we start to love ourselves and we understand what the benefit is of caring, then and we pass that on as well too, that it is a product of good generational health. As I spoke earlier about business, I also spoke about building businesses for our people to make sure that when we move, and I like to I have 4 kids, and I bring my kids into my business so that they understand what it is to run a business, and that when that is no longer there, what needs to be done to continue it. Right? Finance, which is money, lifestyle, exercise, those kind of things. Health and fitness, another good one. Pass down. If your children and your grandchildren see you exercising every day, they will also pick up that habit. All right. If you're for lifestyle, if I'm a smoker, then your children see you smoking, they will pick up also that lifestyle. But if they see me in a healthy lifestyle, eating well, jogging, going to work early, getting up early, spending time with your family, reading, and those kind of things, and we pass on all those lifestyle habits, then our children will continue to have those type of habits. And we just change our whole generation. And I don't want to think generational health as money, but all these things I like to incorporate in the generational health. If your children see you doing personal development, then they will also continue the personal development. And spirituality, I don't want to offend anybody, but I am a Christian, and I like to make sure that I put God in most of the things that I do. I know people have different beliefs and so on, but that spirituality for me helps me to be calm and helps me to focus on what I need to do. All right. So next slide, Dr. Steele. Now, I like to think about things. When I do things, I like to see what is important, what is not important, and so on and so forth. So I came across this and I liked it. Wealth provides you with endless options in life. You will experience more freedom to think, to live the life you want, and the life that you deserve. You will have seldom worries about bills and expenses. You are more happy with life. So when we start to build generational wealth, and it makes you so comfortable and it makes you so happy to be living. So a lot of people don't understand that when you have that comfort, life is a lot easier. And life is so beautiful when you do not have to worry about certain things. As it relates to expenses, as it relates to people loving you, as it relates to family, those things are what, in my opinion, have been given to us from our Creator. And once we have that balance of love, and we have that balance, then and we pass it on to our generation, then we have no problem with being comfortable, and we have no problem with generational wealth. I look at all these things, and every day I wake up, I'm happy because I have focused on these things. So as I speak to people, I tell people, this is what we need to do. We need to create happiness going forward. We need to create good health going forward. We need to create good wealth going forward. We need to have everybody have the money. We need the people have the time. We need people have love. We have all these things will create good generational wealth. And that's why it's so important that we need to concentrate and focus on it. And next slide, Dr. Steve. So in conclusion, building generational wealth helps with a lot of the problems that I see that we're having every day. I like people to love each other. I like people to work for each other. The greatest feeling is when you support another person and help a person step up the ladder. I have been for the last 20 years having to push the people who are around me up to the next step. And for me, I don't only see generational wealth as immediate family. Those people who work with me within my business, I also help them to push up and stepping forward and helping them to create that environment where they help their own families to become financially independent as I work towards being financially independent. So at this point, if there are any questions or we can have a little discussion on, what people may learn something from the people who are on in terms of generation help me to go forward even further. So that's basically my presentation for the day. And Dr. Steve, and if you have any questions or Jeannie or any person who logged in, and let's talk a bit.
Well, first I want to thank you, Stevenson, for sharing, and I hope that his accent didn't challenge many. How many of you were clear with his accent? I see our African brothers and sisters are smiling because they're hearing the accent, and I was saying to Jeannie, it is so refreshing to hear our cultural accent and to hear our brother speaking with the dialect. It was wonderful. I want to first, before we go, I want to acknowledge His Royal Majesty Edwin Madu, who is with us for the training today. Your Majesty, thank you so very much for being present throughout the day for the training. I know you were challenged in getting on a bit as well, but thank you so very much, Your Majesty, for being with us today. Are there any questions or comments for Stevenson today? Any questions or comments? Just wave your hand and feel free to ask your questions or comments or share in the discussions.
I have a question.
I see Jeannie says she has a question. Go ahead, Jeannie. Challenge him.
No, I don't want to challenge. I don't want to challenge him. He knows his stuff. What I would ask is, where would you encourage someone to start who hasn't thought about it at all up until this point? Know that it's maybe something that's new to them, a whole new concept, or they've heard it before, but now that you've given them greater understanding of what it is and how important it is, how do you encourage them to start? Where would you encourage them to start?
Okay, now a good question, Jenny. Thanks for the question. My thing is, first you got to do a postmortem on yourself. That's where I started, to see where I'm at financially, where I'm at as relates to my family, where I'm at as relates to my goals. And once you do that postmortem, then you can strategize a plan to go forward to make sure that your strategies to building generational wealth is there. So you gotta look at yourself first, and then afterwards set a course to do what you need to do to make sure that you build the wealth that you need.
Okay. Do you advise the person, would you advise the person to do it with a coach, or is it something that you can easily do on your own?
Well, it depends on who the person is, I would say. If you're a go-getter And if you understand the basic steps to getting wealth, then you can do it on your own. So a coach is always good, yes, if you need help, because I always encourage people to talk to people who have done it already. And I have many coaches. So I read a lot of books. I would tag somebody in a presentation. I would tag somebody on YouTube, those kind of people who've already done what I'm looking to do. And people are willing to help you. But if you're a person who's a go-getter, as I said earlier, then you can probably do it on your own with just a few nudges from a coach or two.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for answering my questions.
You're welcome.
Very clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have another hand up. Your Excellency, Dr. Darling Ewers, kindly unmute yourself, please.
A pleasant good afternoon, Stephen.
Good afternoon.
Your presentation was spot on. And I would just like to ask regarding generation wealth, a little bit out of the box. I have a friend who's into property. He has a lot of property. And he has one son. The son is wayward. When you create wealth, you have a legacy to leave behind. With your experience, with your knowledge, with your journey, how would you pass on that legacy? The person, your son, the daughter, the family, the brother, the sister, and their wayward. How do you manage? How do you pass on the legacy? Because we're creating legacy, as you emphasize, for your family, etc. And when you have the family to leave it, the legacy behind and the wealth behind, how would you say, with your ideas, you pass on that legacy, sir, in wealth?
Okay. Thank you for the question. Now, as I said in my presentation earlier, I don't always link generation of the. Okay, we had a little disturbance. As I said in my presentation earlier, I try not to only link generational wealth to immediate family members.
Okay.
So, all right. So, as I said earlier, I love people generally. So those in my circle who have shown an interest in developing and who've shown interest in, the things that I'm interested in. If I have a wayward, I have one son and the son is wayward, that will not limit me to building generational wealth. My employees who work around me, my friends who are in my circle, I would try to get him to a point where he can benefit from my generational wealth. But if he does not come to that point, then I believe that we are all one people, created by one God, and so on and so forth. So I love people generally, so I will use somebody else for my generational wealth. I know if that answers your question. So I'm not limited to the only blood. I'm limited to people who are close to me, because I only consider people who are blood my family, because there are people who are outside the blood family who have been excellent to me and who have encouraged me and who also work with me, and even closer than some of the blood relatives. All right, so that's just my concept of how I will work that one.
Yes, that answered it, sir. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Go ahead, Your Excellency Doreen Burunji. Unmute yourself and answer your question or make your comment.
Thank you, Your Excellency Jenny Steele, Mr. Stephen Son. Thank you so much for your presentation. I just wanted to know, how long have you been building generation wealth, and how has it been? How has been the journey for you to ensure that the people around you, your family members, support you in what you're doing? How has it been? How has been that journey? And do you think that can you stand firm and say you've so far achieved, out of 100%, you've so far achieved 80% of the people to follow you in what you are pursuing? That's my submission. So I hope you
Did you get it in full, Stevenson? Because I recognize her.
Yeah, I got it part, so you had a bit disturbance.
Okay, go on.
Okay. I have been fighting this journey. To answer your first question, if I'm going in order, and I've been fighting this journey for over 20 something years. I won't say that I have reached 100% yet of generational wealth, but I'm getting there. So it takes time, the ups and downs as it relates to the financial markets. It takes time to build the correct people around you. It takes time to do all these things to get where you want to get. So I would say I'm probably around 75% of where I want to be. And I always count paydays as it relates to my age. So I would say I have about 30 or 40 good solid years and related to energy and the fighting and so on before it begin to slow down a bit. So I can handle disturbance, but it has been taking me a little time to work my systems, and it has been fruitful. I must say, in my territory, it has been fruitful. I always look at how the market and what is needed in the market, and those are the businesses that I go after as it relates to generating finance and wealth and so on. So it has been lucrative for me thus far, and I would encourage anyone to, look at generational wealth for themselves and the people that are around you. So I have a lot of family members that I have encouraged, and they're working quite well. And I also, the people, my friends and so on, I have also joined them in my fight and my quest to get generational wealth. I'm not sure if I answered all the questions that was inside these statements, because that looked disturbing. And I'm sure if I answered or hear all of them, but that's basically it. I have been fighting the fight for over 20-something years, and I will continue to fight as my creator gives me strength and, and health.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank
you. Uloma, I saw that you put your comment in the chat. Would you like to unmute and speak for yourself? Would you like to unmute?
Okay. A pleasant good evening to everyone. Can you all hear me? Okay. I wrote my question in the comment section, and it is said that it takes one person to break a generation. Yeah. And now the people you have around you are not living up to expectations. In other words, the same opportunity that gave you the privilege of breaking forth, they are not living up to it. And gradually you are finding yourself as the seventh poor person in the midst of 6 poor persons. So what advice do you give to such a person? Do you keep dragging these, in quotes, sinking ships along? Because obviously it will get to a point where is either you get drowned or you yes. So what's your advice on this?
Okay, everybody has a threshold of how far they want to take a person with you. Me personally, I have a very long threshold because I believe everyone was created good. That's just my philosophy. But sometimes it comes to a point where you realize that you cannot take that person with you, and you have to release that person at that point. When you do all humanly possible to get them to that level that you want them at, and they're still not coming along, I will always encourage people to cut so that you can start to rise like a helium balloon. I've had that experience before, and I did all that I could for the persons, because life will choose some curveballs sometimes to see what is in you. And if you don't take the steps, sometimes it pushes you back. Years ago, I've learned that if you bypass a step in life, it always sends you back to that step because you needed to go through that step in order to grow. So I try not to bypass steps. I tend to go through each step that is placed in front of me because I believe that each step is a measure to help me to get to the level that I really want to get to. So to answer your question in a nutshell, I would say if you're a person who can take 6 months to develop a person, whereas another person's threshold might be 3 months, another person's threshold might be a year. But depends, you gotta also look and see how it's affecting your development. And once it's not affecting your development significantly, and you can help that person, I would encourage you to stay on. But if it's pulling you back and you're not getting to the level that you're supposed to be at, I would always encourage you that you have to release. Sometimes we give something called tough love for the future to be the best end result in the end. I don't know if that answers your question, but sometimes I have to give tough love in order to succeed.
I have one other person. Your Excellency, Zionist Amakakari, kindly unmute yourself, please.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Thank you for the presentation.
You're welcome.
Generational wealth. I'm just wanting to know how you would ensure that the generational wealth built now does not buckle under socio-economic political change of the future. For example, we are in the era of a cryptocurrency. Some of our people are yet to catch up on it. Some people think it's a nightmare. Some people think it's a delusion. And some people might be caught off guard. It might be too late for some people.
Too late.
So, because nobody was prepared for cryptocurrency. I mean, those that are learned, they're aware, but there were some people who never thought it's a reality. So when we're building generational wealth, how do we factor into place the changes that are likely to come in the next generation, but which was not in our generation? How do you ensure that wealth, that framework, that model that you've established survives changes in the future?
Right. Okay. Earlier in my presentation, most people link generational wealth to money. Me personally, I don't only link it to money because, as you rightfully said, there are a lot of changing things that happen within our society, and it's been difficult for us to really plan for the next generation because of what may or may not happen. So what I tend to do, I tend to educate myself as much as I can. I tend to make sure that I am abreast of what's the changing times, because it is difficult to plan, especially when you not expect a pandemic. So what I'm saying is that you can try to create as much resources as possible. It could be a buffer for anything coming forward in the future. So what I do personally for myself is I create a financial buffer in terms of money. I create some investments as well too. And I also create a good health strategy in terms of keeping myself healthy, that I outlive some of the things that may come my way. So that you'll see that I've also introduced health and spirituality and so on into generational wealth. So that if anything come that, may throw you off guard, you're able to battle with it the right way. So that is just my basic answer to what you would ask. It's not only money for me per se, but I tend to look at the whole spectrum of spirituality as it relates spirituality, health, and wealth. That if I'm not able to make money today, and I have good health, that I'll be able to make money tomorrow. That's my answer.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
Elizabeth.
Elizabeth, I saw that you put a question in the chat. Would you like to deliver your question on your own?
Let's check the chat.
Elizabeth, you're in China, is that correct?
Yes, His Excellency.
Yes, go ahead.
I know you're in China. What time is it in China right now?
Right now, it's about 11:30 p.m.
Oh, and then
you and Ruth
the same time as Barbados.
You and Ruth are spending your Saturdays at this hour with us. It's good to see you also, Ruth, in China.
Thank you.
Okay, Elizabeth, go ahead with your question, please. Just answer your question. We saw it in the chat, but I think it'd be good to hear your voice.
Yes.
Oh, thank you so much for the opportunity. It's wonderful to be here. A lot of knowledge impacted on us. Thank you so much, His Excellencies. My question is, Mr. Stephen Calendar, wonderful presentation. Thank you. Today I was able to learn that generational wealth is not just about money and business. I was able to learn that it's also about love and relationship and the other things you cited. My question is, please, what are some of the main challenges that you have faced so far, talking about generational wealth? And they can be a lesson maybe to somebody that wants to start up or a starter. Thank you.
Okay. All right. A pretty simple question, and is quite easy to answer. One of the major challenges, as we have spoke earlier, is about changing the generational curve. Easy to person who has not been exposed to certain things, change them into the direction. So your family members who have not been exposed to that, look out for that fight back, because they're not accustomed to it. Their parents before have not done it for them, and their parent have not done it. So therefore, it's not something that is customary within your family. So you as a lone wolf trying to change something, it may be a lot of fight back as it relates to that. Also, not only your family members will give you a lot of fight back, the people that are within your circle. So you realize that sometimes you have to lose some friends along the way because of your focusedness and the goals that you want to achieve. But they will come back if they're ready for you. So those are the two basic ones that you have to look at, that you will get a lot of stick from, which is your family who is not accustomed to the building generational wealth, and the people who don't understand that you have a direction that you're going to. And sometimes that some of the things that you used to do before, when you used to go and sit at the bar having a drink, you're more educating yourself. When you used to, run and do all the partying, you no longer do that because your focus is a little different. And you realize that you're focusing on other people who are like mind like you. And therefore, some people may even get jealous of the things that you're trying to do. So for me, those were the two major challenges that I had when I was starting. And I've overcome them because they now see the result of what I was trying to do. So I hope that answers your question. Making the money and so on easy, right? Because the making the money is you, but the encouragement and the people that are around you, you need those people to have a buy-in concept of what you're trying to achieve. So those two are the two major ones for me when I was starting to build the generational wealth.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stephenson.
You're welcome. And thank you too for your question.
I see
All right,
another hand up.
Yeah.
One more hand up there. Onichi, can you unmute yourself, please?
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Stephen.
Yes, good morning. Good afternoon.
Presentation.
You're welcome.
I have a question. Okay, in this part of the world where we are, I've seen cases of rich men. Like when I say rich men, I mean rich men who have investments here and there, properties, companies here and there. But once they die, either the children are fighting over the property or they're killing themselves over the property. At the end of the day, those properties will just lie waste. And the children will turn will become like as if they've never seen money in their lives. Not just one case, not to the lot of them here. So I want to ask, is it that their parents or the father didn't do his work properly, or is it the children's fault? If it is any of these people's fault, what advice can you give us to correct that from happening in the future? Did you get my question, sir?
Yes, I did. And thank you for your question.
You're welcome.
No problem. Okay, to answer your question, I'm going to give you a simple answer. As I say to my children every day. In other words, I'm going to give you everything that is for you while I'm still alive. So I allocate all of what I'm going to give to my children while I'm alive to avoid any misconception of what I should and should not have. The reason why a lot of children and people fight for assets that remain after a person died because we have not done our homework and we have not done proper organization while we were alive. So I would encourage all of us, while we are alive, put our stuff in order, so that when we pass on, all of our children, all the people who need to benefit from our generational wealth, know exactly what is coming to them. And I've also seen what you have seen in my territory as well too. A lot of stuff go to ruin because people are fighting. And when you fight consistently like that, it's no help to anyone. So when you put measures in place to create a trust and you do a will and those kind of stuff, because a lot of people believe that when you do a will, that you're about to die. But a will is only an organization of what should be, should you no longer have the capacity to do it. So I would encourage people to put their stuff in order prior to their death to alleviate all of that controversy that you may have. I do it, and I would say I'm relatively young. So doing a will does not mean that you're going to die tomorrow. It's just making sure that you're putting your stuff in order. So to alleviate all of that fighting and a waste of assets and a waste of resources, I would recommend that while we are alive, put our stuff in order. That's just to answer your question.
Thank you so very much for
You're
that.
You're welcome.
Thank you so very much for that response, Stevenson. And the time here is now 3:37 in the UK, and we have a wide time zone in China. We have a time zone in Barbados. We have Africa, Ghana, Uganda, Sierra Leone, Botswana, the United Kingdom, the US. We have India. I see. I will not forget India. I see you pop on. Hey, don't forget us. We have India. We have Dubai, the United Arab Emirates. It has been a phenomenal day today. But Stevenson, I want to hone in on a point that you made this evening that is extremely important and critical and well merited. And I want to add value and strength to that particular point. And that's the point of leaving a will. As a matter of fact, one of my mentors was writing his will. I went to him and we were having a conversation, and he was doing his will. And I said, I was younger at that time. I was younger. And I said to him, are you preparing to leave me, Dad? I mean, you could picture me being 19, 20 years old and sat with somebody writing their will and talking about their children and about us and everything. It struck a chord with me. And I recognized something, that exactly the problem that individuals are faced with mismanagement, misappropriation, persons who are now looking at who's the executor of the estate, legal fees and conflicts. A lot of that can be avoided
when we put a will in place. But interestingly, we equally have one of the challenges, Stevenson, you would recognize as well, with regards to even insurance and policies, that a lot of us religiously, I'm a bishop, and I can speak on the religious side as well, that a lot of us religious leaders or spiritual leaders, we find that those that we share with and we lead, there's a taboo of having a life insurance policy as if you're preparing to die, of writing a will as if you're going somewhere. And I think, Steve, I want you to add a little more value with your experience as a matter of fact, in the insurance industry, because I know that you yourself have seen a lot of horror stories as a result of individuals who did not have policies, or even their policies lapsed. And then in the end of lifetime, they find themselves with the family with an estate to manage, with a lot of debt and no support. So Stevenson, I really want you to add a little value to what I shared as well, because that's right in your area as well.
Yes. All right. To make it a little more simple, most of the policies that we have, and as relates to life insurance, is to really deal with your final expenses. So most people don't see it as life insurance. People say it as death insurance. Hence the reason why a lot of them refuse to pay the premium. And then when something does happen, you're scrambling to get it back on. As you know, most of our policies are based on health and the ability to pay. Only two things: good health and the ability to pay. So I encourage people to do it when you're young and when you're healthy, and continue the policy right up to the end, because life insurance is not only for when you die, it also gives you a measure of security and cash that you could pass down as a legacy for your family if you leave us prematurely. So life insurance is one of the most valuable things that have been created in my, because we're actually buying money per se for a monthly premium. So we can we can create our wealth by buying $100,000 cash for $70 or so a month. And if anything happens prematurely, then our beneficiary gets that. But also, as you talk about a lot of horror stories, when who's the executive and so on and so forth, as I said, put your stuff in order so that you know that, well, I want Karen to be responsible for this. I want Jane to be responsible for this. Want to do that while we are living. It alleviates a lot of pressure as we go forward. Just make sure that we organize our stuff. A will does not mean that we will die. It just means that we're putting our stuff in order. And we have this concept that when you're doing a will, you can die tomorrow. I don't know where it came from, but that is what people say and how people feel that we're doing it. But I don't believe in that. I just believe the same way you can do a trust for your children and be okay with it, a will is just like a trust. That's just my basic answer to you, Dr. Steele. But life insurance is one of the most important things that we can look at if we haven't born with but lack of a better term, a gold spoon in our mouth. It helps to build wealth. And once you continue along that line, then your children will not be left with debt for them to have to be starting below the tape. It's good for a person to start above the tape versus a person starting below the tape. Who tape will get to the finish line faster? The one above the tape or the one below the tape? Just simple.
Well, Stevenson Calendar, all the way from Barbados, I want to appreciate you and thank you so very much for your discussion and what you share with us. Do we have any other questions? Before we go, I want to make sure that we exercise all necessary. Take him while you have him. Ask the questions so that you know the answer. Are there any other questions for Stevenson before we go on? Okay, Stevenson, I think there's a buzzer that has gone off and everybody is all silent. Stevenson, I will allow Her Excellency Jeannie to convey her thanks to you. You guys are work colleagues for so many years. So I will let Her Excellency Jeannie do the honors.
Well, thank you again, Stevenson. Thank you again, Stevenson. Everyone is hearing me well?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Good. Thank you again, Stevenson, for sharing your knowledge and for showing us how we can go forward in building generational, in building our own generational wealth for our families, you know, and to show others, because it's information. I don't only want the information to stop with us just receiving, but to also help others and show them that they can do it too. So we can continue to break all these curses that are predominant in a lot of families, that more families look at providing for the next generation and a generation after that. So I thank you, Stevenson, for enlightening us and showing us how you are doing it. Because it's very good as well to always have the experience or the knowledge from someone who is actually doing a thing or has done it, that they can actually guide us in the right direction. So thank you again. I am quite familiar with your ability to teach and to share and to show and guide individuals. So I'm very grateful and honored that you have taken our invitation to speak with the women today in the Castle of Steel. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Jeannie.
All right, well, let's celebrate Stephen. Come on, we can't let him go without a celebration. Come on, Stevenson. Stevenson, thank you. And this is
most welcome.
It's been wonderful. And again, it's an absolute pleasure seeing you. And I hope that you have more opportunities to share with us in the class of SteelE at the opportune moments. Again, my regards and blessings to your family. And as you continue to build your legacy, we're right behind you, buddy.
Excellent.
All right. Well, it looks like our day has come to a close, to an end, and we're gonna just do some wrapping up before we go. How many of you had a good day today? Just put in the chat. It was a good day. It was interesting, because we thank you for staying with us. You hanged with us. You didn't leave us. Now for some good news and important news. One of the things that is critical as you have conferences like these, online or in person, what are the outcomes? What's going to happen? Where do we go from here? What was the value or the point of that exercise? This was not an exercise in vain. This was an exercise in preparation for a legacy that is being built. Lady Margaret McNair has quite a few more years under her belt to go. But she has been doing what she has been doing for so many years and have left a mark on the nations of the world. Stevenson, as a young man, still a young man, he has made a significant mark on many across the Caribbean and different regions. Every single person here, Dr. Vanny has made a significant contribution across the nations and continues to do so. What is the value of this exercise? The Class of SteelE is a young organization, quote unquote, but if you've noticed that all of the persons that have spoken have been friends for many years, based on relationships, building a legacy, establishing a legacy, continuing a legacy. I want to ask you a question as you are a part of this sessions today. I want to ask you a question. Have you really looked at your own legacy? Have you looked at it? Have you looked at those persons that you have impacted along this journey? What value have you added to them or they added to you? But beyond that, what is your name going to be reflected on their lips after you're gone? I want to challenge you who are passing through this conference with us. Don't walk away just gossiping or just really mind about who showed up, how many people showed up. That's irrelevant. You were here. You are the most important person today. You are a prized person. Every single speaker that we have chosen, I'll tell you a little secret in our choice of speakers. They're extremely busy and they don't even have a moment to spare. But how interesting that as a result of looking at our corporate social responsibility and the legacy that we're leaving to make sure that we leave the world a better place, we sacrifice. All of us sacrifice. I look at you that have used all of your data on today's classes and training. You sacrificed in yourself, sacrifice in your teaching, in your enlightenment, but greater than that, sacrifice in making new friends. In the class of SteelE, that's what we're all about. We're all about bridging the cultural gap, building relationships, giving you information, allowing you to receive fellowship with individuals that you would not normally have the opportunity to do so. I've fallen in love with all of you. I've fallen in love with your culture, your language, your dialect. When I have those that in our class that the electricity is off, because in Africa, in certain regions in the night, there's no electricity, and you are going through the classes with your spotlight. We acknowledge you. We celebrate you. We don't look down on you. We don't frown on you. You are one of us. And your ability that you have, you take advantage of it and you seized the moment. Lady McNair has so many tools to offer us, and we're going to embrace them in the class of SteelE. I'm going to make so many opportunities available, so much teaching, but I want to share some thoughts with us. Prejudice is a horrible, horrible hindrance to progress. You should write that down. Prejudice is a horrible hindrance to progress. Ignorance is worse. Ignorance of culture, ignorance of intentions, ignorance of understanding the whys, and that's the W-H-Y, and not the W-I-S-E, the whys of things that happen. Why do people do things? Sometimes we look at who is doing it and we form an opinion. Are we wise, W-I-S-E, to do that? I celebrate Lady McNair and the Scientologists who have caused me, by reason of my studies, to be a better Christian, to be a better man of God, to be a better human being. I'll say that again. I celebrate those individuals, men and women of goodwill, whose intentions are to see that we are not taken advantage of, that we are given equal opportunities to reach our full potential. Don't allow individuals to put you in a box based on their opinions that are baseless. Get the facts for yourself. Don't be wrapped in a religious bubble. I say to many individuals, if you want to impact the world and the nations, your religion is your personal opinion. It's your personal choice. My Muslim brothers and sisters have every right to be Muslim, just like I do to be Christian. My Hindus, the Sikhs, I, as a man of God, believe that those choices that we make of or concerning our divinity are personal. But the most important thing that all of our religious organizations hold in unison is our love for humanity, our love for our neighbors. I've moved into some neighborhoods as I've lived around the world, and trust me, if I could choose my neighbors, how many of you know there are some neighbors you'd rather not have? But equally, our neighbors are like our family. How many of us have family members that if we had to choose being born into another family, we would surely not choose some of our family? I see Ruth is shaking her head, and I see others are just saying, I know what you mean. The class of SteelE is a family. I might be considered daddy in the family. Jeannie might be mommy. I don't know. But what I want to tell you about what we stand for and what we're looking for, we are looking for people that want to make the world a lovely place in spite of whoever you are, whatever your religion, whatever your culture. I'm looking forward to going to Ireland and me and Lady McNair and planning conferences in Ireland. Would you join us? Would you visit with us? I'm looking forward to going to India. I see Dr. Vanny's waving her hand. We're going to be in Barbados in October. How many of you know we're heading to Barbados in October? October is Barbados. It's already established. We're going to be in Barbados in October. We're going to be in Botswana. We're going to be in Uganda. But I want us to go as a family. I don't want us to go with any prejudice. I don't want us to go judging anybody. We have a differently abled community that is a part of the class of SteelE. A man or a woman's different ability does not excuse or separate them from walking with us. Come on, somebody, are you with me? I'm not trying to be the most popular person in building the class of SteelE. I'm looking at building a legacy and making a contribution to the ecosystem of peace building, nation building. We've put a link inside of the chat. It's a WhatsApp group. I want you to, if you think the vision of the class of SteelE is something that is worth mentioning and sharing with the world and sharing with others, share it. If you find something that is good and you love it, you don't keep it to yourself, you share it. Because guess what? I think the First Lady is a phenomenal person, my wife. And she has caused me to look at life and have such a love for humanity added to the love I already had. But I also know that all of you that are here in this training are the same as us. There's no difference. Those that are in university, like Ruth and Elizabeth and the others that are in university that are training and preparing themselves for the wider world in governments across Africa and the nations. The reason why you do it is because of your love of humanity. We're going to have a men's conference that's coming up. And in the men's conference that is coming up on Saturday, we're going to have a next team of leaders, that are speakers that are coming. I have a multi-billionaire friend of mine who is very excited to come and share with you. Because I think that if I give the best to you, it doesn't cost you anything. It just costs you your time and your ears. What we're offering in the class of SteelE, people pay thousands for, and then they collect a love offering. We're not collecting any offerings. We just wanted to let you know that you are special and that there are good men and women in the world, people of goodwill, that want to help the world to be a better place. And guess what? The army of people can get bigger if you play your part. If you say, you know what? I want to be one of those people. I want to be one of those people that is going to add value to the rest of the world. I want to be that person that brings the investors that are going to dig the wells in the villages in my community. I want to be the person that's going to be the spokesman for the university and the school that we need, so that in the class of SteelE, we could gather together as a unified body and say, how could we put a school here, put a university here, put a college here, educate these individuals? How could we make our governments better? How could I, as a leader, write a recommendation that would give you the opportunity to get the visa that you need to travel? Come on, somebody. The greatest gift that was ever given to a man next to a birth certificate is a passport. Some of you should wave at me if you agree. The greatest gift that was given to a man next to his birth certificate is his passport. Why? Because your passport gives you options. You can go when it seems as though the well has dried up in one place. Your passport gives you an option to go somewhere else. Find another hunting ground to hunt in. Meet another community. And the class of SteelE is giving you a family that you could call and say, Dr. Vani, I want to come to India. Can you recommend a place, people? Lady McNair, I want to come to Ireland. Could you recommend for us? Ruth, we need to come to China. China is an interesting environment. Can you recommend us? Ladies and gentlemen, that's what the class of SteelE is all about. The time is now 4 p.m. I want to offer thanks to all of the members of the class of SteelE. I must mention Her Excellency Doreen Barunji, our COO in the class of SteelE. Equally, I want to acknowledge His Excellency Dr. Donald Ewers, the Chief of Protocol in the class of SteelE. I equally want to acknowledge Her Excellency Bishop Dr. Comfort Adu out of Ghana, who is responsible for the Western African regions in the class of SteelE. Thank you so very much for being a part of making this conference a success. Equally, I want to acknowledge, and as a matter of fact, if I could call on His Royal Majesty Edwin Madu, Your Majesty, I know that I'm not sure if you are in a position that you can greet us, but Your Royal Majesty, I'd be pleased if you can greet us with your voice, if it is possible, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, Edwin Madu, are you available to unmute yourself?
Hello, Your Excellency.
Your Majesty, you're welcome. We have finally got you to be unmuted. Well done, Your Majesty. You're welcome.
Yeah, please, I'm really sorry. I'm so busy. I'm still in the office and God putting things together today. You know, I'm on another meeting, but my spirit is what was going on here. I've been listening. You know. Hello.
Yes, I am. I'm here with you, Your Majesty. Just convey your blessings. You can convey your blessings, Your Majesty, and let us know who you are, and then convey your blessings, Your Majesty.
Okay. Your Excellency, good afternoon from here. Good evening from those watching us from outside. My names are His Royal Majesty King Edwin Ifeanyi Madu. I'm from Nigeria, Abia State, to be precise. I'm here in London for a month or so. And by His grace, I'm a member of the class of SteelE. I'm a member of the class of SteelE, and on this conference this afternoon, these statistics this morning I've been following up. I'm happy with what the coordinators put together, and the mentors that have spoken so far. I listened carefully. Most of the topics that have been taught, they are worth, taking notes. A lot of people have asked questions and they were answered, and I had a lot of their comments, how they benefited from the teaching of today. How they benefited from the teaching of today and from this conference. So on a final note, I want to thank the organizers. I want to thank the speakers, the subject matters they've treated, and they are still treating. They want it, and I know that all our participants are happy to participate in this particular conference. My greetings especially goes to Her Excellency, the wife of His Excellency, the crew of class of SteelE, CEO Doreen, and His Excellency Ambassador Doreen. My regards to all of you putting up this conference today. I pray that God will bless all of us, and that what we've learned here, that we will use it, and when next such a conference will be called up, that it will be useful, because we must have gained an experience and understanding, and we are looking forward that we will utilize what we've learned today. So, having said that, Your Excellency, Dr. Steele?
I'm with you, Your Majesty.
Yeah, so I don't know if I'm permitted to say this.
Say it, Your Majesty, and say it, Your Majesty, and if you're not permitted, afterwards I'll tell you, Your Majesty, you were not permitted to say that.
Okay.
It's good to be the king. I think it is good to be the king.
I want to thank especially the those that are invited and that are participating, both from Nigeria, Canada, and London. Yeah, I want to thank them for being a part of this conference, and I believe that they must have done a lot, and that they will always answer us when we call. Thank you. God bless each and every one of us.
Thank you so very much, Your Majesty. And I just want to say, I thought, Your Majesty, you were actually going to say to them that you are one of the speakers for the conference on Saturday for the men's conference. So we are also going to be privileged to hear from you, Your Majesty, on Saturday.
Yeah, but I don't need to blow such a trumpet now. They will definitely they're going to see that on our flyers and subsequently in the next communication. So that's,
I hear them celebrating you, Your Majesty. I will almost say Igwe.
I told you I'm in the office, and most people today, they are personnel from our class. And when we issue certificates, we celebrate them and usher them into their new job and their new positions. So that was why I could not put my picture on. So bear with me.
Thank you so very much, Your Majesty. God bless you and have a wonderful evening. And thank you for lending your voice to this conference. We appreciate you, Your Majesty.
I appreciate everyone. Thank you.
Well, thank you so very much. I equally want to say thank you to Miss Leela De Souza, our first speaker, Dr. Anita Davis Defoe, Dr. Vanny Roy, Her Excellency,
And I say, Lady Margaret McNair, Your Excellency, thank you so very much. And last but not least, I want to sincerely appreciate Mr. Stevenson Calendar. All of you have been phenomenal today. With that being said, I think it would be fitting for me just to say, First Lady, are there any final words from you, because we're closing?
Well, I thank you all for coming. It has been a tremendously wonderful day. I have learned a lot. I've learned a lot from the speakers. I've learned a lot as well from what you have shared, the questions you have asked, even added to the knowledge pool. So I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful that you have taken this time, you have given of your time, you have invested in your time and yourself in pushing forward and moving forward to a successful future. So I thank you for even doing that, for even investing in yourself, because your investing in yourself helps you to invest in your community, thus creating a brighter future and a better world. So thank you for that. I would also encourage you, if you haven't already, I saw His Excellency added a link for the WhatsApp chat, so you can enter that link and we'll share information with you there. We had sent packages, registration packages to you by email. I hope most of you there would have that are here present now have received those packages. So if you have any questions in that regard, with regards to any information about the class of SteelE, if you would like to know about our group mentoring sessions, we also have our youth group on every Saturday. Our youth group meets. The adult class will meet every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. There are also individual mentorship sessions. So if you're interested in participating in the class of SteelE and building your knowledge base from within the class of SteelE and joining the family, we will be more than we will be more than happy to help you. I am the membership coordinator as well. So when you do call that number 073-117-18818, that will be the voice you will get, will be mine. And I will be so happy to help you and guide you on anything you need with regards to the class of SteelE and anything else that you may think of that you think I can help you with. I will be more than happy to help. So once again, thank you. Have a wonderful weekend. God bless you. And I think His Excellency may invite you as well to the men's conference.
Of course.
So I may see you there next Saturday.
You are all invited to the men's conference. You're all invited to the men's conference next Saturday. Yeah. And so please, I hope, and share the link. When we send out the link, share it. The First Lady is pushing me and saying, darling, why haven't you sent it out? Why are you? And I says, darling, because I am one of those persons. If I have a small audience of attentive individuals, I'm happy, because I know that those that we engage are those that are interested. So with that being said, God's blessings on all of you. And the class of SteelE radio station is coming soon. The class of SteelE television station is coming soon. We have a charity that is a special consultative status with the United Nations called Homemakers Women's Development Initiative. We are doing a whole lot behind the scenes that we don't even mention. So don't take lightly the little bit of smoke you're seeing. There's a whole lot of fire coming soon. I'm Dr. Michael SteelE and First Lady Jeannie SteelE, our amazing management team that we love so dearly. Thank you so very much for being with us. We love and appreciate you. You can unmute yourself and just say your bye, hello, good evening on the video, because the video has not stopped yet, but it's still rolling. God bless you.
God bless you all.
Thank you. God bless you, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, God bless you.
Thank you. God bless you.
Bye, everyone. All of you.
Everyone.
Very wonderful.
Thank you so much.
It's been a very blissful and informative evening. Thank you very much.
Amen.
And Dr. Anita will be taking it along. Dr. Anita.
That's so amazing. Thank you so much. Thank
Ooh,
you.
we did it. Come on, everybody. We did it.
Dr. Steele, Madam, thank you very much.
Lady Daniel, thank you so very much. Thank you.
This is awesome.
Kudos to our first lady. Kudos to our first lady.
Yes.
I appreciate Lady Margaret McNair, my very good friend, for inviting me. Such a beautiful, delightful evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We are grateful. Those of us in China are most grateful, Dr. Steele.
Yes. Bruce, where is Lizzie?
It's nice
She's
meeting
here.
you all.
She's here.
She's there.
Yes, please.
I couldn't see her.
Please, where is your face?
Bishop
She used which name?
Young dear Ingalim Elizabeth.
Galim Elizabeth.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I see you. I see you.
Dr. Anita, I would like to be in touch with you thereafter. Please.
Okay. Thank you.
Good night, family.
Good night, family.
Good
Take
night.
care. Bye-bye.
And
Nice
good
to
morning
you
to
all.
those on the other side. And good afternoon to those also in Barbados. Bye-bye. Nice.
Dr. Steele, Mrs. Janine, we'll be in touch later on. Thank you.
Thank you. A wonderful conference. A conference with a difference. Bye.
Bye-bye, everybody. God bless you guys. Thank you.
Oh, where's Josh?
He's gone in the other room.
Oh, say hi to him.
I will. Bye for now. See you.
Bye.